again, Denmark is. Another steal. The two-time.
In case you're just joining us, which I know many of you are, dealing with technical difficulties, didn't go live. Don't blame me. Denmark-Olar ahead of Joliet West, 17-10. Hot start for the Vikings. Both these teams 0-3 in the Washington Invitational portion of the tournament. Larry Larson, Joe Delfonso, and with you, game one of number 9 here on the final day of the Kevin Brown Memorial TOC.
And if you're just joining us, I have not made any mistakes yet.
No, not quite. You're doing a good job. Just as these two teams trying to play mistake-free basketball, mistake-free broadcasting. Also kind of tricky. Block inside, second chance effort, Aaron Brown off.
There we go.
Christopher Sanders gets it to Davis. Dish down low, and the reverse, too short. Justice McNair out on the floor with Emmanuel Darkwa. Jeremiah Roberts, Jaden Martin, and Aaron Brown is the 5 for Joliet West. 5 for Denmark-Olar, Zachary Davis, Brashard Young, Christopher Sanders, Brandon Profit, and Jakari Williams. And Davis has the and one.
He shows everything. Well, we talked about this earlier. I mean, he can bring the ball up the court. Obviously, he's a team's point guard and main ball handler, but he can go to the rim. He can shoot the three. He can make the three. Goes to the line. Nice touch. Not afraid of contact. But his frame, that's saying something.
And Davis up to 9 points, the South Carolina commit. And since you folks didn't hear us earlier, and we were talking about him in the pregame, and that nobody heard except us, I guess it was a warm-up, that he's smooth. I mean, he's 6'8", but he's a guard. McNair outside, got it.
There's one.
Tigers needed that one. Davis, pull up, 3, off, and that's how the quarter will end.
Okay.
No shot. Denmark Vikings ahead of Joliet West. And we'll take this opportunity to thank our sponsors, starting with the city of Washington. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Also brought to you by Uftring. If you have a used car you need to sell, roll in and cash out at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Used car values are still at record highs, and you'll get paid today. It's fast, easy, safe, and secure. UfteringAutoGroup.com. And by Country Financial, insurance to protect what matters most, and financial services that help you prepare for the future. For coverage you need at a price you can afford, visit CountryFinancial.com today. And by Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans of the 2021 KBM TOC and the KB Strong Foundation, leading the fight against glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. Learn more about Kevin Brown's story. Visit the web address on your screen or visit kbstrong-fightingthefight.com. Thanks for joining us. Second quarter about to get underway. Had a bit of a late start. Apologies for that. Glad you're with us now. Last day in total of basketball here inside Torrey Gym for the TOC. Zachary Davis, shifty on the dribble. Kick out 3, Young, off. Rebound, Profit. Stick back, got it.
Great offensive board there by Profit. Nice finish. Vikings owning the board so far.
Jeremiah Fears, the star freshman. Crewed up, down low. What a find. Brown had it poked away.
Yep.
With a second chance effort from Cortez Lewis. There goes Williams. Too much in the mid-range. Roberts chucks ahead. Fears. Baseline J. He's been quiet early. Good hustle from Fears for the steal. And he lost the basketball.
He lost it. We mentioned off the top that these teams are going to try to play 100 miles an hour, and they have just ramped it up here in the beginning of the second quarter.
They have a little bit slower pace to get going. And honestly, Joe, I think the morning probably has something to do with that. It's harder to wake up. It's harder to get warmed up bright and early.
Absolutely. I mean, it was hard for me to get here at 8 o'clock for my TOC duties, and I brought coffee with me. Imagine these young guys.
I'm with you there. I don't think these guys were drinking too much coffee before they took the court, although you never know.
Ooh, offensive foul.
Against Burchard Young. That is the team's 5th, Young's 2nd. Marquis Yancey in the game now. Skylar crewed up. Fears thought about pulling up. He's in trouble. Yancey, open 3. Yep.
If I'm Denmark, I can live with that shot. I told you that earlier. That's not a great percentage shot at this age level.
Brandon Profit against the logo. Pull up. Comes up short. Rebound loose. Second chance opportunity. Young and Jakari Williams. Popped out to Profit. Now back to Young. Inside Williams. Down low. What a finish from Young.
Oh, the catch was as good as the finish, really. That was in traffic.
Fears crewed up. Back across. Yancey. He's the hot hand off the bench.
All right. Now you got to guard him.
Yes, indeed.
He made 2. Now you got to go out there and get him. Put a hand in his face.
When you're on, you're on. And Marquis Yancey woke up early today. Zachary Davis hounded and fouled.
Tough to guard. That's all I can say about him. I mean, you go put 2 guys on him, he's going to find a teammate. If you don't, then he's going to take you to the rack.
Jakari Williams into Zachary Davis. Skylar crewed up guarding him. 1-on-1. That ends. Down low, Sanders. In and out. There you see Davis distributing again.
Yes. He's 5 feet from the basket. He finds someone 2 feet from the basket.
Timeout taken. Joliet West wants to talk things over. And Coach Jeremy Krieger. A little frustrated early. His team down by just 3. His deficit has been larger than this.
Yeah, they hit a couple of threes right in a row there. Got 6 points back and back in the ball game. As we said, both these teams looking for their first win here in Washington. So it's not a case of having the talent. It's not a case of having the coaching. It's a case of knowing how to win games, knowing what to do in the last 5 minutes when the game is tied or you're up 5 or down 5. Do you find a way to win? That's the key thing.
Joliet West, in particular, has struggled a little bit with that in their 3 games here. They've had slow starts and really came back from all of them and played 3 very good games by all means, despite their 0-3 record. They've struggled down the stretch. They had a chance to beat Vashon on the final shot of the game on their first day. That was Wednesday. Davis ahead to Sanders, and he lost the handle.
Here we go.
Fears chases it down and gets on the scoreboard the freshman's first bucket. And here comes Crewed Up. Crewed Up. Hop step. And a putback by Cortez Lewis.
A new leader in this ball game. Tigers up by 1.
Wonder what head coach Jeremy Krieger said in the huddle. Davis trying to get the lead back. He can't.
2-on-1.
Fears in transition. Goes to the rack for 2.
All right. If you're Denmark, you got to do something different here. You either got to call a timeout, you got to get subs in, you got to switch up the defense. Something. Pick one.
I think Hercules Davis went with the middle option, subs. Brandon Johnson into the game, as is Christopher Sanders. Davis in trouble, and he walked. He was looking for the foul. Was a lot of contact there, no call.
Yep, just to travel.
Crewed up, open three. Short, put back, no. Rebound, Takeem Ross.
And lost.
Fears gets it back. Nice dish for two. Lewis. Sanders jets ahead, and he lost the handle. Fears leads the charge. Fears, right hand finish.
Yeah, over Davis, who was waiting for him.
Timeout taken. Hercules Davis and Jeremiah Fears and company all of a sudden have a big lead. 7 points.
That's a 13-0 run is what it is.
Great math. I wouldn't have done that myself.
Well, you know, the 2 threes really sparked them, and then they got in the open court and took advantage of turnovers, and it was a layup city. So Coach went with the first option this time. Got to call timeout. Got to break the momentum somehow.
Hercules Davis talking it over in the huddle. A little frustrated. There's everybody up here in the Crow's Nest. Morning to you and your living room. Thanks for joining us.
You have to remember, games can be lost in the second quarter. I mean, the game is on the line right here. In the last 3:30, the lead is 7. You don't want it to be 12.
They can be lost, but they can't be won. Zachary Davis out of the timeout. Denmark-Olar needs a bucket. Davis around a screen, almost a turnover. Pull-up jumper off from Sanders into the hands of Ross. Now Sanders. Williams, the drive. Too much. Lewis in trouble, and he's fouled.
All right, I'm going to say something here, and I really, it's the truth. This is 6 games I've seen in this tournament this year. I think the officiating has been fantastic. I think there's been more good no calls than there have been good calls, and they've let them play a little bit, and that's what the players want. I really think the officiating has been super.
Davis, the slam.
Off the defense. Make a turnover in the open court. That's where you're going to face.
Joliet West. Big run comes to an end. And Davis, exclamation point, fears the deep three, was looking for the foul, didn't get it. Profit out ahead. High off the glass. Davis, the putback, doing it himself. Fears jets ahead, off balance, no.
No call, just like I said.
Well, I got to agree with you. The officials doing a great job. Some games, a lot of fouls, but most games, not a ton. Really letting the boys play. I'd rather watch that than a foul fest.
If you call this by the book, each team would be having 10 or more fouls already.
Crewed up. Got it.
Yep. Nope.
And a turnover. Skyler crewed up under and in. A 5-0 run for the senior. Profit trapped. It's going the other way. This Joliet West team plays hard, Joe, especially when they get going, firing on all cylinders.
Absolutely. Here's another one.
Martin got it. It's a double-digit lead for Joliet West before the half.
Like I said, you don't want it to get to 12. That's 11.
And a block called on Brandon Johnson all the way in the backcourt.
Yep, in the backcourt. Offensive foul off the ball, trying to set a pick. Didn't do it correctly. Another three.
Yancey had the hot hand in the first quarter. What a save by Crudup, but into the hands of the Vikings. Sanders picks up the basketball. Davis, and one.
That was a give and go from 45 feet out. Amazing.
Davis had 30 points earlier this tournament against Urbana, a double-double, 10 rebounds and 6 assists as well. Really a stat sheet stuffer.
Yes. Good on the defensive end, too. He's got good instincts, and he can shoot the free throws. Let me tell you, he hasn't missed yet.
That's another trend in this tournament that I've picked up on, Joe, is a lot of missed free throws. And I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that it's early in the season. You know, maybe a lot of these teams not really used to that in-game pressure. A lot of young teams as well. Fears turns it over. Sanders out ahead. Sanders takes it himself. Davis hangs on the rim, puts it back.
Boy, I really like him as a player. How could you not like him?
He got off to a slow start his first game. I'm sure a lot of people may be watching at home are thinking, okay, you know, what's all the talking about this guy about? And he has sure shown us in his last 3 games.
We talked about at the beginning of the broadcast, you know, he is 2 levels above his teammates. If his teammates were better, he'd have more assists. He'd do more with less effort. But he's got to do a lot. His teammates aren't at the same level as he is.
That happens with a lot of guys that are, you know, next level players. Not to say that Denmark-Olar doesn't have a handful of other next level players. But more teams, a lot of these other teams have 2, 3, 4 next level players. Denmark-Olar, great team in South Carolina.
Yeah.
Jakari Williams dives on the floor and takes a timeout, 30-second timeout. Hercules Davis squad, region champs last year. Vikings forced to be reckoned with down south. It's always a challenge for teams from the south to come up here to the TOC. We saw that 2 years ago. I'm not sure if you were here in 2019, Joe, for that tournament, but J.D. Davison's team from Alabama. I'm trying to recall what school, Calhoun, I believe. They came up here and went 0-4. J.D. Davison, now at Alabama, had games where he scored 40 points. By the end of it, he was throwing dunks off the backboard to himself. And his team went 0-4. Then they went back home to Alabama. They went on and won their 2nd consecutive state title later that season.
It can happen.
Brashard Young off to the races. Sanders kicks out. Profit into the corner. Sanders, 3. The bank almost open. Stick back, no. How about a 4th try? Brashard Young comes through.
I like it when the South teams come up here wearing parkas. That's what I love about it. Washington might as well be in Minnesota.
No kidding. Hey, the California kids as well. St. John Bosco adjusting to the cold. They played 8:30 tonight. Fears drives and kicks. Martin off. 5 seconds. Second chance effort. Too much. Martin again. Jump ball.
0.6 seconds. 5-point spread. It's a ball game.
We've had all kinds of momentum swings.
Get your key out of bounds play right here.
Yancey inside. Didn't get the shot off clean. And that's how the first half ends. A lot of momentum swings in this one. We missed a hot start from Denmark-Olar, but Joliet West comes back and takes a halftime lead. High scoring, lots of points, Joe, 40-35.
Yeah, you count that out over 2 quarters, you know, both teams are going to be approaching 80 points, so that's a lot. Not as many as last night's final game when the scoreboard lit up to 111-103. That was amazing.
Yeah, that was a wild game. We're going to go ahead and take this opportunity to thank our sponsors, starting with the City of Washington. The City of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. And by Off Drink, how do you buy 100 used cars in 1 month? You pay more and you pay fast. Off Drink Auto Group wants to buy all makes, all models, and all mileages. Get your free appraisal today at every Off Drink Auto Group dealer. And by Country Financial. Give them a call, talk about what's important to you, and find out how Country Financial can help you protect it. CountryFinancial.com. And Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 KBM TOC and the KB Strong Foundation, the cause behind the tournament. Kevin Brown made an impact on everybody around him on and off the court. Today, the KB Strong Foundation does the same in the fight to raise awareness for glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. To learn more about Coach Brown's story and how the KB Strong Foundation is leading efforts to research a cure, visit kbstrong-fightingthefight.com. We're going to go down to the studio. Tournament Central presented by Country Financial. Colton Kaler along for the ride this morning. Colton, take it away.
We're at halftime of the first game today between Joliet West and Denmark-Olar. Joliet West has the 40-35 lead at the half. An early run by the Denmark Vikings, late run by the Joliet West Tigers, and that's why Joliet West is in the lead at the half. Last day here at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions here inside the Country Financial Tournament Central studio. Just a great week for us, and excited for the last 9 games here today. Let's start last night. Last night's game, the late night game between Chicago St. Rita, Yorkville Christian. What a game we were treated to. 111-103 final. Chicago St. Rita wins that one. Sets a new tournament record by one team. Most points scored in a game. Previous record was Champaign Central, set at 109. Last night, Chicago St. Rita 111. And while we don't have this number on record, but I would assume it was the most points combined by two teams in a game last night at 214 between both teams. It was back and forth. It was up tempo. I mean, everything you could ask for. It's got to be the highest scoring game between two teams. Jaden Shute, 32 points to lead Yorkville Christian. David Douglas Jr., 27 points as well. KJ Vassar, 25 points. 3 players with outstanding performances from Yorkville Christian last night. And let's not forget about, obviously, Chicago St. Rita. They won the game. Melvin Bell, I told you before the game to look out for Melvin Bell. He led the Mustangs with 31 points last night. He will be a name to look out for going forward in the Chicago St. Rita team. 31 points last night for Melvin Bell. James Brown, one of the Illinois recruits right now, he had 30 points. And not to mention the great night that Merez Johnson Jr. had as well in front of the big crowd. It was a lot of dunks for those two down low and a lot of 3 points scored by both teams. Just back and forth, and we were treated to one of the best games you will ever see, probably in this tournament's history last night. Again, we've got 9 games today for you today. Our first game, Joliet West and Denmark-Olar, is currently at the half. Joliet West leading that one 40-35. Our next game, Rabun Gap versus Quality Education in the 5th place game. At 11:30, Western Reserve Academy versus Life Christian Academy. That's going to be a game to watch. Hansel Emmanuel, he will have another packed gym, I'm sure, for him here today. He will be a player to look out for, but a player to watch, and he's just a special, special player to watch. If you haven't, get on over here to the Washington Tournament of Champions here at Torrey Gym in Washington to see Hansel Emmanuel. You will not regret it. I'll tell you that much right now. He is worth the money. Highlight plays last night, a dunk to start the game, pulling up from 3, had a block, led to a transition dunk. I mean, he is just special, and you might wait an hour for his autograph, but it would be well worth it. Hansel Emmanuel from Life Christian Academy. In the championship game, one of the championship games today, Colorado Prep of St. Mary's versus Winston-Salem. Colorado Prep has a lot of good players, and so does Winston-Salem. Winston-Salem beat Life Academy yesterday, and an all-around great performance from them. That will be a great championship game to watch here today. At 2:30, Kankakee versus Metamora. Both teams 0-3 to start the season. Kankakee shorthanded, as we've mentioned all week. Obviously, they are playing for the state championship in the 5A this morning. State football championship, so good luck to the K's. Obviously, it's a good thing to be shorthanded in that regard, but it'll benefit the K's come the end of the season. Metamora 0-3 for the first time in Danny Grief's tenure at Metamora. Metamora's first year here in the Washington Tournament of Champions. Redbirds probably will be shorthanded, probably not see Zach Schroeder again today due to an illness. So next he'll be back is Friday when the Redbirds travel to Canton to take on the Little Giants, but both 0-3, looking for their first win of the year. 4 o'clock, Tinley Park versus Urbana. Both teams have struggled a little bit here to start the season, but both teams will get better as the season goes on, and they've played very good competition here early on, much leading to the 1-2 start for each squad. At 5:30, another game that you want to be here for, Yorkville Christian versus Springfield Lanphier. Yorkville Christian, obviously, with Jaden Shute, with David Douglas Jr., KJ Vassar. Jaden Schute's as advertised. Obviously, he's going to Duke. He's, when you think of a Duke player, that's Jaden Shute right there. He can defend, he can dunk, he can shoot, he can pass, play defense. He can do everything. And he's going to be a player to watch here in the next few years at Duke. But KJ Vassar, David Douglas Jr., they can hit at any time, and they are quick shooters. Quick shooters. That's one thing that I picked up on last night watching Yorkville Christian. They take on Springfield Lanphier, a very talented team led by Ty Banks. Ty Banks has been a standout star in this tournament. I believe he went off for 38 in their second game, so big performance from him. At 7 o'clock tonight, the championship game between St. Louis Vashon and Chicago St. Rita in the Washington Invitational. Both teams 3-0. St. Louis Vashon is going to have a very tough task with Merez Johnson Jr. and James Brown. Look for that one tonight in the championship game. And our last game of the night, Washington versus St. John Bosco, the hometown team. Washington has a very tough test with Christian Estrada and the Braves from St. John Bosco. It's about time, ready for the second half between Joliet West and Denmark-Olar. We're going to send it back up to the booth. Larry and Joe, guys, back to you.
Welcome back inside Torrey Gymnasium. Larry Larson and Joe Delfonso in with you. Joe, got to say, you're doing a great job. First time on Color All Tournament. When was the last time you were on a basketball broadcast?
Well, when I did Bradley games for WEK, Lee Hall and I did about 5 years together. But that's been a while. I can't remember when WEK lost the contract, but we had a great 5 years, and it was fun to do, and it's like riding a horse or a bicycle. You never forget how to do it. This is basketball, and I can talk. I've been told that.
Oh yeah, I would agree with that statement. Joliet West ahead of Denmark-Olar, 40-35. Denmark-Olar got out to a hot start, but Joliet West took the lead and kept it thanks to a 13-0 run. And kind of what did you see from the Tigers?
Well, they made some shots, first of all. Like I said, they made the 2 threes that got it from, I think 12 down to 6 down. They were right back in the ball game. Then they turned up the pressure defensively, and they got some runouts, and they converted. I think they probably made 60% of their last 20 shots or so, and that leads Bills up in a hurry. What they've got to do now is figure out what they have to do to win the game. They're up 5 at the half. Now, what do we have to do? First 3 minutes of the third quarter, what to do in the third quarter, how to win the game in the fourth quarter. That's what they got to figure out.
Both these squads 0-3 here at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions in the Washington Invitational.
Yep. And that's no disparity against either team. You can come in here and play 3 good games and lose them all because of the competition here.
I think, in my opinion at least, Joliet West's best game they played was their first one back on Wednesday. They lost to St. Louis Vashon, who will play for the Washington Invitational Championship later today against a very, very good St. Rita team. Boy, is that going to be a good one.
Yep.
That's coming up later tonight, I believe, at 7 o'clock. Jakari Williams will inbound. Rashard Young into the corner, and we're back underway. Denmark-Olar looking to snag some momentum back out of the break. Zachary Davis had 18 first half points. Trying to pick up where he left off. Off the mark.
Did the hard part, got to the rim, didn't finish. But he's had a good game so far.
3 ball from McNair rattles home. Brandon Profit walks it up. Drive and kick. Sanders gets it back. Davis picked up by the zone defense. Tigers have put the clamps down. Williams. Rashard Young, the long mid-ranger off. Not a high percentage look.
Nope.
Probably not a look you want to take. Fears had Jaden Martin underneath. Passed a little too far ahead.
This game has changed on the 3-ball, and I think the 3-point shot has changed basketball more than any other rule that I've ever remembered.
Jakari Williams halfway down and out. Justice McNair through traffic. He'll go to the stripe. And Joe, you mentioned the 3-point shot. The trend in basketball now is the mid-range game, especially in college and at the pro level, has been eliminated because, frankly, it just doesn't make sense mathematically. Either take a 3, which is lower percentage and worth more points, or just take something close to the basket.
Right, right. I remember when it was introduced to the college game back in 1986, Stan Olbeck had just arrived on the Bradley campus, and he sat us down and told us the percentages and the math, why 3s are better than 2s, how many you're going to make percentage-wise, and it made all the sense in the world. And Stan was ahead of his time there in college basketball. Now everybody does it.
Davis, off balance, got it to go. Stan Olbeck, great coach at Bradley, great coach in the pros.
Yep. And now the amount of 3s that are made. You look at an NBA box score these days, you're going to see just as many 3s taken as 2s. Just about 50-50. It's amazing.
Well, anybody can shoot the 3 now at the pro level. Really impressive. Skylar Crudup off. Martin put back. 3rd chance. No. They're going to get a 4th chance. Fears calls for the screen. Drives. Gets to the rack. Goaltending.
It's a pretty move, though. He got open when I didn't think he could get open.
Jeremiah Fears, only a freshman. He'll just keep getting better. I talked to head coach Jeremy Krieger, and speaking of the pros, I talked to him last week, and he said he's every bit of a high school version of somebody like Trae Young or Steph Curry. And you can really see that. I see the comparison. And anytime a coach pulls those names out, or really anybody pulls those names out, you know
that's high praise.
It's wild. It is high praise. He got a bit of an injury. Brandon Profit had it back to the trainer's room. Hope he's all right. Didn't exactly see what happened.
A little bit of blood, that's all. They got to clean it up so he can play.
The chuck ahead, in and out of the hands of Young, going back the other way.
So, okay, look at the Tigers now. They came into this period, this half, 5-point ahead. Now it's 10. They got the 10 in 4 minutes, and with the ball now. This is where the game is going to be won or lost for the Vikings.
Sanders, Jeremiah Fears, 2-on-2 action. Fears just dribbling around everybody, and it's picked off. Davis passes ahead. Off-balance shot, short from Williams, and a tip.
Accidental tip.
Davis has 22. Justice McNair, the 6'1 sophomore wing. Profit back. Got his nose all plugged up.
Yep.
Bit of a nosebleed. So those will happen. Justice McNair getting ready to inbound. And does so to Jeremiah Fears.
Joliet West takes care of the ball and gets good shots and gets to the line. They'll win this game. The game has shrunken now. The 8-point lead. There's a good shot.
Mid-ranger Lewis, a little bit off. Fights for his own board, doesn't get it.
Can't argue with the shot. That was good.
Sanders, lob pass inside. Takeem Ross gets in a tie-up. Got to be careful there. Hard play.
Going the other way.
Both these teams giving it their all, trying to get win number 1 here at the TOC. It's the 5th and final day. Game number 26. Jaden Martin was looking for Drew King. There's Davis.
Nice play
getting ready for
defensively.
showtime. Good job by Crudup. Open, Fears, in and out. Good board, King. Put back, no. Williams out ahead, slows it down. Sanders downtown, no one around. Martin the board and foul.
90 feet away from the bucket. A little frustration now on the Vikings. Shots not going down, getting beat defensively, reaching in, got a foul there. You don't want to put the team that's leading on the free throw line too early, but that's 3 team fouls to none for Joliet West.
Takeem Ross out of the game. The freshman getting a talking to from Hercules Davis before he takes a seat. McNair walks it across. Fears calls for the screen from King. Rolls around it. Dribbles back out. King posts up. Instead, it's Martin. King lost the handle. Young. Deflected back. Davis. To the inside, blocked by King.
Nice play by King.
Crudup. Through traffic. Thought about pulling up. Instead, Fears will.
Wow.
A little bit off. He's got that range,
That's
Joe. We've seen it.
Wow.
Sanders, the Euro. Teardropper, no. Rebound, Young.
Blocked by King.
Not either. Fears out in front of everybody. 4-2. Jeremiah Fears into double figures. And a full timeout taken.
Back to 10. Comfortable lead right now. Playing well is Joliet.
Great job by Joliet West Tigers. Slow start. They bounced back very, very nicely. A little bit of camera trouble there, but we're going to take this break to thank our sponsors, City of Washington, known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Also brought to you by Uftring. Do you have a used car you need to sell? Roll in and cash out at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Used car values are still record highs, and you'll get paid today. It's fast, easy, safe, and secure. UftringAutoGroup.com. And by Country Financial. They'll be there to help with insurance to protect what matters most and financial services that help you prepare you for the future. Goodness gracious, it's day 5. Still can't get through these ad reads without a tongue twister. Titan Industries as well, structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor. Proud supporter of the TOC. Brashard Young out of the timeout. Denmark-Olar needs something. Davis behind the back pass.
Gets it back.
Back inside, the dish down low to Young.
Can't believe his teammates are still not looking for his passes.
Crewed up. Got it. He's fired up. Nearly a turnover for Olar. Johnson gets it back. Brandon Johnson. Sanders inside. Bounce pass down low. And the finish from Brashard Young.
4 passes in that offensive set. The only good one was the last one.
Jeremiah Roberts takes it ahead. Crewed up, wide open. A little too open, perhaps. Sanders turns it over. Roberts, Jaden Martin, a deep ball. Davis the board. Davis checks ahead. Young will stay here.
You know, there's a coach in this building right now who, with an 11-point lead, would continue to remind his team that we've got the lead. We don't need to be shooting 30-foot threes 3-on-2. We have got the lead.
Layup a little bit too much off the rim from Young. Joliet West, the chance to grow that lead.
Yep. Joliet West has done what they really wanted to do this period. They've grown the lead from 5 points to 11 points. Minute 20 to go in the third quarter. They're going to go into the fourth quarter, possibly with a double-digit lead, and then it's their game to lose.
Jeremiah Roberts weaving in and out, slowing it down. Minute to go, third quarter. Roberts lost the dribble. Sanders ahead to Williams through traffic, and the stick back by Brashard Young. He's had a big game. Young has 15.
Yep. On the other end, Roberts, too much dribbling. Dribbling is like candy. Too much of it is no good. I'm serious.
First time I've heard that analogy.
You can move the ball better if you pass it.
There's a pass and a three from Yancey off. Drew King right there. Nobody around him.
King has played well coming in here. Had a couple block shots and now the tip. And now the steal.
Joliet West again. Drew King wide open. Two-handed jam. The Tigers are fired up. They've got a 13-point lead.
Yeah, they will go into the fourth quarter with double-digit lead.
Four and a half seconds remain in quarter number 3. Emmanuel Darkwa will come in, and Skylar Crudup will come out. Defensive sub here. Davis, the inbounder.
Uh-oh.
McNair at the horn. Almost.
Typical for Denmark. Instead of getting one last shot, they had one last turnover. Typical for them in this game.
That's a frustrating game so far for Denmark-Olar. After a hot start, they trail going into the final period by 13. Now an opportunity to thank our sponsors, starting with the City of Washington. The City of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Also brought to you by Uftring. How do you buy 100 used cars in 1 month? You pay more and you pay fast. The Uftring Auto Group wants to buy all makes, all models, and all mileages. Get your free appraisal today at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. And Country Financial, proud supporters of the TOC, presenting sponsor, the fabric of their communities, supporters of charitable organizations, sports, financial education, and civic organizations. And Titan Industries, structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all players, coaches, and fans at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Denmark-Olar inbounds, and we're back underway. And a block from King, but a foul called. And that'll send Jakari Williams 15 feet away.
Good third quarter by the Tigers. You know, they expanded the lead, as we mentioned, from 5 to 13. Only committed one foul in the third period. Didn't put their opponents on the line. This is their second foul of the half right here. But for the most part, they took care of the ball. They scored early. They defended. King is really giving them a lift off the bench. A couple of baskets late, a couple of blocked shots. It's a good team effort so far.
A fantastic team effort, really all around. And that's one thing I've noticed with this West team is their efforts are always balanced. It's not one guy filling it up. In each of their games, if I'm not mistaken, they've had at least 3 guys in double figures each game.
All they have to do now is take care of the ball and take good shots. Everything is in their favor.
Jeremiah Roberts dancing on the dribble. Inside, the dish, Darkwa, mid-ranger in and out.
That's a good shot. You can live with that.
Profit. Yancey was coming from behind.
Anytime you get dribble penetration into the lane and you can dish it out, someone's going to be open. That's the European way of playing. That was a good shot.
Davis got it to go.
That's an acrobatic shot.
To say the least. Davis has 24.
Worth the price of admission.
Putting on a show. Roberts. Yancey knocked down a handful of threes in the first half. In and out of his hands. Crudup, or rather McNair. Drano. Davis couldn't hang on. Hits the deck card.
Latest version of a good no call right there. The hard part for Denmark now is that they got to speed it up a little bit. They haven't been really showing that they can play fast.
We definitely saw that they could in the first half, but after an early lead, things have gone south.
Yep, we talked about it. The game was lost in the second quarter if they go in ahead and lose this game.
Williams back into Davis and an offensive foul, a push off against Davis.
Yeah, he's frustrated. There's no question. Here's the thing, with a guy like Davis, who's got the reputation, but he's also got the physical frailness that he looks like he's only 175 pounds or if that. People are going to be physical with him, and he's either got to put up with it or get stronger. Right now, he's got to put up with a little bit of physicality.
And largely, he's done well with that in this tournament.
Yes.
His first game, he got up to 4 fouls, but he's up to 4 fouls again.
Yeah. There's King.
King having a nice game.
Yeah.
Nice second half off the bench. He's got 6. Williams will go to the stripe.
Yeah. King blocked it but got the foul on the other player there. See, no one came in this tournament a couple of years ago and said, well, we got to be physical with Zion Williamson. We got to be physical with him. That was not going to happen. But for Davis, you look at him and say, yeah, let's push him around a little bit. Let's put an elbow in his chest, see how he reacts.
And it's worked better for some teams more than others. Davis chatting it up with Hercules Davis on the sideline there. Denmark-Olar looking for a late push. Jakari Williams down and in. He goes 2 for 2. Roberts slows it down. Line change coming in for Joliet West at the next dead ball. McNair, deep right. Picked up by Davis, playing with 4. McNair, the dish. What a move from Roberts.
Wanted a travel call there. The referee said the ball was deflected, so he got to finish the play.
Zachary Davis. Davis taking things into his own hands. and he's fouled.
This is one way of getting back into the game a little bit. You've got to get to the free throw line and score when the clock is stopped. This is going to be their 6th free throw of this quarter. All 3 fouls in the Tigers have been shooting fouls.
5 Tigers checked in at the scorer's table.
Here they come.
They're coming in. Whole new 5. Fears, as well as Cortez Lewis, Jaden Martin, Skylar Crudup, and Aaron Brown back in.
This will be the 5 that will have the responsibility of finishing the game and winning the game.
Fears has 10, as does Crudup. Fears, hounded, in trouble, gets it to Martin. Joliet West slowing it down. Brown back out to Fears. Fears showing off the handles through traffic. It's out off of West.
Yep. But Denmark allowed him to take some time off the clock there. The defense was good, not good enough. Got a shot off. And we're under 5 minutes.
Crunch time for Denmark-Olar, looking for win number 1 in the Washington Invitational. Davis loses his man. Triple teamed. Somehow got the pass to Young. Rolls off the rim. Pull up from 13. Profit didn't get anything. Fears couldn't get to the pass. Jaden Martin and Fears not on the same page there.
We've got the lead. You don't need a pass like that. Uh-oh.
Almost an over and back, and it was.
Good eyesight there, yeah.
Real close.
That isn't.
Denmark-Olar has been teed up on the bench.
Yeah.
The officials have had enough of Hercules Davis, I suppose.
Part frustration, part something else. Mostly frustration. His team is not playing the expectations. He's not getting any calls.
And Jeremiah Fears shoots the Tex and makes them both.
Largest lead of the game.
Fears inbounds. Jaden Martin back to Fears. Largest lead of the game at an inopportune time for Denmark-Olar. Fears is fouled. Or rather, an offensive foul. 5 seconds in the lane.
I thought he put a 5, and I don't think there's not a 5 player out there, so I think it was a 5-second count.
Well, Jeremy Krieger frustrated on Joliet West bench.
Yeah.
Got to make something happen now for Denmark-Olar. Burchard Young, 3 from Profit, short.
There's a foul. Okay. Going to get into a bonus here for both teams pretty soon. As one team is trying to foul to keep up. One team's trying to foul to catch up. 4 minutes to go.
Foul is on Young, his 4th personal. So 2 players out there with 4 for Denmark-Olar. The other is Zachary Davis. Aaron Brown. Now Crudup. Crudup. Shifty moves, and the dish to Brown. A foul before the shot. Fears will trigger it in.
Davis doesn't even want a hand on him anymore. He's kind of frustrated out there with the physicality.
That foul was against Young, so he's fouled out. Brandon Johnson comes in for him as Brown cashes in. Fears tosses it out off of Richard Young.
Nice inbounds play
Or rather, Profit.
For West at the other end. That's what happens when you man-to-man inbounds plays. You give up layups. At an inopportune time. We are at 16 points with 3:32 to go.
The Vikings having a slow finish to this one. Johnson's hook shot is no good. Martin takes it up. Picked up by Profit. Fears with it. Fears. Dish back outside. Martin. Fears. It's just fun to watch Fears dribble.
Yeah, he's good. He's just a freshman. He'll grow into his body a little bit. And he'll stop doing that at some point.
That was a great pass, but Brown not ready for it, and that's the other half of the equation. Sanders to the right block. A charge. Nothing you can do but laugh it off, I guess.
Yeah. Under 3 minutes.
Jaden Martin has an open lane to the bucket and capitalizes.
Yeah, they're not taking threes anymore. This is smart basketball. Just taking good shots and taking their time doing it.
Profit into the corner, open three for Sanders, short. Denmark-Olar has had some open threes, but they have not been able to hit.
Nope.
Fears almost pulled up from deep. We may see a few of those before the final buzzer. Good defense by Sanders. Fears pokes it loose again. Crude up. It's underneath it. No whistle.
Nope. No, that was a live ball.
Brown
Layup.
for two. Davis. Bowls over Martin.
I guess he was moving.
That's a dangerous play for Davis, who's got 4 fouls. Davis was looking for the inbounds pass. It's Roberts. Davis down low.
Nope.
Juggled around. Layup high off the glass. No from Profit. He'll try again and get it that time.
And injury.
Cortez Lewis shaken up. It's not what you like to see at the end of a game that appears to be well in hand.
Yeah, it's 18-point spread, minute 39 to go. Impossible in a high school game to come back from that. So we're going to get a victory for Joliet West. They'll have a nice ride home, knowing that their last game was a winning one.
Joliet West set to play a real tough non-conference schedule. I talked to head coach Jeremy Krieger, and he told me every year they just try to schedule as hard as possible and be ready for the postseason.
Yep.
Out of the Southwest Prairie Conference, Joliet West in 4A. Biggest class in IHSA playoff basketball.
Well, a good non-conference schedule gets you ready for your conference schedule, and that's the most important part of yours, of what you're going to do over the winter is beat your peers. If you can't beat your peers, then it makes it a long season. So if you get ready for that and you do well in league, then you come into the third season. That's the tournament. And so one gets you ready for the other, gets you ready for the next.
And I know it's easy, for probably me and you both to think in terms of college basketball, but with high school basketball, you've got non-conference play kind of scattered amongst conference play.
Right.
So it's a little bit different. Finish from Brown there. So the lead keeps growing. 20-point lead for Joliet West. An exclamation point to end their TOC. Williams in the paint, off balance. Couldn't get it to go. Drew King the board. Aaron Brown had it knocked out of his hands. Joe, I know you're headed to the Bradley game later today.
Yes.
Bradley and Maine doing battle.
Maine Black Bears coming into town. Exactly.
Now that this one's in hand, he's the game for Bradley to finally get a win against the D1 team.
Well, they're going to have to do almost the same things as what we're talking about here. They got to take better care of the ball. Bradley does not play at a very fast pace, yet their turnover totals are too much. It'd also be nice if a couple of guys saw the ball go through the hoop. I mean, Rink Mask is 1 for his last 21 from 3. They've had some other shooters that are having off starts at the beginning of the year. Got to put the ball in that basket, shoot better percentages. Any kind of a win will get them back on the right track. I believe that. You win 1, you have a chance to win 4.
Kari Williams, the basket on the other end. Knowledge right, the mid-range J. His first points of the tournament. Always good to see the deep bench guys get some action.
Absolutely. Davis is going to play the last 30 seconds of this tournament.
From 14. Darkwa the board. Big fella can handle. He's going to pull up from 3. Why not? Drew King, long board. Shelton Gayton thought about the 3.
And that'll do it.
Emmanuel Darkwa dribbles it out, and the Joliet West Tigers pick up win number 1 of 2021-22 with a 75-55 victory over Denmark-Olar and Zachary Davis.
Well, Davis has a future, no question about it. He'll be playing for a great coach in Frank Martin down in South Carolina. He's got to grow up a little bit, as they all do, but he's got skills. I look forward to following him in the collegiate level.
That's part of the fun of the TOC, right?
Exactly.
Getting to watch and see what these players do at the next level. Denmark-Olar 0-4 here in Washington, but a valiant effort in all 4 of their games. Joliet West finishes with a victory, 1-3, and their future this season is bright.
Yes.
Going to be a lot of fun to follow both these squads, see what they do this year, and we thank all the fans from Denmark-Olar as well as Joliet West joining us right here on CSM. Quality Education Academy, Rabun Gap coming up next. But first, a word for our sponsors. City of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Also brought to you by Updring. How do you buy 100 used cars in 1 month? You pay more and you pay fast. The Updring Auto Group wants to buy all makes, all models, and all mileages. Get your free appraisal today at every Updring Auto Group dealer. And by Country Financial. Give them a call, chat about what's important to you, and find out how Country Financial can help you protect it. CountryFinancial.com. And by Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and the KB Strong Foundation. The cause behind the tournament, Kevin Brown made an impact on everybody around him on and off the court. Today, the KB Strong Foundation does the same in the fight to raise awareness for glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. To learn more about Coach Brown's story and how the KB Strong Foundation is leading efforts to research cure, visit kbstrong-fightingthefight.com. Well, Joe, it's been a pleasure. I appreciate you hopping up and spending some time up here in the booth.
And it's been a pleasure for me. You guys do an A1 job. I was thrilled to be a part of it, and I'll have some stories to tell when I get home.
Of course. Well, you enjoy that Bradley game later on, and I'm sure I'll see you at Carver Arena sometime this winter.
I'll be there all winter. Thank you very much.
Of course. We're going to send it down to Country Financial Tournament Central with Colton Kaler right now. Colton, back at it. Take it away.
Welcome back to the Country Financial Tournament Central, our first game of the day, 1 of 9, and the first game of our last day here at the Washington Tournament of Champions is over. Joliet West, the big winner, 75-55 over Denmark-Olar. An early run from the Vikings, but after that it was all Joliet West, a complete performance from them. Just a very special group. Jeremiah Fears, he is a freshman and a player to watch out for on this Joliet West team. His brother actually plays at La Lumiere in Indiana. He moved over there last year because of the COVID restrictions here, and I think the plan is he is to come back to Joliet West. There is no confirmation on that, but I think that is kind of the plan and what's in the works after this year for Jeremiah Fear's brother to come back to Joliet West and join his brother. So game 1 of 9 in the books today. Our next game, Rayburn Gap versus Quality Education in the 5th place game. After that, you have the 11:30 game of Western Reserve Academy and Life Christian Academy. Very special game there for the 3rd place game. Hansel Emmanuel, Angel Montaz, 2 great players there for Life Christian Academy. They are a team that has been a fan favorite, to say the least, here at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions this year. Hansel Emmanuel on the opening night before the game had a mile-long line of fans wanting his autograph, and after the game, I believe the team stuck around for quite a long time signing autographs, and there was quite a few fans that he is the favorite here, and it's really special to see how a community like this grabs to these high school players and these teams, and they take a liking to them, and they're here to support them. Maybe you've seen that in the Life Academy games where the crowd gets into it cheering for Life Academy because they see a good story, they see good basketball, and they truly appreciate it. And I think that's why Central Illinois is so special around here. Life Christian, it'll be another great performance today. I mean, it's been highlight plays all week from Hansel Emmanuel. Obviously, our good friend Paco here did a interview with Hansel Emmanuel in Spanish because as he is from the Dominican Republic, he is much more comfortable speaking that. So a good shout out to our friend Paco here for that interview earlier this week. At 1 o'clock, you have Colorado Prep versus Winston-Salem. 2 very good teams all around, all facets of the game. That will be a good one for the championship game of the national tournament. So that will be a big game for them. The 2:30 game, one near and dear to my heart, Kankakee versus Metamora. As we've mentioned multiple times throughout this week, Kankakee is shorthanded, missing 4 players this week due to the 5A football state championship game that is going on this morning. Kankakee is playing in that, so good luck to the K's, and hopefully they can bring one back for the Central Illinois area. And a team that actually, they beat Morton on their way to the state championship. And then Metamora, near and dear to my heart, a team that I cover quite a bit, that I know quite a lot about. They're 0-3, first time in the Danny Greaves era here in Metamora in 10-plus years. So newfound territory for the Redbirds, but they'll be just fine at the end of this week. They get back into Mid-Illini conference play next week, Friday at Canton. 4 o'clock, Tinley Park, Urbana. Urbana, the alma mater of our very own Joey Wright. They had a tough loss last night to the hometown team, the Washington Panthers. What a performance last night we saw from Andrew Coker. 30 points. Thought he was going to end the night with 28 points, but the student section did a great job of cheering his name, and Coach Schermerhorn put Andrew back in again, to get that last bucket and get to a 30-point night. So a big performance from him in this one, and he'll be in the record book. I believe they keep track of 30-point games and up after that. After the Tinley Park Urbana, you have Yorkville Christian versus Springfield Lanphier. You want to talk, if you thought last night was up-tempo, oh boy, get ready for this one at 5:30 tonight. Yorkville Christian, I would like to say they might be up there at the end of this week for the average of most points per game this year of any team. Last night they scored 103. Opening night they scored 92 against Washington. They have all sorts of offensive production. Jaden Shute, the Duke commit, he heavily recruited by John Shire, who was taking over for Coach K after this year, and that was a big part of his recruitment, was the connection that he had with Coach Shire and that group there. So he will be a player to watch, especially as the big ACC recruit out of this team. But don't forget KJ Vassar. Don't forget David Douglas Jr., both were in double-digit points last night, and if I had a picture of that scoreboard, that was unbelievable of a game. But I'm pleased to be joined by Devin Moore. Devin, come on in. Appreciate your time filling in here. Turn your mic on for you.
Thank you so much.
Now, did you stick around for the late night? Did you stay up? It was probably, close to our bedtime, but did you stay up for that late game last night?
I did, and I am glad that I stayed. It was just an absolute pleasure. I jumped into the game. I think Yorkville might have been down 16 or 17 points when I jumped into the first half, and man, I think it was like 3.5 minutes later, and it was already tied, and then Yorkville took the lead there, and then it ended up that they went to the half at a tie ball game. Yeah,
47-all at the half last night, and that was a game where just when you think they're out of it, they just claw their way back. They trade threes for twos or twos for threes, and they find their way back in. I mean, they're just such a special team offensively.
They are. And, I felt really bad for them because it was really when Jaden got cut in the eye in that third quarter that all of a sudden the wind kind of came out of Yorkville's sails, and they just slowed down in their progression, and that got them behind in the third quarter. When he came back in the fourth, they tried to claw and dig their way back and just didn't have enough time. But, man, he's a special player. But, St. Rita's, they just kept coming at him each time too.
Well, and, people are probably saying, that game was over. It could have been over a lot sooner if there weren't so many timeouts and whatnot. But I'm telling you what, down 9 with less than a minute, if there's a team that's going to come back and do it, it's certainly going to be Yorkville Christian.
Oh, I completely understood what the coach was doing and his strategy. And the way those guys play defense, too, coming out of a press, I mean, they can easily pick up a steal. And I've seen it all weekend long. You just see enough balls that get tipped, enough athleticism out there to grab it and send it the other way. And they had plenty of shooters, too. It's not just one kid out there for Yorkville Christian. They all can shoot. And, they had a chance. There's no doubt about it.
There were tournament records broken last night. One I know for sure. The second one I'm assuming, but the one I know for sure that was broken was the team total points, and that was by Chicago St. Rita with 111, previously held by Champaign Central with 109. They did that against East Peoria. I'm not sure what year, but we have a new team total. But I would assume, 111, 103. That's got to be a combined total tournament record.
I actually sent a few people a texted picture of the end of that score. I mean, if you think about it, your NBA teams are scoring very similar numbers, maybe 10, 20 points more than that in a game, and they play 2 more quarters than what our high schoolers play. That 12-minute quarters versus 8-minute quarters, that's basically another half. So it was fantastic to see just how much was scored in the time that was given.
We're going to send it back to the studio, about ready for our second game of the day, Rayburn Gap versus Quality Education. Devin, thanks for coming in and filling a little bit of time with me. But we're going to send it back up to the studio to Larry and Joe. Guys.
Thanks, Colton. Welcome back inside Torrey Gymnasium. Want to make a quick correction. Joliet West did win against Metamora yesterday, so they went 2-2 TOC. Not a bad showing for them after they just defeated Denmark-Olar out of South Carolina. John Camosa joins me in the booth now, getting you set for Quality Education Academy against Rabun Gap. Rabun Gap looking to pick up their first win here at the TOC after they lost to Winston Salem Christian in their last game. Rabun Gap did not play yesterday, but they played on Thanksgiving. And the highlight of that game, Joko, was Nate Bradford. Lit up the scoreboard, 41 points.
Yeah, and, after that first day, we saw Ty Pence from St. Joe Ogden score 36, thinking that could be the, individual total to top, but Bradford came out 41 points. Incredible performance, so they're looking to rebound and get back in the win column today, and then Quality Education Academy trying to secure a win here on the last day of the TOC. But Larry, we've seen nothing but great games throughout this tournament, and as we come to the final stretch, should be another good game today.
Hey, this is the 5th place matchup in the National Classic. Quality Education and Rabun Gap, the other teams in the National Classic. Winston-Salem Christian, Western Reserve, as well as Colorado Prep of St. Mary's and Life Christian Academy. Later on today, Life Christian and Western Reserve will play for third place, and Winston-Salem Christian will take on Colorado Prep for St. Mary's for what should be a stellar championship game. Those games coming up later. Rabun Gap starting lineups being introduced. Let's get them to you. Starts with Paulius Machelonis, the Lithuanian junior, starting in the backcourt, along with Nisani Mendez out of Belize. Zane Vernon as well, the Canadian. Nate Bradford, needless to say, also in the starting lineup. And then Devin Bradford, the 6'10 sophomore, brother of Nate. Those are the Rabun Gap Eagles. How about the Quality Education Pharaohs? Their starting lineup being introduced right now. Jeremarion Anderson starts it off. Isaiah Sutherland, second to be introduced. Omari Bolden, Jolante Edwards, and Anthony Sellers rounded out. A lot of size for the Pharaohs.
Yeah, a lot of size versus a lot of size on the opposing end over here with the Eagles. So it should be a good matchup down low, and then both teams, a lot of speed as well. Expect them to get to the outside. Both teams like to shoot the three. Could see a lot of perimeter offense today as well.
John, I gotta say, the Pharaohs are probably my favorite mascot in this tournament. Pharaohs. It's the first time I've ever seen that. Think the Pharaohs have ever been to Little Egypt down in southern Illinois? Probably not. Quality Education, Rabun Gap looking for win number 1 here at the TOC. Pharaohs lost to Western Reserve yesterday. Played a good game though. Devin Bradford will go up for the tip against Jolante Edwards. Tipped into the hands of the Pharaohs, and we're underway. Anderson sets up the offense.
Both teams want to look for that early momentum this 5th place game. Got to get on the board first.
Tyler Ledwell into Bolden, now Edwards. Across, Ledwell, 3, short. Rebound into the hands of Nisani Mendez. Machelonis. Now Nate Bradford. Back to Mendez, who gets the scoring started.
Really nice take inside from Mendez, using that left hand.
Deep corner 3 from Bolden off. One-handed rebound from Bradford, knocked out of his hands. Back to the Pharaohs and a jump ball. Devin Bradford couldn't hang on.
Good defense early on there from Rabun Gap.
Devin Bradford to his brother Nate. Devin will try the 3. Comes up short. Jolante Edwards. Skip pass ahead to Ledwell. Bolden slows it down. Dances on the dribble. Long mid-range. Board to Bradford. Nisani Mendez pickpocketed by Gibbs. Or Ledwell. Ledwell still with it. A 3 from Anthony Reeves. Nothing but nylon. The Pharaohs have an early lead.
Good kick out to the outside. We know they like to shoot the 3 ball. See if they try to get inside with Bradford. Right there clogging the lane might be a little tough early on. They're electing to shoot the 3.
Zane Vernon picked up by Bolden on defense into the corner for Machelonis. One of 2 Lithuanians. Devin Bradford dials it up. Nate Bradford rather from deep. His first bucket. First of many, perhaps.
Larry, that's where he can be lethal from beyond the arc. Part of his 41-point game the other night. Stellar from 3.
Anderson inside, off the glass, rolls off. Here comes Nate Bradford, passes ahead. Machelonis the lob up, and a foul will send Mendez to the line.
Nice job in transition there.
The foul will go against Ledwell. Teams first. First for either side. Nisani Mendez, native of Belize. I talked to Raven Gap head coach Garrett Kelly about him, and he said that he's built like a house. And he told me that on the phone, and you see him in person, and I think he kind of fits the description. Tough guard. He checks out. Zambor Vertes checks in. Native of Hungary. A lot of international flavor for Rabun Gap, the most international school in this event. Always fun. Edwards, the smooth pull-up in and out.
Nice shot attempt there, just couldn't get that one to fall, but good job of creating his own look.
Antonori checks into the game, Theo Antonori. Bradford back outside, 3 off from Vertes. Jelante Edwards up and under. Here comes Zane Vernon looking for the response. Off balance, what a bucket.
Well, Larry, both teams, similar styles, like to push it in transition, not afraid to shoot the 3. Seen that early on, it's a close game.
Omari Bolden, now Anderson. Back to Bolden. Turnaround, jumper from 15 off. Forward to Nate Bradford. Bradford in transition, no look pass. Antonori comes up short, put back no, but a foul will send Vernon to the strike.
Nate Bradford does a nice job. That rebound, we've seen him push it in transition a couple times, swinging that ball to the left-hand side. Had a couple good looks at it.
Vernon's first is short. Day 5 of 5 here at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Game 2 of 9 on the final day of play. Vernon, that one rolls around a few times, and he goes 1 for 2. Augustus Urbanus checks in. Some more number confusion. We're going to get it all resolved for you. Omari Bolden off the mark, rattles around into the hands of Reeves. 3 ball from Sutherland. Board comes down to Devin Bradford. Bradford wearing 32. And that would be Devin Bradford rather than Nate Bradford. Got to double check these numbers at halftime. Got to tell you, Rabun Gap, before their first game, we had their numbers mixed up in their first contest as well. Their numbers in their green uniforms are different than the numbers in their white uniforms. Nate Bradford rolls around a screen. Jumper, short. Put back, got it. Troy McPherson.
Good start early here from Rabun Gap.
Anderson on the drive, loses his man, pulls up from 15. Offensive board led well. Edwards from the corner, off. Cold shooting start from the Pharaohs. The lob ahead. McPherson on the inside, Antonori can't finish. And a foul against the Eagles. Their first, it goes against Antonori.
Had the right idea there with that lob, just a little bit behind him, tried to pull it back around, couldn't finish. What a good idea there.
Armand Benitez into the contest for the Pharaohs. Rabun Gap forces a turnover. How about that ball movement? And Nate Bradford lays it in.
Bradford does a really nice job, covers a lot of floor.
McPherson covers more floor, denied by the rim. Bolden, drive and kick. Benitez doesn't hit anything. Put back no from Cannon, and the action flies into the bench. Thomas Kazonis back into the contest.
Quality Academy just trying to find their footing right now. A couple good looks at the basket, just couldn't get them to go early.
Bolden, the runner off, put back yes from Bobby Cannon. Here's Damas Kazonis, the big Lithuanian, denied and fouled. Bobby Cannon not happy. Damas Kazonis played a little action for the 18U Lithuanian national team over the summer. Garrett Kelly told me that was really a beneficial experience for him. He came off the bench, was 7th or 8th guy off the bench. Said he really grew a lot from that experience, and anytime you get that high-level international experience, that's sure to benefit you when you come back to the States. He goes 2 for 2. It's a sweet stroke from the stripe.
I think it only helps grow your game even more. A lot of exposure there.
Omari Bolden fouled hard. Bolden down low, and the finish from Benitez, the sophomore. Eagles ahead by 6, trying to tack on. Luke Earnhardt inside, drive and kick. 3 from Machelonis. Too much. And a foul on the offensive side. That one's on Kazonis. And a turnover on the inbounds pass. That's a bad miscommunication for the Pharaohs.
Yeah, not the play they wanted there. Cut into this lead a little bit. Starting to ride a touch momentum and turns the ball over.
Zane Vernon will inbound. Kazonis missed from point blank.
Great head fake to sell the defender. Just couldn't close out the dunk.
Whistle called. Jelante Edwards on the floor. Omari Bolden will trigger it in. First quarter of action. In case you're just joining us, Rabun Gap out to an early lead. Defensive battle from both sides. Bobby Cannon over Kazonis, couldn't finish, and now a foul. That's against Cannon. That's his second. Team's 5th. Kazonis has had a big effect on this game early.
Hasn't with him and Rayford, if they both get going, pose a big threat here.
Antonori was trying to get the behind the back pass to go, but a whistle away from the ball. We'll send it back with Joliet Edwards and the Pharaohs. Under a minute to go, opening quarter. Bolden to the inside, off the glass and in. Antonori, Kazonis, Mendez, open three, too much. Second chance opportunity for Kazonis, and he's whistled. Draws the whistle, rather. Antonori will send it in. Scanning the floor, has Bradford in the corner. Knocked away. Will stay here. Nate Bradford, a prolific scorer. Mid-major interest from across the country, as well as some high major interest, but no offers there on that front yet. Kazonis fading away, comes up short.
Wouldn't be surprised if those offers start rolling in, though. Any tournament like this get a lot of national exposure, especially with a big 41-point performance the other night.
Definitely. Bobby Cannon from 15 in. He's fired up. That's Cannon's second bucket. And Delonte Edwards trying to beat the buzzer with a steal. Could not. Quality Education Academy has narrowed the deficit to 2 points. I want to thank our sponsors for this week here at the TOC. City of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. And by Uftring, if you have a used car you need to sell, roll in and cash out at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Used car values are still at record highs, and you'll get paid today. It's fast, easy, safe, and secure. UftringAutoGroup.com. And by Country Financial, all it takes is one phone call, and they'll be there to help with insurance to protect what matters most, and financial services to help you prepare for the future. For coverage you need at a price you can afford, visit CountryFinancial.com today. And by Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans of the 2021 KBM TOC and the KB Strong Foundation, cause behind the tournament, fighting for awareness against glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. Rabun Gap, early lead, narrowed now to 2 points. Anderson in trouble, gets out of it to Bolden. 3 ball from Benitez off the backboard. Great job by Kazonis to pass that one out, falling away and out of bounds. Machelonis, no look pass to an open Vernon. Bolden in transition. Bolden called for the charge.
Nice defensive play there. Getting back in transition, taking that charge.
Zane Vernon. Nate Bradford down low, Kazonis. Batted around, and here comes Anderson. Anderson fighting for space. Tipped around. Rebound still loose. Kazonis nearly fell out of bounds. It'll stay here.
We knew with the size on both sides, we'd probably see some battles down low, and we've seen that on both ends early on.
And there's Garrett Kelly, head coach for Rabun Gap. And now the call reversed, going back the other way. Not entirely sure what happened there, John.
No, I'm not sure either. Like
Either way.
Yeah, initially made a call and then reversed it.
Vernon sets up the offense. Drive from Machelonis. Spin cycle. And the finish with the left hand. Jelante Edwards, corner three, off. Rebound tipped out to Bolden. Anderson, in and out. Pharaohs have trailed for most of this one. Anderson, pull up, knocked down. Jeremiah Anderson. Vernon guarded by Edwards. How about a three from Kazonis? Bobby Cannon, the dunk.
Great court vision, great pass.
Pharaohs have knotted it up. Eagles look to Nate Bradford. Bradford gets through traffic. Couldn't finish high off the glass. Anderson out ahead of the pack, off the glass, and the Pharaohs lead.
Two really, really nice plays in transition to get that lead back. See how Ruben Gap responds.
Machalonis, the kick, outside, deep two is down for Urbanus, the 6'3" senior. Three ball from Bobby Cannon, rebounded by Machalonis. Urbanus, left block, in trouble, passes out of it. Machalonis thought about the deep three. Instead, Bradford will take one and connect. Nate Bradford with 8 points. Anderson now to walk it up as the Pharaohs trail again. Pull-up jumper from 17 is off. Bradford the board. Nate Bradford jets ahead, showing off the handles a little bit, but lost it. Urbanus, corner three, short. Benitez pushes ahead in transition. Lost control. Here come the Eagles. Machalonis downtown, no one around. Short, too strong rather. Anderson. Count the bucket and the foul.
Quality Education Academy been really good inside so far throughout this game.
Line change, substitutions. Devin Bradford back into the contest with his brother out there, Nate Bradford. Vertes as well. And Antonori. All come in, Nasani Mendez as well. Antonori wide open. Can't leave him that open.
No, it was a good kick out by Bradford. Left him open at the top of the key. We know that's where they can be dangerous from, is beyond the arc. They've showed that as they retake this lead.
And that's Antonori's first bucket. Anthony Reeves. Pull up, got it.
Back and forth so far. No signs of slowing down for either team.
Bradford, the Euro for two. An impressive move. Goodness gracious, can he score? He got 13.
Using that size, does a really good job of splitting defenders inside, creating his own look.
Bolden inside. An impressive finish for the senior. Timeout taken by Andre Gould.
Bolden said, I could do the same thing on that end. Takes it in himself.
Anything you can do, I can do better, I suppose. Very impressive scoring early here after a bit of a slow start offensively for both teams. In case you're just joining us. Eagles led by 13 points from Nate Bradford. He dropped 41 in his last game.
Scoring machine.
That's one way to put it. Farrow's on the other end of things. Kind of an evenly distributed effort. Points all across the scoreboard. A few kids in attendance today. It's still early. Everybody's sleeping in on their Saturday. We're here with you all the way through. 8:30 a.m. tip-off and a scheduled 8:15 tip-off for our last contest, Washington and St. John Bosco.
It should be a really good game.
Nate Bradford way downtown, couldn't get that to go. His brother hauls in the board. Bradford in the corner. Passes up top, Mendez the drive, he walked. 2:18 to go, opening half. John, what's got to go right for QEA if they want to take a halftime lead?
Yeah, got to keep attacking the basket. They've been doing a really good job of scoring inside. I'd say keep getting in there like they have been, and then got to step up on defense against Bradford, try to get a stop here.
Antonori, pass tipped away. Fights out of trouble. Bradford, wide open in the corner. Got it. He's filling it up again. Bolden through contact. Board to Edwards. The dish down low. Nearly sat on the rim for Reeves, but couldn't. Bradford. Look at those moves. Dishes to Devin Bradford. He can't hit. Bolden skips ahead. Anderson. Reeves now slows it down. I was going to say Quality Education Academy has had a few out of control possessions. Reeves, 16. Rebound loose. Anderson's got it, but a foul. It's going the other way. That one against Jolante Edwards. Antonori, a little shaken up.
Quick turnaround, you put the momentum back on Ruben Gap. Larry, I've been more impressed with, on paper you look at the size of Nate Bradford, 6'9". He's got guard handles. We've seen him down to transition, getting rebounds, pushing it behind the back, slashing in on defenders. That's tough to guard for any team.
He is fantastic. And it's easy to see why he's got so much interest on the recruiting front. And if he continues this performance, especially, into his senior year, would not be shocked to see him at a Power 5 school next year. He's a senior, so I talked to Garrett Kelly about Nate Bradford's recruitment, and he said he's probably going to make a decision after the season. He's focused on the season and probably take some visits in March. Season wraps up in early March as Rabun Gap plays in North Carolina's league against mainly private schools. Despite being from Georgia, that season wraps up in March, so Bradford will have some time to take some visits then. Bradford, the one-handed hammer. Oh my goodness.
That'll open up the interest.
Wow.
One of the better dunks we've seen in transition in the last 2 days.
My voice wasn't ready for that one.
A little early in the morning. Got to warm up the vocals.
Bradford, the block on the other end. Quality Education Academy wasn't ready for it either. Cannon Walked. Rabun Gap is fired up.
Anytime you can get a big dunk like that, followed up by a block and a turnover, it's a recipe for success right there. And Larry, we're looking at a pretty healthy lead here for Rabun Gap going into the halftime. They could hold for the last shot here with 14 seconds left. But a quick turnaround there, gain that momentum.
Eagles huddled up, Pharaohs as well. $14.5 to go, John. One more possession here for Rabun Gap. Does anybody other than Nate Bradford take a final shot?
I'm going to see. Kind of depends on what they can find out there, but I wouldn't be surprised to see him close it out with a three or find something inside. You know he's going to be moving really well even without the ball, trying to get open.
And Zane Vernon picked up by Anderson. 9 seconds. Mendez blocked, and it's going the other way. The Pharaohs have 2 6/10 to do something. Omari Bolden will trigger it in. The pass ahead, not in time, and that's how the first half ends. Rabun Gap coming out hot, led by 15 points from Nate Bradford, and they lead by 9 after 2 quarters.
Yeah, it was really impressive first half there for Rabun Gap. Nate Bradford, as expected, we thought he'd come out here and have a big game. He's showing that early on. Quality Education Academy right in there back and forth, but just going to have to find their footing here in the second half, make some defensive adjustments.
Before we send it down to Tournament Central, we'll remind you of our great sponsors, starting with the City of Washington. The City of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. And by Uftring, how do you buy 100 used cars in 1 month? You pay more and you pay fast. Uftring Auto Group wants to buy all makes, all models, and all mileages. Get your free appraisal today at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. And by Country Financial, give them a call. Talk about the things that are important to you, and they can help you protect them. CountryFinancial.com. And Titan Industries, structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractors, proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 KBM TOC and the KB Strong Foundation, leading the fight for awareness against glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. To learn more, visit the web address on your screen or visit kbstrong-fighting-the-fight.com. $30,000 going to the KB Strong Foundation as a result of this year's TOC, so a very worthy cause. We're going to send it down to Tournament Central. Colton Kaler standing by. Colton?
Welcome back to the Country Financial Tournament Central studio. We're at the half of Rabun Gap. In quality education, Rabun Gap has the 34-25 lead at the halftime break. It was a 15-point lead for the Rabun Gap team, and they let quality education crawl back in it. It seems like it's been a game of runs, and this game is far from over, even with the 9-point lead at halftime. We're going to welcome in our good friend, Jonathan Michael here. Jonathan, you've been working a lot of camera this week, and you've been on and off of, running a lot of different things, but what do you think of the first half?
So, coming in, help if I turn my mic on. Obviously that's why I'm behind the camera so often. But anyways, I was excited going into this game because these are two teams that have lost both their games so far. We haven't seen them win yet. So one of these two teams is going to have the opportunity to walk out of here with a win today. And I like what I've seen from Rabun Gap so far. In their first game, I believe it was on either Tuesday or Wednesday.
Wednesday,
yes. They didn't really shoot the three ball much. All their looks were down low. they shot a lot better today. And that's hard to do as a former basketball player. It's hard to do in the morning. Your rhythm is off. You're just not in your typical rhythm of your day. You don't really feel like playing basketball at 10:30 a.m. But they've done a real nice job of shooting the ball, and they had a nice dunk there. I believe that was from Devin Bradford right before the half. Gave him a lot of energy, and quality education. They made it close. They had a lead for a while, but that all went out the window. And Rabun Gap has all the momentum as they lead by 9 now at the half.
Yeah, they're up by 9. And the one thing that I took away from me in the first half is quality education. They're just passing up on too many looks. I think they've got to be more aggressive, and they've got to look to shoot the ball a litlittle bit more, because when they do, more times than not, it finds its way in the bottom of the net. But they're just, in my opinion, being too passive right now. But I will say, Rabun Gap has got to, as soon as it looks like they're getting comfortable, quality education makes a comeback and pulls it within a couple points, and then they'll extend it again. They've got to find a way now coming into the second half to extend that lead even more.
Yeah, and I think that all starts with Jermontre Young, number 11 on QEA. He's played really well. I think he's been easily their best player of the tournament so far. A couple highlight reel plays, and he hasn't quite lit up the scoreboard yet today, but he certainly has that potential. So if he can get going in the third quarter, they might be able to tie it up, maybe even take a lead into the fourth quarter if Jermontre Young can start to heat up.
And looking at Bradford for Rabun Gap, boy, can he play and can he shoot the ball.
Yeah, and there's 2 Bradfords, both Devin and Nate, and they just obviously they have a lot of chemistry, being brothers, and but yes, they can shoot. And then also I believe Nate is the bigger one. I haven't looked at the roster quite yet.
I believe Nate's the one that is the 3-point specialist.
So Nate is the shooter,
yes,
and Devin is the big guy.
Yes, I believe.
Okay, don't quote us on that, but yes. So it's a great yin and yang to have a great shooter, and even if he misses, his brother's right there to do some mop-up duty, clean up the work, get the offensive boards, and get a high percentage look and put it back in for 2.
Looking at the rest of the tournament, if it wasn't for Yorkville Christian, I think Nate Bradford might be the top scorer in this tournament. But Yorkville Christian, they are a special team. What matchup are you looking for later in the day today?
Well, I know. Obviously, the next game, Live Christian Academy, is promised to probably have huge crowds for that one. I'm looking forward to Vashon and St. Rita. I do think St. Rita would probably be heavily favored in that game, considering they beat Yorkville Christian. But Vashon has been very impressive to me. They're a real good defensive team. They're gritty. They play hard. And as some people say, they're a bunch of dogs, man. They're a bunch of dogs. So you can't count out the Wolverines. They've played really well. They've impressed me a lot this tournament. So I'm not going to guarantee that Vashon's going to come out with a win, but I like to see how close they can make it. Maybe they can catch St. Rita on an off day and come out of here with a victory.
The 2 Illinois boys, Morez Johnson Jr. and Brown of Chicago St. Rita, could see Brad Underwood in the house tonight. It is possible. I know Ty Rogers and his team is playing down in Decatur. They played Manual yesterday. But it is possible that Brad Underwood could be in the building tonight. Who knows? I'm just hypothetically speaking here. But
obviously.
Hypothetically, yep. They've got the off day today. They had a game last night, but who knows? It's going to be a good one here tonight. And I'm looking forward to Chicago St. Rita.
Yeah, definitely. And if Brad Underwood was in the house, I'm sure that all the attention would be on him. We saw, Hansel Emanuel in his first game on Wednesday night, just crowds of people around him. And Brad Underwood walks in the building. A lot of people around here know who Brad Underwood is. So, I'm assuming the crowds will be coming out in droves tonight. It's not Thanksgiving. It's not Black Friday anymore. So there's really no excuse if you're interested in basketball to not be out here tonight, expecting some huge crowds and some high-stakes matchups as we determine who's going to finish 5th or 3rd or what have you. It's going to be interesting tonight.
Yeah, and obviously Washington will wrap things up tonight in the last game. They take on St. John Bosco. That's going to be a tough one for them. St. John Bosco is tall, they are big, and they rebound well. And look out for Christian Estrada. In his last game here, look for him to have the performance of a lifetime.
Yeah, Bosco, they started out slow. They've really came on lately and been impressive. They just need to get that first game out of their system. But I would say that is my 1B matchup to watch, which is Bosco and Washington. I think that's actually going to be a very close game.
Well, we're at the halftime break of Rayburn Gap and Quality Education, getting ready for the second half. We're about to send it back up to the studio. Larry and John, guys, back to you.
Thanks, Colton. Great work as always. Joined by John Michael there. Welcome back inside Torrey Gymnasium. First, I want to start by apologizing for the number confusion that we had back in the first half with Rabun Gap. We got it all straightened out for you now. Rabun Gap, one heck of a performance in the first half, 34-25. Currently over Quality Education Academy. Thanks for joining us on Clutch Sports Media all tournament long. We've got 7 more games for you after this one. Gotta finish strong down the stretch of the tournament. Lots of good basketball coming up for you the rest of the day. The National Classic Championship coming up in a little bit. Third place game coming up next. That's between Life Christian and Western Reserve. And then the championship later between Winston Salem Christian and Colorado Prep. That's going to be a really good matchup, and you can find those right here on CSM. Joey Wright will have the call for both of those games. Thanks for sticking with us, bearing with my very fatigued voice, John Camosa. You got to deal with it the most.
Hey, long week of basketball, you know. Some coffee, a little water to clear the airwaves there.
Oh, we're trying. We are doing our best, but we'll bring you the action anyways. You know, it's tough because my voice was doing okay going into yesterday, but I think the St. Rita Yorkville Christian matchup kind of put the dagger in it. Hansel Emanuel is in the house. Rock star around these parts. Pictures, autographs, everywhere he goes.
Really,
he's always doing something.
Yeah, inspiration of a player to watch, incredible talent.
But for now, we're underway for the second half between Rabun Gap and Quality Education. Nate Bradford now around the horn. Horn to Machalones, and a 3. Doesn't hit anything for Mendez. And Jelante Edwards is fouled. 6'5" junior. First foul for either side here in the second half. Lob across, and another foul. Second in about 5 seconds for RG. First foul against Zane Vernon. Jamarion Anderson. Ahead to Edwards. Back out. 3 Bolden. Short. Reeves alongside the baseline looking for space. And a reset. Anderson gets downhill. Sent away by Kazonis.
How about that block?
Vernon, the fadeaway. Bradford the board. Loses a man, floats it up, too much. Board to Bolden. Edwards sets up the Pharaohs. Bolden, deep ball. Led well, tipped away.
Another good block there by Bradford. And really making it tough on the Pharaohs down low. A lot of size.
Great find on the inbounds to Reeves, and the finish. Timeout taken by Rabun Gap. Head coach Garrett Kelly not happy with the start to the second half.
Yeah, anytime you get that early lead going into halftime, make sure you come out in the second half and respond Don't give him momentum. Timeout's much needed here to kind of calm his guys back down, go back to the way they're playing.
Rabun Gap breaks the huddle. Led by Garrett Kelly, great coach down there for Rabun Gap. Was able to talk to him last week. He was very gracious with his time. And I do want to take a moment to thank all the coaches that responded to our emails and took our calls. It went a long way in helping us prepare for 35 games in 5 days. Learn a little bit about their groups. And Rabun Gap, I would go as far to say that they've got the most unique group in this tournament, players from all across the globe. Asani Mendez turns it over. Here comes Bolden. Dances on the dribble to the rack for 2.
Cutting into that lead a little bit. Quality education looking good and start the third quarter.
Machalonis outside. Bradford dials it up. Devin Bradford. Looking like his brother from deep. Edwards. Now Anderson. Surveys the floor and hits Bolden in the corner. Wanted to penetrate, got back out. Now Reeves. Edwards in the post. That's a pure move.
Turn around. Just like that within 6.
Sutherland charges ahead. Dumps to Mendez, gets tripped up. And it's a tie-up. Subs coming in for the Eagles. Devin Bradford to the bench. Troy McPherson stays in, or comes in rather. Antonori as well. Open 3 for Reeves. Comes up short. Cleans up his own mess. Spin cycle. Blocked. Sambor Vertes turns him away. Antonori. Will head to the stripe, or rather, Antonori pulls out the foul. And Reeves heads to the stripe. And Reeves goes 1 for 2. 8 points for Reeves as he heads to the bench. Still no team fouls in the half against QEA. Rabun Gap has 3. Antonori looking for Bradford, and it was turned away. Good defense by the Pharaohs to keep the ball away from Bradford. Cannon, baseline J, no good. Bradford charges ahead. He lost it, but a foul called against Tyler Ledwell.
In transition in a hurry on that one. Bradford knows he wants to get something to spark Rabun Gap to extend this lead.
Antonori rolls around a screen. Open 3 for number 3. Shooter's touch. Anderson inside Cannon, fading away. Can't get the touch. Antonori, make it 2 in a row? No. Board to McPherson. Nate Bradford way downtown.
About the middle of the Panthers logo on that.
Goodness gracious.
Got range.
This was 2K. He'd get the range extender badge. Tyler Ledwell, the answer.
Good response there. Trading threes.
Antonori. Bradford guarded on that Panthers script now. Got to guard him to half court, I guess. Bolden caught an elbow to the face.
A little shook up on that one. Might have got a hand on him before that elbow came. The foul was called.
Foul goes against Bolden. Tough break for him. Hurts in more ways than one. That's his second personal. Antonori, the dribble drive. Left hand, off the glass and in.
Good switch of hands there, takes it in left.
Theo Antonori, an impressive second half so far. Led well from the corner.
How about this ball movement by QEA in the last couple of minutes? Looking for the open man.
The scoring's opening up. Nate Bradford guarded well beyond the perimeter. Batted out of his hands by Bolden. Sideline inbounds coming up. Bradford into Vertes. Back to Bradford. Puts it in after the whistle. The officials perhaps not happy about that. No whistle. That one, the third foul against Bobby Cannon, something to watch. Long and lanky big man for QEA in foul trouble. And a jump ball. Bradford and Edwards getting tied up. Cannon heads to the bench. And a timeout taken by QEA. 30-second timeout, so we'll keep it here. John, what have you seen from both these offenses? We'll start with Rabun Gap. I mean, great ball movement. They've really spread it out around the perimeter.
Yeah, they have. And, you know, anytime they need a big bucket, hey, Bradford comes up with an answer. I mean, we saw that deep three. That really helped spark his team, the Eagles. And we look at Quality Education Academy, Larry, like you said, just like Rabun Gap spreading the ball, getting open looks. They're doing the same thing, doing a good job of pushing it in transition. And their half-court offense said penetrating, kicking out, finding the open man, and it seems like they've had their threes locked in, which has cut this lead down. I think for them to keep playing that same style of offense, and their defense has turned up a little bit as well. So look for them to cut into this. I'm sure Rabun Gap wants to continue to extend their lead in this fifth-place game.
In case you're just joining us, Rabun Gap has had control for most of the contest. It's the fifth place game rather. And the National Classic. Ball inbounded near Bradford. Couldn't get his hands on it. It'll stay here, out off the Pharaohs. But a great defense by QEA. I think the first step to stopping Nate Bradford is keeping the ball away from Nate Bradford. Yeah,
doing a good job here on this inbounds. Good defense. Didn't let it go into his hands and then almost forced a turnover there.
Vernon. Here's Bradford. And a foul against Amari Bolden. He's clearly frustrated. Is doing his best, trying to guard Bradford. He draws the foul. Bolden's third. The bench loves it for Rabun Gap.
Yeah, a little bit of a mismatch there, but still face guarding him really well, trying to get a turnover. And you can see they're playing Bradford really close now. They don't want to give him anything.
Double teamed, passes out of it. They find the open man. And Urbanus with a finish. Lead back to 9.
Unselfish play there. Found the extra pass.
Foul there on Urbanus. That's his first. And Urbanus heads to the bench. Thomas Kazonis comes back in. The big Lithuanian. Rim defender. Standing at 6'11".
A lot of size on this team.
That's not just a skinny 6'11". He's put on a little bit of muscle as well. And a turnover from the Pharaohs. Reeves just passed that one away.
Yeah, late in the game, Larry, these aren't the times you want to make these little mental mistakes. We've seen that earlier in the game they turned the ball over in inbounds. This is the second turnover just off an inbounds pass, and those could come back to haunt you.
Zane Vernon orchestrates the O. Antonori, head fake, inside is a charge. Good job by Reeves to get his feet set. Antonori's second foul. Reeves will inbound. Edwards across the timeline, led well. Bolden to the rack through contact.
Bolden going up against the bigger defender. Just talked about his size and strength, and no problem off the glass.
Zane Vernon guarded by Ledwell. Vernon trying to get downhill, finds a wide open Machelonis. A reverse pass. Bolden, the response. He got it. Bradford hit hard. Tried to hit another one from that Panthers script. Vernon still with it. Bradford gets to the inside, reverse high off the glass, no good. Bolden dances, can't hit the line, drive three. Antonori charges ahead, bounce pass to Bradford. Off the assist from Antonori.
Smooth touch there from Bradford to respond after missing that layup just a play ago.
Bradford has 20. Pharaohs want to slow it down, perhaps hold for the last shot of the third period. Bolden directing traffic, lobs down low, Edwards, and one. Perhaps the most impressive bucket of the morning for the Pharaohs.
Plays like that you'll take. That's what you need to get back into this game, and chance for a free throw here. 7 seconds left. You're probably going to give Rabun Gap one more chance at a bucket, but this free throw will be crucial.
Edwards has 6 points. Now 7. Anderson subs in. Edwards to the bench. Bradford and DeVernon. Charges ahead. Teardropper, no. Put back, also no, and that's how the third quarter ends. Rabun Gap still leads, but the Pharaohs draw nearer as the fourth quarter approaches. We want to thank our sponsors this week, starting with the City of Washington. As the PA read does the same, Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life. Known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Also brought to you by Uftring. It's time to roll in and cash out at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Doesn't matter if you're selling or trading, the Uftring Auto Group will pay more for your used car all month long. Roll in and cash out at all 8 Off-Tring Auto Group locations. Also brought to you by Country Financial. Talk to a Country Financial agent to find out if you have the right protection. They can help you understand your options and select coverages to meet your needs. Visit countryfinancial.com to get a quote today. Also brought to you by Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor. It's proud to support our players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 KBM TOC and the KB Strong Foundation, raising awareness for glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. To learn more, visit kbstrong-fightingthefight.com. Rabun Gap 52, Quality Education Academy 46. Both these teams wrapping up their play here at the TOC. Bobby Cannon stumbled, still got it to Bolden. He couldn't capitalize. And a whistle goes against the Pharaohs. That's a foul on Cannon, his 4th, just as the 4th quarter begins. Cannon heads straight to the bench. Zane Vernon. Double team. Bradford has 20 points. Dances inside and a jump ball. Great defense by Jelante Edwards to not foul.
Good take inside by Bradford, but they're just making sure they're getting their hands on it. Don't want to give them anything easy.
3 ball, Machalonis off. Off balance try from Edwards results in a foul.
These free throws will be big. And Larry, Quality Education Academy is just right there. There's that lead's being held on slim by Rabun Gap.
Edwards comes up short on the first. Got to make the free throws in close ones like this.
Free throws are crucial down the stretch. Every basket counts.
Edwards goes 1 for 2. He's got 7 points. Nate Bradford face guarded at half court. And the Eagles nearly turn it over. Zonis is fouled. Anthony Reeves can't believe it. That's his 3rd. Team 6th. Pharaoh's already in the bonus. 6 fouls for Rabun Gap. Downhill try from Urbonis, no. Edwards the other way. The lob into the corner. Anthony Reeves, no one around. Too much. Put back. A foul will send Bolden to the strike.
Credit to QEA. You know, that bucket didn't fall. Really good look to the corner to get that wide open 3. So what they're going to have to keep doing is driving and penetration, kicking it out.
Omari Bolden, the 6'3 senior, cashes in the first. Pharaohs trying to make a late push in this one. It's been a good one so far. Rabun Gap has had control of the lead for most of this one. Both these teams looking to finish the tournament on a win. Antonori. It's a big second half. Bradford downtown, too much. Offensive rebound, Vernon, and a whistle on the floor. That one's against Reeves. That's his fourth. Now Bobby Cannon will come back in with 4 fouls. Or rather, he will not. He almost did. Walked to the scorer's table, now walked back to the bench. Reeves stays in, at least for now. Nothing but nylon for Vernon on the bonus free throw.
Like you said, Larry, free throws proved to be big down the stretch. Rabun Gap holding on to that slim lead. Want to make sure they convert on theirs.
Vertes in. Kazonis out. Bolden across half court. Tried to bounce it off of Rabun Gap. Could not. Valiant effort. Works out for the Pharaohs. Anderson downhill. Blocked. Kicks out. Ledwell blocked. And a foul. Antonori and Anderson a little tied up.
That three-pointer in the corner, tough to get that high-arcing shot over Nate Bradford. He's got quite the reach.
That foul goes against Antonori, his 4th personal, along with 10 points in the scoring department. He heads to the bench. Luke Earnhardt in. Anthony Reeves comes out. Bobby Cannon comes back in. Cannon on the floor with 4. Bradford walks it up. Eagles are going to be in no rush. McPherson. And it's a turnover. Vernon lost it. Edwards into Bolden. Anderson. The kick to Ledwell. He knew it out of his hand. And the Pharaohs are within 1. Risky passes. 3 from McPherson. That's a big response.
Great 3. That'll help him push the lead.
Bolden to the rack and in.
How about that take by Bolden? Able to drive right past Bradford. Just like that, Larry, we got a 2-point game. Setting up for a good finish.
Bradford fouled as he charged up the sideline. And the bonus, he heads to the line. Eagles 1 foul away from sending the Pharaohs into the double bonus. 18 fouls against the Pharaohs. That last free throw was Nate Bradford's first of the quarter. Goes 2 for 2. Edwards to Ledwell. Anderson jumper knocked down. They just keep making shots. Vertes falling away. Anderson weaving through traffic, slings it to Bolden. He couldn't hang on, slips through his hands.
Costly turnover there.
And a timeout taken by QEA. And John, goodness gracious, both teams have really picked up the scoring. They've picked up the pace, but especially QEA. That's kind of benefiting.
It's been back and forth the whole game, Larry. And I mean, like you said, it's only picked up here late in the second half. This game could go either way still. Rabun Gap's just been holding on to that slim lead. All it's going to take is for a couple big buckets for QEA, and they're not going down without a fight. Doing a really good job, too. We talked about a couple of those adjustments after halftime. They've been defending Bradford really well, face guarding him and getting in transition, getting past him inside because he was such a threat in the paint, and they've found a way to get past him and still score.
4.5 to go. Thanks for joining us on ClutchSportsIL.com. Rabun Gap has led at Quality Education Academy for most of the contest. Eagles trying to hang on for a victory here in Illinois. Both teams trying to finish the National Classic portion of the KBM TOC with a win. Zane Vernon gets it to Gazonis. Left wing Earnhardt. Now Bradford off the glass, short. Edwards the board, charges ahead. Edwards, no look pass. Bolden, three, yes, and the Pharaohs have the lead.
See how Rabun Gap responds now after pretty much leading this entire game. Now they trail late in the fourth quarter.
Kazonis nearly turned over. Floater, got it. What a tough shot for Vernon. Bolden. Edwards. Edwards against Bradford. Spinning for room. Back out Anderson. Into the corner of Ledwell.
Thought about it.
Ledwell has pulled the trigger from deep a fair amount today. Bolden pulls up. Comes up short. Ledwell right there. Anderson's three. Short. Rebound into the hands of Luke Earnhardt. Bradford. Underhanded pass to Gazonis. Ledwell almost came away with a steal. Lost the handle. Coming down to crunch time, and boy, is this one good.
Really good game. Last day of the TOC, starting off with some early morning battles here.
Nothing to wake you up like a little basketball. Who needs cartoons?
Coffee and basketball.
Vernon inside, draws the foul. That one's against Bobby Cannon, and he's fouled out.
Big loss down the stretch for QEA. Cannon's been such a playmaker and facilitator today.
Armand Benitez into the game. First free throw rattles in off the front of the iron. That one will make your knees buckle. You can see Vernon, a little nervous energy after he let go of that one. And the Eagles are back ahead by 3.
Keeps calm and composed and makes the second.
Anderson over Reeves, back on the floor with 4. Bolden, head fake, drive, blocked but fouled. Amari Bolden. Nothing but net on the first. Benitez checks out. Edwards checks in. Ledwell gets instructions from the bench. Just one rebounder in there, and it's Anderson. And a timeout is taken by Quality Education.
Right there within one.
It's an intense one. Game number 2 of 7 here on the final day. Day number 5 of the TOC. Both these teams very talented, John, and their records in this event don't really indicate the potential that both these teams have. I mean, anytime you come into a tournament like this, you're coming here to play the best, so the results really aren't always going to go your way.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen this throughout the years. We've seen local teams, we've seen teams from other parts of the state and the country, and then they come in here. You could start in this tournament 0-3, 1-2, 2-1, and still turn around and have a great season. I think it really builds a lot of character. I think it shows your team what they're really made of, gives you a lot of things that you can look in within your team that you can learn on and grow. But, I mean, no matter your record coming out of this tournament, you see the best of the best going into your respective conference schedule. So it really helps grow you and mold you as a team as the season moves on. I think it's one of the best tournaments there is as far as exposure and teams really kind of finding out who they are and their identities.
And, you know, not to mention a team bonding experience, especially for teams in the National Classic. They got to come a long way. Antonori sets up the offense. Kazonis was open off the screen, wanted the basketball. Gets it into the post. Bradford, catch and shoot. Didn't hit anything. Pharaohs with a chance to take the lead once more. Anderson. Bolden. Patient possession. Anderson around the screen. Deep three, got it! What a way to take the lead, Omari Bolden.
Bolden's been huge today, Larry.
A bold shot, you could say. Vernon. Kazonis. Nearly a turnover. Antonori outside. The response from Urbonis off. Kazonis right there. He finishes.
Great recovery. Way to save that out of bounds and find the extra man down low. But, wow, are we setting up for one of the better ones of this Saturday afternoon.
Minute 10 left on the clock. Glad you're with us. Knotted up at 65. One of the better contests of the tournament.
Larry, do you think QEA is going to hold for a while, try to attack here early? If they stall this clock out.
They have not really stalled all that much today when they've had a chance against the buzzer. Kind of surprised to see this. Maybe they want the game-winning shot. I doubt it. Still a lot of time left. 40 seconds now.
Right now it's looking like they are wanting to until they find an opening.
Anderson weaves in and out. Eagles trying for the steal. Vernon poked it away. Bolden comes out. Left block. No. And a foul.
So things like that can happen in a situation where you haven't done it all game. You stall the clock out a little bit, almost results in a turnover. They eventually do turn the ball over. Larry, we're looking at Rabun Gap with a chance to take the lead here.
At the free throw line, it's Augustus Urbonis, a 6'3" senior. The biggest free throws of the game. Urbonis, first one, no.
Takes a deep breath there. You know he wants to try to get this one in.
To give the Eagles a 1-point lead. Bonus rattles it in. QEA, perhaps the last possession. Anderson walks it up. Anderson inside, into the hands of Bolden, into the posts. Edwards, double teamed, passes out. Bolden with 2. Rabun Gap, the steal. The Eagles win it in dramatic fashion.
Wow, what a defensive effort there. That's exactly who you wanted the ball in the hands of Bolden. Great strip. Rabun Gap holds on.
What an effort by both sides, John. What a way to finish the tournament for both sides. But Rabun Gap puts the clamps on the final possession of the game. Great play by Troy McPherson and company there on defense.
And Bolden, tough turnover there to end the game, but nothing to hang his head on. 23 points. Astounding effort there for him, for the 6'3 senior, and great all-around effort by both teams. Rabun Gap comes out on top by 1. And Larry, how about Nate Bradford again? 22, leads the way.
Can't really say enough about Rabun Gap as they pose for a team photo on the court with their ball boy, who they had all week long. It's a great part of the tournament. We want to take a moment to thank our sponsors, starting with the City of Washington. City of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Also brought to you by Uftring. It's time to roll in and cash out at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Doesn't matter if you're selling or trading, the Uftring Auto Group will pay more for your used car all month long. Roll in and cash out at all 8 Uftring Auto Group locations. And by Country Financial. Talk to a Country Financial agent today to find out if you have the right protection. They can help you understand your options and select coverages to meet your needs. Visit countryfinancial.com to get a quote today. And by Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all players, coaches, and fans the 2021 KBM TOC and the KB Strong Foundation, raising awareness for glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. To learn more about former Washington head coach KB, as in Kevin Brown, visit the website kbstrong-fightingthefight.com. What a game. A 1-point victory for Rabun Gap will send them back to Georgia happy. Garrett Kelly's squad turning in one heck of an effort. In between games here, we've got another good one coming up. Hansel Emmanuel and Life Christian after this. But first, we're going to send it down to Tournament Central with Colton Kaler in the Country Financial Tournament Central studio. Colton, here you go.
Welcome back to the Country Financial Tournament Central studio. In between games, finished up game number 2 of 9 today between Rabun Gap and Quality Education. What a game. It came down to the wire. Rabun Gap, the winner, 66-65 over Quality Education. I felt like I was watching a little bit of Marquette and Illinois down the stretch, back and forth, Quality Education trying to run out the clock, and unfortunately they had 2 bad offensive possessions, turning the ball over twice, not even getting a shot. At the final buzzer, they had multiple looks, didn't get a shot off, and Rabun Gap escapes with the win, 66-65, a classic here at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Again, game 2 of 9 done for the day. The next one, the third place game in the National Classic, and another one that will be good. It will be good between Western Reserve Academy and Life Christian. Hansel Emmanuel for Life Christian, Angel Montaz for Life Christian. 2 phenomenal standout players here that we will see coming up. And Western Reserve, they're a very good team as well. A lot of shooters on that team. They like to play tough. They play hard. And this will be a very good game here in game number 3 of 9 today. After that, we'll have our National Championship Classic game, and that is between Colorado Prep and Winston-Salem. 2 very, very tough teams there, and that will be surely a good one to enjoy. A lot of great games here today. After that one, we get back into the Washington Invitational. we'll have the Kankakee versus Metamora game, 2:30, that one. After that, you have Tinley Park, Urbana, 5:30, Yorkville Christian, Springfield Landfair, 7 o'clock, the Washington Invitational Championship, St. Louis Vashon, Chicago St. Rita. Hopefully, Brad Underwood could be here tonight to see the 2 Illinois recruits for that one. And then our last game of the day at 8:30, Washington versus St. John Bosco. That will be a good one as well, as we'll get that one underway tonight at 8:30 between the hometown Washington team and the team from California, St. John Bosco, the Braves, Christian Estrada, the face of that team. Game that I'm looking forward to most, Yorkville Christian. They're just so fun to watch. Knowing the background on that team, they have a school of 75 kids, but boy, do they have some players. Jaden Shute, obviously, the Duke commit, KJ Vassar, a highly touted player there, and David Douglas Jr., a very special player for the Yorkville Christian squad. 3 players that just lit it up last night. Looking back at last night between Chicago St. Rita and Yorkville Christian, what a historic game we had there. 111-103, the final of that one. Highest scoring game by a single team. Chicago St. Rita last night set that scoring record, and they beat Champaign Central, who previously had it at 109. So a new record here in the Tournament of Champions. But looking at that, I mean, you had numbers up and down the board. 3 players in double figures for Chicago St. Rita, 2 players scoring 30. Melvin Bell led Chicago Rita with 31 points. James Brown right behind him with 30 points. For Yorkville Christian, Jaden Shute led the way, 32 points. Unbelievable was he. David Douglas Jr. added 27 and 25 from KJ Vassar. So look for an up-style tempo game there tonight at 5:30 versus Springfield Landfair. Ty Banks, the face of Springfield Landfair. They are a very tough team at 2-1. They just didn't have enough yesterday to get past, they played St. Louis Vashon yesterday, and that was a very back-and-forth game, very up-tempo game. Great game between those 2 teams, but definitely looking forward to that one here tonight between Yorkville Christian and Springfield Landfair. That I expect to be a very high-scoring game as well. Yorkville Christian, they like to trap defensively. They like to push offensively, and it's kind of the get up a shot in less than 10 seconds or so for Yorkville Christian, as they like to shoot the 3. I mean, the amount of step-back 3s that they made last night was just unbelievable. It's so fun to watch, folks. If you really have a chance to get over here to Torrey Gym at Washington Community High School here in Washington for the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And then, obviously, the 7 o'clock game, St. Louis Vashon. They are such a good team, and we don't want to take anything away from them at all here tonight. But they do have a very, very tough test in Chicago St. Rita. Chicago St. Rita looked very strong last night. They jumped out early on Yorkville Christian, and Yorkville Christian worked their way back into the game. But when Devin made the point earlier, when Jaden Shute went down with a cut eye in the 3rd quarter, it seemed like it took the wind out of the sails there for Yorkville Christian. And St. Louis Vashon will be a team to watch, and that should be a very good game here tonight. And then obviously Washington versus St. John Bosco. Washington, Andrew Coker had a 30-point performance last night. It's been a little bit of a different night each night for the Panthers. Isaac Mapson the night before led the Panthers, and I think he had like a 10-0 run himself. He was very impressive. And last night, anytime they needed a bucket, the Panthers went to Andrew Coker, found him open as they beat Kankakee in that one. Kankakee, coming in their first year here at the Washington Tournament of Champions, a little short-handed, as mentioned. The Kankakee plays in the 5A State Championship Football Playoff. That one either should be on the way or hopefully that one should be wrapping up here soon for the Kankakee K's. So we'll have to check on that. But as I mentioned, Washington, St. John Bosco tonight. St. John Bosco, they bring in Christian Estrada. Boy, are they a special team. Boy, are they a special team. They are big, They are tall. They are lengthy. Christian Estrada can get it done inside. He can get it done outside. He can shoot the three. He can do a little bit of everything, and he is a very special player to watch. And then Coach Dunn of St. John Bosco, he was so nice the first day here, come in and give us an interview. And his speech last night that he gave at the halftime of the Washington game was just very heartfelt, very touching. And you can just see, you know, he's just a very great guy, and we're very blessed and, you know, so special to have St. John Bosco here, especially for that quality of a team. 2 games through today. Joliet West was the winner this morning over Denmark-Olar, and our second game of the day just wrapped up. Rabun Gap with the 1-point win over Quality Education. I told you at the halftime break, look for Quality Education to you know, fight back a little bit, but also look for Rabun Gap to extend their lead, and they did a little bit, but as soon as they extended that lead, Quality Education came roaring back. Couple of threes, a lot of threes late actually, and they were able to pull within, tied the game up. They actually took the lead late, but then Rabun Gap took it right back, and 2 trips down the court, one resulting in a foul and a free throw that gave Rabun Gap the lead. You know, Quality Education tried dribbling it out as much as they could, but a bad shot on their second to last possession led to a foul, and then on the last possession of the game, they tried going inside, couldn't get it. Tried to go back outside. It was a turnover. They never got a shot off at the buzzer, and Rabun Gap from Georgia, the big winner in that one. So congrats to them. Looking at our next game, Life Christian Academy. Obviously the story of that, Hansel Emmanuel. Boy, has he been a fan favorite this week. He might be still signing autographs from Wednesday night when they originally played, but boy, he is a special player and a fun player to watch. Looking as well at Angel Montas. He is being recruited heavily by Illinois, Dayton, and a couple of other teams. You know, I'm sure he's getting some attention as well this week with his play. He has been a special player to watch. He can do it all. He can rebound. He can play defense. Shoots very well. And every time he shoots the ball, it's got a chance of going in, and he's been a special player to watch. I believe he put up 30 points or so last night. So look for Life Academy to make a bounce-back performance here today against a very good team in Western Reserve Academy. And then obviously the championship game of the National Classic, Colorado Prep, Winston-Salem. Winston-Salem beat Life Christian yesterday in a complete performance all around. They are very good. Both facets of the game, offense and defense, willing to get on the floor. They love to get inside and do the dirty work a little bit. A game that I'm looking for, obviously, for personal reasons, Kankakee at Metamora. Metamora 0-3 for the first time in the Danny Greaves era in Metamora. Redbirds off to a tough start this year, but they're all right. I said at the beginning of the week they could go 1-3, 0-4, and still be in a very good spot and a very good position heading into Middle Illini play next week. The Middle Illini is going to be tough this year. Washington's going to be tough. Morton's going to be tough. Limestone, I think, could be a team that could get some people if you don't pay attention to them as well. And Redbirds start next week, next Friday. Middle Illini play in Canton at the historic Alice Ingersoll Gym. We'll be looking forward to that one. Tinley Park, Urbana. That'll be another good game. Tinley Park, they got off to a rough start, but they'll be just fine towards the end of the year. I think they're a team that can get better as the year goes on as well. And, Tinley Park's always a name and a force to be reckoned with late February, early March. So look out for Tinley Park and the Titans there. Again, obviously, Yorkville Christian. We've talked about them. Jaden Shute, he's just a special player. And we could just go on about him all day. Going to Duke, John Shire. But our third game of the day, Western Reserve Academy versus Life Christian Academy. We're going to send it back up to the booth. Guys, back to you.
Thanks for that, Colton, and welcome back to Washington Community High School's Raymond R. Torrey Gymnasium. It's time for Game 3 of the final day of the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, the third place game of the Uftring National Classic. The Life Christian Academy Lions have traveled all the way up from Florida, and they'll face the Winston-Salem, North Carolina Christian Lions. in the third place game, as I mentioned, of the National Classic bracket. As Colton mentioned a moment ago, these two teams have a lot of firepower. Christ Esendoko for Winston-Salem Christian, the Providence College commit, native of Paris, France, has impressed a lot of people this week. And prior to that, the Life Christian Academy Lions, paced by Angel Montas and Hansel Emanuel. Hansel Emanuel, who lost his arm at 6 years old, has impressed. One arm, can slam it down, can handle the ball, can shoot. We've seen him knock in some shots from the perimeter this week. 13 points versus Rabun Gap earlier in the tournament. Moved to the United States this year from the Dominican Republic. An offer on the table from Tennessee State. Hansel Emanuel has been impressive, but it's a deeper Life Christian team than just those two that we outlined. It's a deeper Winston-Salem Christian team than just Esendoko, the Paris, France native. So this is going to be a lot of fun to watch. Excited to check these guys out. Life Christian has drawn big crowds this week, and this is the biggest crowd of the day so far. Being introduced right now, pardon me, the Western Reserve Academy. Had the wrong sheet of paper in front of me, folks. The Western Reserve Academy squad getting ready to go, and we'll get their starters here in just a moment as we welcome in John Camosa to the booth. John, just was previewing this one, Western Reserve Academy, Life Christian Academy. Start where you will, because these two teams go so deep.
Yeah, I mean, they really do. We've seen a lot of the Western Reserve Academy, and then Life Christian Academy. You know, the real name here of this tournament, Joey Hansel Emanuel and Angel Montaz. So many good plays out of these guys. We've seen them play twice now. A lot of dunks, a lot of threes, great defensive plays. It's going to be a really good game between both squads as you see these two teams match up pretty well.
They are being introduced on your screen. It's another color-on-color uniform matchup. We've seen those a couple of times in this tournament. Lanphier and Vachon did the same thing yesterday with the blues and the oranges. And there are the Lions getting introduced. Now, John, before you made your way up here, I was previewing, had the wrong sheet in front of me, completely got carried away. Winston-Salem Christian. Chalk that up maybe to 30 games and 4 or 5 some odd days. But Western Reserve Academy, the Pioneers, led by head coach Pete Hutchins, they are a ball club that has impressed. They've earned their way into the third place game of the National Classic. What can you tell us about the Pioneers?
Yeah, Jacob Theodoso, Caleb Middleton, Troy Sorensen, really good, talented players on this team that have helped spark them here. You see their size. You got Caleb Middleton at 6'10", Thor Sorensen at 6'6". You look at Josh Haskell, 6'6", Jacob Theodoso, 6'4", a lot of size, slashers, scorers. They just got here by pure scoring, and defense. This is a team that can really light it up from beyond the arc, and they can drive and score inside.
Ready to go in the circle, two balanced teams. A lot of firepower, balls in the air, we're underway. Winning the tip is Western Reserve, and it's in the hands of Carmelo Adkins. Yesterday, the Friday slate of games at the TOC, Western Reserve taking down Quality Education Academy. 66-56 in Winston-Salem Christian, a winner over Life Christian Academy. Lions lost their last time out by 19 points, 79-60, but John, it played a little bit closer than that. As the Lions have it in the corner, Braylon Garcia knocked out of bounds.
Comes Hansel Emanuel. We've seen how good he's been these last couple games.
13 points against Rabun Gap early in the tournament. There's Emmanuel, number 24, top of your screen. Josh Haskell for Western Reserve, looking for Trey Autry, and Autry's got to make his way back there. They will turn it over. Life Christian a chance on the offensive end. And John, both teams feeling each other out in the early stages. 49 seconds into this one, no score, as you see on the bottom of your screen. But Life Christian has shown, especially in this tournament, and maybe it's just the attention on Hansel Emanuel, that he can make a big play just like that gets the crowd fired up. And I thought he had it there. It was on the line, grazed the net. just didn't have quite enough on it.
Yeah, just a little short on that one, but had that nice step back. He could pull the trigger. Yesterday at a huge three, their game against Winston-Salem.
Western Reserve baseline, no dice. It's Demarius Owens. Pioneers back up to Owens. Owens a kick to the corner, three on the way, short. Both teams leaving him a little short from the perimeter early on. It's Carmelo Adkins, whose three from the corner didn't go. And pulling up a three, a little too much on that one from Montas, who had 30 points and 10 rebounds against Rabun Gap to lead the Lions. Blocked by Emmanuel. Three in the corner. Short. Rebound, Montas. He pulls it down. And in transition, what a finish high off the glass from Garcia. Threw it to the rafters.
Kind of lost his footing there and slid. Still able to get that off for a nice score.
Ball fake now, perimeter. Wing, swinging. There's Josh Haskell. Haskell to Autry. Autry to Sorensen. Top to Adkins. Adkins, Autry. Now a three, open three for Haskell. Short rebound corralled by Garcia. Garcia goes to Emmanuel, who spins, gets his own rebound. It was tapped up, and the Pioneers there to capitalize, and an alley-oop. There's an authoritative slam from Owens to start the Pioneers scoring.
It's one way to get it started.
Owens, just a sophomore.
We've seen this Western Reserve team in transition. They are really dangerous when they get going.
As are the Lions. I tell you, that's been the best part of the TOC is a nifty finish down low from Montas. Builds their lead back to 2. You know, you've got so many players, so many high flyers. A lot of colleges taking a look at these guys for good reason. I mean, seemingly anyone on the floor for some of the teams they've brought in this week, especially in this National Classic, can get into the air or step back for a big three. Whatever they need to do, they'll do. Montas, 4 points in a row.
No shortage of talent here. Montas getting offers from Illinois, amongst other Division I schools.
Joe Montas now 4 points in transition. Feed from Emmanuel. Look at that. Went behind his back. Gets his own rebound. Second chance, no dice. Pioneers looking to build some momentum back. They only trail by 4. Could make it a 1-point game. Short off the rim. Tapped out. Sorensen's going to drive. Pardon me. Haskell on the drive. And cleaned up down low by Owens. And Demarius Owens has been a nice part of that Pioneers offense.
Yeah, great pass there from Haskell.
Pioneers and Lions in a good one early on if you're just joining us. Both teams have been a little iffy from the perimeter thus far, but finding their groove down low. Good defense from Haskell. Better finish just inside the charity stripe from Garcia. Western Reserve blocked. And the Lions reset. Pardon me, you might have heard John had to sneeze there. I tried to get the headset off, but I don't know if I got it all the way off in time. Down low, not quite, from James Tyrell. Trey Autry will bring it up, the junior for the Pioneers. And a three on the way. Another three just a little bit short. Tell you, John, that looks like the game plan, especially for the Pioneers, is try to get something going from the perimeter. Hansel Emmanuel, what a finish.
Really nifty move there. That spin move he has is so effective, able to put it off the glass. But when he gets going in transition, Joey, he's really hard to stop.
Central Illinois has turned out to watch the senior this week. Hansel Emmanuel has drawn huge crowds. I know he's gotten a lot of good content here at the tournament for the social media channels, a lot of plays that have that viral ability. Splitting the lane, not quite scoring, was Sorensen, but cleaned up and put back in by Owens. And we talked about Demarius Owens a moment ago. Good reason to continue talking about him, as all of the Pioneers' points, 6 points for Owens. Owens only a sophomore, making a big impact. Western Reserve Pioneers from Ohio. Life Christian here from Florida. And Hansel Emanuel here from downtown. Drops in the 3.
Another big 3. He pulls up from deep, too.
Western Reserve looking to the perimeter in a response, but Autry couldn't hold on to it. And almost like a hockey line change, Western Reserve is going to bring a couple of fresh faces in. Caleb Middleton among them in as well. I want to make sure I catch that right. And a finish from Trey Autry, who remained in the game. It's a bit of an odd font. Not an odd font, I like the font, but a unique font on the jerseys for Western Reserve. It almost looks like some variation of Impact on that 0, but and on the 5, but it's got a little bit of a unique flair to it. I like it. Sharp uniform matchup. Western Reserve in green on your screen. Life Christian making it happen in the yellows.
We've had a lot of neat uniforms this week.
Seeing him come in from all over the country. Down low, Montas tried to get it to go, couldn't do it, and Garcia could not corral the rebound, so Western Reserve will start things off on the offensive end, coming back to inbound. And what are the Pioneers looking to do, John, on this possession?
Trying to hold for the last shot here. Down in a little bit of a hole. I'd try to just play for a good possession, not give Life Christian any more opportunities.
Looking to the perimeter, 3 on the way. A little too much on it. Montas hauls in the rebound. Lions can hold for the final shot of the quarter. They push it ahead. 3 on the way from Jordan Vanderhorst, and it falls. Pioneers might have one more opportunity. Life Christian out to a hot start. Deep 3 from the logo, falls short. And that's how the first quarter will end. Trey Autry couldn't match Jordan Vanderhorst's effort. Lions with a lot of reason for optimism heading towards the bench. They lead by 12. We'll break down how we got here after a word for tonight's sponsors. Starting with the City of Washington, who welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check it out during the TOC. Buy Uftring. How do you buy 100 used cars in 1 month? You pay more and you pay fast. The Uftring Auto Group wants to buy all makes, all models, and all mileage. Get your free appraisal today at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Buy Country Financial. Building relationships, supporting the community, and service. These are the things Country Financial stands for. More than just an office you may pass by as you drive through town. We're neighbors who lend a helping hand and support the fabric of our community. Visit countryfinancial.com for more. By Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. And by the KB Strong Foundation, Kevin Brown made an impact on everyone around him, on and off the court. Today, the KB Strong Foundation does the same in the fight to raise awareness for glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. To learn more about Coach Brown's story and how the KB Strong Foundation is leading efforts to research a cure, visit kbstrong-fightingthefight.com. Back underway, second quarter, John. Life Christian controls the ball right now, and they have, by and large, controlled the early stages of this game.
Took a commanding lead in that first quarter thanks to that last bucket. Another nice shot there from Montas.
Montas continuing to heat up, has 8 points. Couple of uniform corrections for Western Reserve. Get those to you in just a moment. That's been a bit of a theme throughout the week. Couple of roster discrepancies. Get those to you. Next dead ball, why don't we? Pioneers stepping back. 3 falls just a little bit short. And moving around. 3 on the way. And in. Pioneers firing from downtown. I was just getting to it.
Theodoso. And Western Reserve can shoot it too.
Jacob Theodoso, the sophomore. Here's Emmanuel, ball in hands. Off the mark is Montas. Pioneers getting out and running it. Theodoso blocked by Emmanuel. He is so adept at finding the right spot.
Well, he's got that long reach. Nice block there.
So I want to get these uniforms correct for Western Reserve. We have a timeout called on the floor by Life Christian, a 30-second timeout. They want to get things settled. And let's go down the list here. Tyler Lindhart is number 20, not number 22. We've not called his name thus far tonight. But Lindhart 20, we should have been calling his name because we've been calling that as Tor Sorensen. And looking around here, what else do we have? Braden Appelhans is number 3, not 13, as was listed to us. And those are the only two, I believe, that have impacted us thus far. Apologize for that. And we've run into that a couple of times throughout the tournament, John. What happens is teams provide their rosters to the tournament, before they get everything settled. Maybe they get the new uniforms in, what have you, and they have to make those last-second adjustments, some changes. Some teams will run into the discrepancy between home and away uniforms. So Western Reserve, not the only team that's happened with this tournament. Apologize, of course, in all those instances. But we've got you straightened out now. And folks, again, if we do have anything else incorrect, as was provided to us by the tournament, let us know in the live chat. We'll get that taken care of. Lions leading the Pioneers 29. Glad you're with us on ClutchSportsIL.com. There's a look at the Life Christian Academy bench. Swinging around. In is Lindhart. And Tyler Lindhart down low finishes strong for the Pioneers.
Tough crash into there, the pads. Really nice take from Lindhart, able to control himself in the air. Nice left-handed finish.
Those pads have gotten a bit of a workout this week. A lot of high flyers at this tournament. Not a ton of room down there on the baselines for some of these athletes we have. Of course, when these guys get to the college level, they're generally going to have a bit more room, but well padded. And Washington Community High School does such a great job hosting this event. Down low, Lindhart. Lindhart kicks back to Middleton. Middleton, nice find down low to Adkins. Not quite. Montas getting out and running. Rolling it in. Slow off the rim, but it falls just the same. Over. 3 on the way. Theodosu, not quite. Emmanuel will bring it ahead for the Lions. And here's Sorensen, pushes ahead. Sorensen to Miller-Taylor. Taylor over, finds Adkins. Adkins fouled, and look at Emmanuel get up there, tried to block it. Foul called, 2 free throws coming up for Adkins, the junior. Third game of the final day here at the Tournament of Champions. Third place game in the Offering National Classic. Free throw falls through for Adkins. In for Life Christian, Diego Cruz. Off comes Vanderhorst. And here's Adkins. Adkins at the stripe. Knocks it through.
Free throws are going to be big, cutting back into this lead.
Here's Cruz pushing ahead. Cruz to Montas. Lead up to 11 points for Life Christian. Angel Montas offers on the table from, as Colton Kaler outlined between games, Dayton, Illinois, SMU, Tennessee, to name a couple. 3 on the way, splashes it home in the corner. It's Tyler Lindhart.
Linhart going to Washington University.
Committed for a good reason. Can do it from anywhere on the floor, as can Montas, who answers back. Pushing ahead, Theodosu, 3 corner off the iron, falls harmlessly from Taylor. Emmanuel runs, finds Montas. Looked like he was looking for Diego Cruz. That pass got blocked, but Montas was home and he laid it in.
Great pass there from Emmanuel.
Adkins, turnover. Emmanuel in transition, slams it home.
We've seen a lot of those from Ansel Emmanuel this week. That's another one to add to his arsenal.
He is so impressive. High fives for his teammates as they come off the floor. And he's a guy that Life Christian looks for in transition. He and Montas, a dynamic duo. It is not a particularly big Life Christian roster. They only have 9 players listed. It's a roster that relies on the starting 5 to make a big impact, and then they've got a couple of guys off the bench they can bring in and rotate through there. But when you've got a 1-2 punch like Montas, who will likely play high-level Division I basketball, Emmanuel, who has the ability to do the same, you can get those guys to give you 34, 35 minutes a game and kind of rotate the rest of your lineup in with that bench. You don't need a 14, 15-man roster to succeed, and they're proving that here at the TOC.
Yeah, they are, and they rotate pretty well. And, you know, one thing that I've noticed seeing these guys the first game, and as we've watched them through the week, they just play so in sync with each other. They move the ball really well. Hansel Emmanuel and Angel Matos really are in sync with each other on how good they pass the ball and the unselfishness, but it's a fun team to watch.
Western Reserve trying to turn things up. Pass down low, kicked back out. It's Josh Haskell, the senior. Josh Haskell, ball in hand, brings it back. Pioneers need an answer here. Back to Haskell, 3, a deep 3, top of the key, short. Montas chases down the rebound. And the Pioneer, that's been the game plan, John. Get it to the perimeter, find the open look. Unfortunately for the Pioneers, just not falling yet.
See if they could turn that around, but right now Life Christian's got everything clicking for them.
Manuel dribbles, spins, kicks back out. It's Cruz. Cruz was looking down low for James Tyrell. And Tyrell unable to hold on.
Jump ball is going to get it back to Western Reserve. Chance to get something going on this possession.
First jump ball we've seen in this one. Jump ball can be a great way to get things going back on your side. 3, foul. And that was on the way down after the shot. Owens fouled. And this has been a very clean game. We've not called a lot of fouls at all. 2 free throws on the way from Owens, but that's just the second foul we've seen so far. 10 minutes of nearly foul-free action. Both fouls, as you see at the bottom of your screen on Life Christian, as Owens drops it in.
Owens has been really effective for Western Reserve this afternoon.
Puts the second one in, and he's up to 8 points. And Life Christian will push forward. Over goes Cruz. Cruz back. It's Emmanuel now back with Cruz. Cruz picked up at the top by Applehans. three, Montas off the back iron, loose and rebounded by Western Reserve. Pioneers rebounding well thus far. Here's Owens. Owens, corner three, count it! And that might be the three that Western Reserve needed.
Braden Applehans going to New Mexico. He's been really solid for Western Reserve this whole week.
As steady as they come. The future Lobo. Here's Manuel. He's going to pull up a three. Might have gotten tipped by Theodosu, who gets it in the corner and finds. Here's Applehans again for three. Heat check, no good. Pioneers have brought it to within 9, though. This one's still very much up for grabs. Emmanuel loses it. Rebound, loose ball. Montas gets it back. Can't finish down low, but the second chance, he finds it and scores.
Good job there from Montas, able to corral it, get it back in.
Theodosu over. Here's Owens. Three on the wing, almost an and one for Applehans, who's fouled on the shot, and almost an and one. That thing was down and then pops out. But these are huge free throws. If he could knock in all three of them, and he is a terrific shooter. Right on cue, I suppose, misses the first, but if he, even still, if he could get both of these, you're looking at single digits. You come up with a stand, maybe a quick turnover, you get it back down on the other end. There's a lot of ways this first half could end. Free throw off the back iron, though. John, it's something that Cody Roskins has been talking about all tournament long. Really seems like free throws have come as a struggle to a lot of teams here this week. The third free throw is in, so it's a 10-point game.
Yeah, and you know that could come with nerves. That could come with playing in a tournament that you're not used to, first appearance, just a lot of fans, or just general, you know.
Early in the season for these teams, still working on a couple kinks. Here's Montas down low on a foul.
I think as these games have went along, we've seen teams kind of get comfortable and get into their routine. It's a good building. Larry and I were talking last broadcast. It's, you know, it's a good, this tournament's great for exposure, good chance to see what your team's made of, and, you know, building off mistakes, kind of going forward with your season.
A lot of good litmus tests here. Teams from all over the country in the National Classic, one of 3 brackets at the TOC. Free throw off, rebound, and the Pioneers will get one more opportunity. There you get a look at Pete Hutchins, head man for Western Reserve. Going to go through some adjustments with Owens and Theodosu. A sophomore and a sophomore.
And you know, one thing we've seen, Joey, throughout this whole tournament, so much young talent on every team.
These rosters are built for success in years to come, and a timeout called by Pete Hutchins, Western Reserve. Smart timeout there, John, maybe to use one before the break, because you take it across the timeline. Now you get that advancement. And they're going to be able to run a set from the half court here as opposed to having to go.
Yeah, I like the idea of a timeout there. And
see what they run at. Would you say, based on how this one's gone, maybe they look to the perimeter?
I think so. I'm thinking a drive, penetrate the lane, kick out, maybe Applehans or Theodoso, depending on who's in after the timeout. 2 3-point shooters that have been dialed in. Or could work the ball down in the middle towards Owens. You know, Owens is a big body, but Owens not on the floor. You got to watch Linhart. You got to watch Middleton. We're looking at a lot of different shooters spread out on the floor right now.
See how it plays out here. 8 seconds and change. Pioneers could really use a basket heading into the locker room. Starts with Theodosu. Kick corner. Applehans 3 short. Tipped around. One more chance at the buzzer for Life Christian. I don't think that Garcia got that off in time. In any case, falls short. And that is how the first half ends. A 10-point lead for the Lions over the Pioneers. There's Hansel Emanuel walking to the locker room to the tune of a 7-point first half. Lions led in scoring by Angel Montas, who has 16 points, leads all scorers. And a word for some of tonight's sponsors, starting with the City of Washington, who welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. By Uftring, do you have a used car you need to sell? Roll in and cash out at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Used car values are still at record highs, and you'll get paid today. Fast, easy, safe, and secure. Visit UfteringAutoGroup.com. By Country Financial. Think about all that's important to you, your family, possessions, and future. This is from Country Financial. All it takes is one phone call, and they'll be there to help with insurance to protect what matters most and financial services that help you prepare for the future. Visit countryfinancial.com today. By Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, proud supporter of all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. By the KB Strong Foundation. Kevin Brown made an impact on everybody around him on and off the court. Today, the KB Strong Foundation does the same in the fight to raise awareness for glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. To learn more about Coach Brown's story and how the KB Strong Foundation is leading efforts to research a cure, visit kbstrong-fightingthefight.com. Now down to Country Financial Tournament Central for all the latest on what's going on here at the KBM TOC. Guys, take it away.
Thank you, Joey. Welcome back to Country Financial Tournament Central, now joined by Hercules Davis, head coach for Denmark-Olar. Hercules, thanks for taking the time. And first of all, I want to start something we were talking about a few moments ago. You guys drove all the way up here to Washington, 13-hour drive. What's this experience, what's this trip been like for you guys?
It's been amazing. I tell you, we're so glad to be here, and with the talent here, building us up for our region, and going back to South Carolina with the experience for my guys, and be ready to go back and play ball right now. We're just thankful, thank God that we're here. Because Sean Powell invited us here, and we just came down. The drive was amazing. I mean, we've seen a lot of stuff we ain't never seen before, so so the kids were excited, they were looking at everything and the windmills and all that stuff. So they in the mall yesterday, so they got a lot to see everybody.
Any scenic stops alongside the way? And at 13 hours, that's a lot to do at once.
Oh yeah, we had to stop. We stopped a lot. The guys had to get off, use the restroom, stuff like that. So to eat, stuff like that. So it was amazing. Yeah. It was amazing. Like last night, we were trying to find something to eat. That's the only part. We were trying to find something to eat after the game, but we had to go another town. We were like, hey, we back in South Carolina now.
Yeah, nothing's open.
Nothing open, you're right.
We struggled with that as well. We had to drive through Taco Bell last night. Yeah. Not an official sponsor of the tournament, but an unofficial sponsor of our coverage, I guess. Talking basketball, you guys go 1-3, beat Kankakee yesterday. Yes. Good win for you guys. Take me through your guys' performance here this week. Thoughts? What do you guys need to work on going back home?
Going back home, we got to work on a lot of defense, communication, just working on area, basketball, finishing around the rim, of course, and rebounding better, boxing out, protecting the ball more. Turnovers was a main key. You're losing 2 games, 3 games, which is this morning. You lost a lot of turnovers and stuff, and the rebounding wasn't. We got to work on that a lot when we get back home.
Definitely. You guys led by Zachary Davis, your son, the South Carolina commit, 3-star according to 24/7 Sports. First of all, how proud are you of him, for what he's done throughout his career, and now he's going Power 5 on a scholarship?
Well, put it this way: when you teach the young man in the backyard and in the garage, and then take him to the park at night, just to see what he can do when he was, like little, and dribbling the ball and teaching him how to shoot, and just to see him take everything that you taught him and put it on the court now. Excuse me, guys. It's just amazing. It's amazing. I can see myself in there when I was used to play. So I'm glad he's taking it to another level and getting this opportunity here to come out here to show his talent. and get ready for the SEC. Frank Martin, Coach Frank Martin and his staff is going to be amazing to see him watch. His mother and I are going to be amazing, and his sisters, it's going to be amazing to see him play.
Yeah, we're looking forward to following his career as well. And you mentioned this opportunity here in Washington. He kind of had a slow first game. Then he turned it on in his last 3 games. What was the difference in your eyes?
Well, when you talk to him, I had to put him to the side and talk with him and then let him know, hey, look, you got to come out here and do what you got to do. I mean, you can't, wait, get upset and then want to play hard. You take it, step by step, and that's what he did. He got his teammates involved, and then he just try to do what he's supposed to do in the half.
Definitely.
Yes.
And looking at the rest of your guys' roster, who else has kind of jumped out and who's developed the most over the last few seasons?
Right now, Bashar Young is one of my key players, and Keith and Washington, the ones that got hurt, my point guard that got hurt the first game. Christopher Sanders, you got Shakori Williams coming up, and then I got my freshman, Takeem Ross. It's amazing. Number 12, he's a freshman. And he got a huge body, And then Brandon Johnson, I call him Goggles, and the kids call him Goggles. That's my human body in the middle. So he's going everything gonna fall in place. But Bashar Young really stepped out this week right here for me.
Region champs last year in South Carolina. What's it going to take for you guys to repeat and get back to that stage?
Well, just be humble, work hard in practice. Like I said, game time, we just can't wait to start off with a slow pace. Just got to go out there and just go get them. Go get them. Tip off, hey, we got to go get the ball and score and get back on defense.
I've got a question for you.
Yes.
You're very animated on the sidelines. I've gotten a kick out of watching you coach up your guys throughout the tournament. What's your kind of approach to in-game coaching? Because I know there's a fine line between, getting in guys' faces and trying to get them motivated and also, giving guys a pat on the back.
Well, I've been like that since I started coaching. And I just tell them, like, look, let me get in trouble, you just play the game. I will handle the referees, even though I go at the referees pretty rough, but I love them.
Yeah.
I love the refs. I shake their hands after the game, but just the kids, just to be active with the kids on the court, just talk to them, kind of guide them, where they need to be on offense, need to be on defense. And, I used to play, so I'm feeling like I'm out there when I'm on the sideline. So I'm up and down the pace and, talking to them and, just going like that, just guiding them.
You did get teed up today. I hope you let the refs know you love them after that.
Yeah. I told him, hey, man, no problem. Hey, dap me up. But it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun coaching, just having fun with the kids, having fun with the kids. And for the fans, just having fun out there.
Definitely.
Coaching and having fun. That's the main part.
100%. It's all about fun. You're running short on time here.
Yes, sir.
One last question for you. What's been the one big takeaway from this experience?
Really, just playing against talent. I mean, true talented players from the freshman, sophomore class into the junior, senior class that we played against. Especially our first game, the 2 sophomores there was awesome. It was awesome. I mean, those kids is awesome, and I love that game because that's pushed my kids to play even harder than next games. And that's why we came out and played hard the next game, because they say we're not going to go down like that no more. So 100%. That experience, that first game was the boost.
For sure.
Yes.
Hercules, appreciate your time. We're going to send it back up to Joey Wright and John Camosa, getting you set for the second half between Life Christian and Western Reserve.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right.
Life Christian and Western Reserve going after it, guys. Thank you for that. And Country Financial Tournament Central. Hercules Davis, head coach of the Denmark-Olar Vikings, who impressed this week. Really enjoyed watching them play. John, they have a great player, a terrific player in Zachary Davis, committed to play ball at South Carolina. He's going to play for the Gamecocks. He was great this week. You heard a couple other names tossed around in there. Broussard was an excellent piece, fun to watch for the Vikings this week too. So excited to kind of track their season, as they get back to South Carolina, look to defend as region champs. best of luck to the Vikings. Appreciate them making the trip all the way here to Washington, Illinois this week, Thanksgiving week.
Yeah, Zachary Davis, 6'8" senior. We saw a lot of good things out of him this week. Really showed why he's going to play Division I ball at South Carolina. I think he'll be a good fit there for the Gamecocks, like you said, in the SEC. Should be a good challenge, and we got to see his talent displayed here against some good teams. And a pretty good journey here for Denmark. Couple tough games, couple tough losses, but in the end, good experience. So I'm excited to get back into this one for the second half. And Joey, Western Reserve cut into that lead a little bit, but Life Christian Academy looks like they're in good position right now.
I would say they are as we get set to get back to the action. There you see a couple of fans here enjoying the action on the final day of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions presented by Country Financial. This is the third place game in the Uftring National Classic. Title game in that bracket coming up next for you on ClutchSportsIL.com. So keep it right here and keep it right there. How about that slam to start things off from Owens?
Really nice dunk from Owens. We've seen some powerful slams in transition throughout the week, but that one definitely tops the list for Western Reserve.
Yeah, no kidding. 3 on the way would have responded for Emmanuel. And that's what they've got to get towards, John. 3 on the way from Linhart, the Washington commit. Doesn't have it. Rebound Emmanuel. Now we're running and gunning. Fast up the floor. Emmanuel picked up by Josh Haskell.
And speaking of powerful dunks, don't give Hansel Emmanuel too much space. He'll get you.
He's a high flyer in the best sense of the term. Here's Montas, picked up by Owens. He's a great finisher, doesn't have anything there. And up we go, shoveled ahead. Autry goes, looks, back to Autry, and a 3 on the way from Haskell. Can't finish that one. Stands in an 8-point game, maybe feels a little closer after the Demarius Owens dunk that starts off the quarter. I want to remind you guys, as I mentioned a moment ago before I was so forcefully interrupted by Owens, title game of the National Classic bracket is Winston-Salem Christian, a good Lions team, and they're going to play Colorado Prep of St. Mary's next on ClutchSportsIL.com for the title. There's Western Reserve Academy, hailing from the great state of Ohio. Life Christian all the way up here from Florida.
And that was Wednesday night. Cody Roskins and I had the call. And Bay and Dungo, really good player to watch there on that Colorado Prep squad.
And I am excited to see them. I have not taken a look at those guys yet. I have been in the gym for their games, but, kind of doing other things and working other roles for our crew this week. So haven't really gotten to zero in on Colorado Prep of St. Mary's. I have gotten a chance to really sink my teeth into that Winston-Salem Christian team. Mentioned earlier in the show, albeit by accident, how good Chris Esendoko is. Providence College commit, big man down low, one of the better big men in this tournament that includes several. It's probably the best position group to watch here. Watch out in transition. Linhart blocked by Emmanuel. Oh, and he's going to probably get teed up for that, and he will. Finished off the block with a little extracurriculars. He's fired up.
Sometimes your emotions get the best of you. Basketball gets in a close game like this, and
there is Emmanuel. He was fired up after that dunk, or not that dunk, brother, but the block. And the guy he sent packing is going to play ball at Washington, Linhart. Was just getting ready to transition. Linhart, another guy, in that Esendoko tier of big men. 6'7" senior is Linhart. Free throws come from Haskell on the technicals. And ultimately, that won't cost the Lions much.
No.
Haskell can't convert. Emmanuel back on defense. Look at him getting the passing lane.
And nothing malicious there from Hansel Emmanuel. Just getting fired up, getting into the game. That happens, Technical
no.
might have been warranted, but you like to see the energy, guys who want to come out here and win.
I agree, John, 100%. The technical was the proper call. It was the only call, frankly, but you can't fault Emmanuel there, I don't think. And it didn't look like Western Reserve took umbrage with that, really. There wasn't anything beyond that. I think Linhart knew it was a good block and was like, all right, give us the free throws, but we're cool with it. Theodosu going for space with Cruz on the inbound, trying to guard Cruz. Gets up. It's going to be a good one down the stretch. You can see the emotion getting into this one as Montas finishes, and he is such a tough guy to stop down low in the low post.
Yeah, he's been really solid all week long. Great finisher inside.
3 from Autry. Dials it up, and it's a 5-point game. The Pioneers really focused on the perimeter early. Wasn't paying off, but now they're starting to find their groove.
Something clicked at halftime, Joey.
A good conversation in the locker room. Rebound, no. Western Reserve could cut it to a 1-score game. Up we go. It's Owens. Shifts his body weight, can't do it. Here's Emmanuel. Oh, what a move. What a finish, and count it. How impressive has he been this week? He's doing everything on the floor. Defensively, offensively, he's been efficient from the perimeter, but down low is where he's really made those highlights.
How about that take?
My goodness. And that free throw short off the iron. Rebound corralled by Haskell. What has impressed me maybe most about Hansel Emmanuel, John, has been the defense. I mean, he can get anywhere on the floor on the defensive end, knocks that rebound out of bounds. It'll stay home, but he seems to know, he has such a great sense of where the ball is going to go, when it's going to get there, and he can get into the passing lane and disrupt a lot of passes, and in the low post too.
He just gets a really nice jump on defense on a lot of balls that are thrown. He intercepts a lot of passes, gets his hands in on steals. Kind of a do-it-all player, both offensively and defensively. Provides a big spark for this Life Christian team.
He absolutely does. Down low, or not, well, trying to get down low, was Theodosu, the sophomore, and he is fouled. He'll inbound. It was a very clean first half. It's been a pretty clean second half as well. 3 fouls for the Lions, 2 for the Pioneers. As Emmanuel, right on cue, tips the pass, sets up Montas, stays with it, and he gets all the way to the basket. Does Angel Montas. Now the Pioneers setting up. Getting past Emmanuel for a kick to the corner. It's right to Emmanuel. He's going to run it. Feed down low. And another finish after a little bit of suspense. Angel Montas finishes again. And he is up to 22 points. Leads all scorers. And that lead is right back up to 11.
And Joey, the one thing about Montas, he's got such a soft touch around the rim. Gets that extra little bounce. It's been impressive to watch.
Autry 3. And he got it from long range.
How about Autry finding his groove?
It's his second basket tonight, 6 points for the junior. And now we're going to see in the next couple of minutes how this one's going to unfold. Is it going to be that kind of game, John, where Western Reserve keeps it around 5 points, 8 points, 12 points, and Life Christian pulls away, as that basket might indicate, or is Western Reserve going to find enough offense to really get back into this one and threaten to retake the lead?
Yeah, I think right now there's been no sign in slowing down in Life Christian, so it's you're going basket for basket. Unless they can make a big stop on defense and get a lot of scoring, this game's going to be back and forth.
Haskell short off the rim, rebound Life Christian. Emmanuel will start off this possession. It's a screen, finds down low in the deep wing corner area. Montas shaded by Haskell. Montas looks for space. Tries baseline. He's got it. And he has been almost unstoppable if he can get it down to that block area. It seems like he knows just how much to put on it.
Yeah, it's no surprise that Illinois.
Ooh, what a response from Autry.
What was the call there?
Autry not happy with the call. It's going to be a technical foul on Autry. Perhaps for excessive celebration. He doesn't like the call. You can see the surprise on his face. You see the surprise on Autry's face. And John, I don't know that he must have said something after the three.
Must have said something, yeah. Because there wasn't really any intent looking anywhere. He must have mouthed something. It's my only guess. Referee picked up on a word. Because I didn't see him motion anything.
You know, I didn't either, and after the three went in, my attention kind of naturally shifted down to the baseline for the inbound. But, John, this game has developed such. We saw the technical foul on Emmanuel a couple of minutes ago for knocking the ball out of the hands of
Tyler Linhart there.
That's right. You know, maybe the officials after that feeling like they need to really kind of clamp down and not let it get out of control. I don't know. It's still an iffy probably call to make there, but I've got nothing but respect for our officials. This is such a well-officiated tournament. IHSA officials do a great job, so I'm certainly going to trust their judgment on that. Three, and that's going to start some momentum for Life Christian.
And that's going to bring up my point right before that three from Autry is that it's no surprise he's getting looks from Illinois, Dayton, Tennessee. His touch is so soft down low, but also he can pull it from deep at any given time and connect.
And he's going to come up, not he's going to come up, but Garcia's going to come up big down low, out in transition, feeding, and not quite scoring, taking a little bit off is Garcia. Western Reserve gets out. Kicked back. It's Applehans. No. Still loose down low in Garcia.
Just a tough break there from Western Reserve inside.
Don't want to conflate Garcia with Montas, but both players. Such force is down low. Now it's Garcia goes to work. Knocked away. Western Reserve up the sideline. It's Adkins. Carmelo Adkins loses it. Running is Cruz. Cruz feeding to Montas. Goes up, blocks it once by the basket. And the second time, just found himself in a tough spot under the iron. 30 seconds left. Cornerback, swing up top, swing around. Applehans kicks corner, steps back as Linhart, pardon me. Corner three off. Linhart not able to get back. And Emmanuel, up and under almost. Rebound Western Reserve. They need a basket here. Linhart, three at the buzzer, short. And that's how the third quarter will end. A lot to unpack from that sequence of sequences, John Camosa. We'll get to that in a moment. But first, this one brought to us today by our great sponsors. Let's start with the City of Washington, who welcomes you to the Tournament of Champions in honor of late Washington Panthers head boys basketball coach Kevin Brown. Tournament now in its final day. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. By Uftring, do you have a used car you need to sell? Roll in and cash out at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Used car values are still at record highs, and you'll get paid today. It's fast, easy, safe, and secure at UfteringAutoGroup.com. By Country Financial, think about all that's important to you, your family, your possessions, your future. This is from Country Financial. All it takes is one phone call, and they'll be there to help with insurance to protect what matters most, and financial services that help you prepare for the future. For coverage you need at a price you can afford, visit countryfinancial.com today. By Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor and proud supporter of all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And by the KB Strong Foundation, Kevin Brown made an impact on everyone around him, on and off the court. Today, the KB Strong Foundation does the same in the fight to raise awareness for glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. To learn more about Coach Brown's story and how the KB Strong Foundation is leading efforts to research a cure, visit kbstrong-fightingthefight.com. Great cause we're playing for this week. And a great Life Christian team out in front of a great Western Reserve Academy team. Fourth quarter underway. Joey Wright and John Camosa in up top with you. Happy to be with you on this post-Thanksgiving Saturday. Loose knocked around, and the Lions get out in front. John Camosa, Angel Montas had the ball in hand, now goes to Emmanuel. How good has Montas been today?
He's been incredible, and not just today, but in every game they've played in this tournament. Wow, almost connects.
And Western Reserve gets out in transition and a foul. So 2 free throws at the line coming up for Carmelo Adkins. Adkins is an impressive player, 6'4" junior. Could make it an 11-point game. And he's short off the iron. Tell you what, John, something like, I don't know if this is game 29 or 30 out of 35 that we've done. It can start to take a toll, but so excited to see a lot of great basketball left today as Emmanuel checks out. We'll have a quick rest on the bench. Great one coming up next. Colorado Prep St. Mary's is going to play for the upcoming National Classic title. They're going to go against a really good Winston-Salem Christian team headlined by Christ Esendoko. That's coming up next on Clutch Sports Media, after which point we will start a new stream. We'll move over to part 2 for our final 5 games of the night, so make sure to refresh your browsers after the next one. And what a shot that was from Vula. Made that happen. Didn't have a lot of space. Haskell up top to Adkins. Over, kick back, and laying it up is Middleton. Little hook shot action falls. Pioneers respond. Middleton's first points.
Good job there from Middleton inside.
Pioneers get out and run it, and they have found something offensively, and one for Carmelo Adkins.
That's the type of buckets they're going to need to get back into this lead.
Adkins now with a handful of points, 4 points for Adkins. And Western Reserve, John, they got to go now because at some point they're going to run out of time.
That's when you put your foot on the gas.
There is a look at Pete Hutchins, Western Reserve head coach. Montas gets it back, look out. Swims through the defense and lays it in. Angel Montas, how many times can we say his name now? He's heating up with 29 points and a response short for the Pioneers. Emmanuel back into the game, foul by Adkins.
Montas is nearing another 30-point performance. Had, I believe, 30 or 31 in his first game, Joey, that played here against Rabun Gap.
Hansel Emmanuel has been in on a lot of the highlights that we've seen when we look at what's out there from this tournament, but the leading scorer for Life Christian usually winds up being Montas. And sometimes it's not particularly close. Emmanuel had 13 against Rabun Gap. Montas had 30, along with 10 rebounds. But the really good teams here at this tournament, most of them anyways, have those, that kind of two-star dynamic where they've got two players with strong ambitions of playing at the next level. You can look at a couple teams, James Brown and Merez Johnson Jr. for St. Rita. Merez Johnson Jr. has already committed to the University of Illinois. James Brown, a sophomore, has some interest from Illinois, but has yet to make up his mind. That's an example of a team with two star players that can really get out and grab you. Even look at a team like Yorkville Christian, who St. Rita dispatched in 111 to 103 shootout last night, final game of the day. Jaden Shute is committed to Duke, but I know you and I have really liked the play of KJ Vassar this week as well. Vassar's a guy that can fill it up, can do a lot for you.
Tyler Burrows as well. Yorkville Christian, good performance last night. And we talked about their shooting ability. I mean, looking forward to that game against Springfield Lamphere, a team that can score in bunches. But Yorkville Christian, 19 three-pointers last night, tournament record. They can really light it up.
Lions are going to have to bring their A game along the perimeter. That game later in the day, Wedgie tapped out by Owens. And that'll put Montas at the line right on cue. So Montas and Emmanuel, probably the two, almost certainly the two you dial in for this Lions team. Pencil those guys in as that 1-2 combo. Now, they really complement each other quite nicely.
They really do. It's great to see. Smooth stroke at the line. It's going to extend that lead.
Other stars in this tournament, one on the floor in this one, Tyler Linhart, Washington University commit, or University of Washington commit rather. Huskies. Blocked by Emmanuel. Out in front is Cruz. Cruz back to Montas, and I think Montas wanted to get up for that pass, maybe a little low. He lays it in. 2 points just the same in the scoring column.
33 now for Montas. What a night.
More than doubled his number 3 response from Theodoso. And a timeout called by Life Christian, or pardon me, yes, by Life Christian. I have that right. What? No, I don't. Western Reserve calls the timeout. Good chance for us to thank our sponsors. A full timeout called by Western Reserve, trailing by 13. Starting with the City of Washington, who welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington's a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during the TOC. By Uftring, how do you buy 100 used cars in 1 month? You pay more and you pay fast. The Uftring Auto Group wants to buy all makes, models, and mileage. Get your free appraisal today at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. By Country Financial, building relationships, supporting the community, and service. These are the things Country Financial stands for. We're more than just an office you may pass by as you drive through town. We're neighbors who lend a helping hand and support the fabric of our community, including charitable organizations, sports, financial education, and civic organizations. By Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And as we get back to the action, by the KB Strong Foundation, Kevin Brown, late Washington Panthers boys basketball head coach, made an everybody around him today. The KB Strong Foundation that bears his name does the same in the fight to raise awareness for glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. To learn more, visit kbstrong-fightingthefight.com. Down low, Theodoso foul. Pioneers, after one more Life Christian foul, will be in the 1-and-1 bonus. Three, top of the key, would be big if it falls, and it does. Western Reserve not done yet. They come out of the timeout exactly how they wanted to. Demarius Owens, the sophomore, for three. Emmanuel inbounds to Montas. Montas picked up by Owens. Owens, leading scorer for the Pioneers. Kick, Emmanuel. Emmanuel back up top to Montas. Montas for three, short. Rebound, Western Reserve. There is Josh Haskell. Called his name a lot tonight. Owens, corner. Theodoso, three, short. Not necessarily short, I don't think, but maybe
just off the mark a bit. Good look, though. Wide open in that corner. Definitely a guy you want to have the ball in his hands.
Western Reserve has really created looks out of that timeout. Converted on one. Emmanuel, pardon me. He got his first and last names mixed up there. Doesn't have it on the offensive end, but Josh Haskell does. Two-handed slam. It's an 8-point game. Haskell's second and third points, and a timeout called by Life Christian.
See if this provides any little type of spark for Western Reserve.
Well, they made exactly the right adjustments, did the Pioneers in that last huddle. There you see them on your screen. What's the conversation like in that huddle, bearing in mind that out of the last timeout, the message seemed to involve get open, and they've done that.
Yeah, just continue to play their pace, get to the glass. I don't think you need to worry just yet. Still have the lead. But defense is going to be crucial here in order to make sure that you put a stop to Western Reserve from scoring. If you want to maintain that lead, if you're Western Reserve, continue to attack the basket and look for those open threes.
Here's a look at the sponsors. Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions in its fifth day, final day, Saturday after Thanksgiving. A Washington institution, and Western Reserve out of the timeout. Down low, two hands, watch out, Demarius Owens. 6-point game. Montas tries to create a spark, but traveled. Oh my goodness. What a game this is. Here's Adkins. And in the corner is Adkins. Now it's Owens. Owens.
Oh, they're going to count it.
And one, Demarius Owens. He's the spark plug.
You got a game, Joey.
3-point game if the free throw falls. And plenty of time left. Into the game comes Joseph Brown. Diego Cruz will come out. And, John, the question is no longer can Western Reserve come back, even though they're still down 4. They're back. It's a ball game.
Yeah, it's right back in it. Despite a make or miss here, like you said, they're right in the game.
Free throw. 3-point game, 1-score game. Glad you're with us.
A make will help, though.
ClutchSportsIL.com, the place to be. Final 3 minutes. Third place game. Uftring National Classic.
Got to contain Montas here if you're Western Reserve.
Theodoso comes out. Montas gets free and a blocking foul in the paint. Trying to take the charge was Haskell, but couldn't get set in time, and that is a block. It's on the floor, not on the shot. One more foul from the Pioneers, and we're in the bonus, so essentially bonus for both teams moving forward here. Three in the corner. Big response from Vanderhorst. Deep three. His foot was nearly on the line, but he was able to keep it in. Western Reserve dials it up, and a big response. We're going back and forth in Washington. It's Theodoso.
That three could have easily drained all their momentum, but just like that, he hits one of his own.
Montas finger roll. What's Western Reserve got left in the tank here? Trailing by 5. They've cut into what was at one point a 13-point lead. They pass up a 3. It's Adkins. Adkins to the wing. 3 short. And the Pioneers have to play defense. Life Christian can go a long way to helping its own cause with a statement here. It's Montas. Owens is going to come out and play defense, trying to make the Lions get this possession going a little bit quicker. Here's Garcia. Garcia back to Emmanuel. Everyone's out of sorts here. He wanted the three, traveled, wasn't able to get it off in time, and came back down. And that's a costly turnover here. Could set up Western Reserve with a chance. I liked what Emmanuel was thinking, though. That would have been a big statement three if it had gone in. Would have been an 8-point game with under 2 to play. Three on the way, and in! Oh my goodness, Carmelo Adkins.
And an answer. We're setting up for a really good finish.
A dramatic conclusion, the third place game in the National Classic bracket. Under 90 seconds to play. Western Reserve at one point was down 13. It was a double-digit game for a while. You kind of had the feeling that Life Christian was going to kind of begin to move away. But credit to this Western Reserve team, coached by Pete Hutchins. What a team he's assembled. They have fought. The turning point, John, for me, and I'll let you break in with your analysis in a minute, but it was out of that timeout a few minutes ago. I believe it was Owens going back. You know, he got open on a look right out of the timeout, hit a three. And since that timeout, they've just been a little stronger, to my eye, on the perimeter. A lot of open looks, and that's what's propelled them back into this one.
Yeah, I think the offense has really picked up, and, you know, not necessarily like they're making these huge defensive stops. They're playing good defense. We know how hard Angel Montes has been to contain this whole game, so he's still scoring, but I think it's the fact that they're responding on the other end. I mean, they're trading basket for basket and hitting these big threes when they need to, just right there. They're not out of this game yet. They weren't going to go away easy. That was the biggest three that they could have hit right there to pull back within 2. We're setting up for a great finish, and Western Reserve looks good.
And one on the inbound. Carmelo Adkins can give Western Reserve the lead at the line.
You talk about those defensive plays. That was the one. Big steal.
And that is as good as that could have worked out for the Pioneers. Adkins gets that done quickly is the key. If he hits this, they can start to play from ahead. The whole paradigm of this one shifts. The Lions are going to be sweating it out, but the free throw critical. Off the mark, tipped up, cleaned up. How about that putback? A 2-point lead. Thank you very much, Jacob Theodoso. Here's Montas to Emmanuel.
Defensive pressure's really stepped up.
Garcia and one. Braylon Garcia. What a final 3 minutes this is shaping up to be.
Really exciting game. Couldn't ask for a better game before this, and now this one, we could see a 1-point game again.
This is why these teams get invited to the Kevin Brown Memorial Washington Tournament of Champions, putting on a show. Free throw in from Garcia, and the lead goes back to the Lions.
Hold on to your seats, folks.
Corner. And the Pioneers setting up shop, trailing by 1. They just led by 1. If you're just joining us, you've missed a dramatic couple of minutes that have led to this sequence. Down low, and count it for Middleton. Middleton puts the Pioneers back ahead. 45 seconds to play. Life Christian wants a timeout. They'll get it.
And how about back and forth, Joey? Back and forth. Pendulum.
John, I don't want to say the middle stages of this one were sleepy. That might be a little harsh, but we didn't expect this. Life Christian had a decent lead for much of the game, and we saw some plays, saw some, a good job by Western Reserve to not let the lead get too out of hand, but that would be the way I think to describe this one is, Life Christian kind of had it at 8, 9, 10 points-ish most of the game. Some little runs from Western Reserve here and there were largely extinguished. They had a nice one kind of early in the second half, but Life Christian put the foot back on the gas pedal. And then, middle stages, fourth quarter, just a couple minutes of game time ago, but a little longer when we look down at the wristwatch. Western Reserve takes a timeout. They come out of that timeout, open up a big three in the corner, and it's on from there. I believe that three was from Owens, but everyone stepped up. Adkins a big and one a moment ago. Theodoso's been big. Trey Autry has been big as well. If you're on the floor for Western Reserve, it seems that you've been making an impact since that timeout.
Yeah, they've just continued to chip away in this game. Like you said, being down double digits, cutting it back to single digits, really just keeping their composure, getting big buckets when they needed them. And like they showed us up here in the booth, and for the fans, they're not out of this game as they have this lead with 40 seconds left.
Now, for one of the first times today, they play from ahead. And Life Christian's got to make a play. Top of the key, it's Angel Montas. He goes over, looking and finding Vula. No, rebound, corralled. From ahead, the Pioneers. They got a foul or force a turnover soon. Here's Adkins. Adkins guarded by Emmanuel. 15 seconds left. Emmanuel goes for the steal, doesn't have it. They've got a foul soon,
They got a
John.
foul. They got a foul.
8 seconds to play, and there's the foul that will put Haskell in the 1-and-1 bonus.
And I understand the fact of playing for a turnover, but you got a foul.
They ran down a lot of time there. About 20 seconds looking for the foul. Emmanuel, as good as he's been defensively, went for the steal and just wasn't able to get in there. Western Reserve knew they had to protect the ball. And the free throws of the game for Josh Haskell, the senior. Either way, even if he makes two, it's still a one-score game. Knocked in the first. That's the one the Pioneers really wanted to see fall. To make it a 3-point game, Josh Haskell. Got it.
That's going to be a timeout now. How big are those free throws? Talk about free throws late down the stretch. Biggest ones of the game. Now that almost leaves you in the situation with 7.2 left, Joey. You're going to get the ball down. You just got to shoot that desperation three. And you don't have a whole lot of time to get to the basket.
And I think it makes it easy for Western Reserve to plan around this. You've got to play the perimeter. You look at the timeouts. Key for the Lions, they don't have any more timeouts left. Western Reserve has one, but the two almost, you've got to eliminate it because the clock does not stop on a made basket. So even if you are able to get a quick two, if you're Life Christian, you've got 5 seconds to inbound for Western Reserve, plus a little time to get the ball all settled. So a two's almost completely off the books unless you can draw contact.
Yeah, and they might be sitting in their defense getting ready for a three after that timeout.
But if you're Western Reserve, why would you be in a position for contact anywhere inside the perimeter? 7 seconds left. Let's go. Here's Montas. Shaded by Owens. Crosses the timeline. Montas pulls one from three. Off the mark. Rebound. Western Reserve. It's over. And they're going to storm the floor. Out to the logo go the Pioneers. They'll celebrate a comeback win over Life Christian. What a game.
That was a huge comeback win. They never felt like they were out of it. Stormed right back. And they're going to take it by 3. What a game.
Life Christian got the ball exactly where it needed to go to Montas, who finishes with 35 points. And that is a win that will send Western Reserve back to Ohio happy. A gritty win over a good Life Christian team that dazzled us here at the TOC. Montas and Emmanuel putting on a show, but it's Western Reserve led by the Washington commit, Tyler Lindehart. And 19 points from Demarius Owens. Medal presentation on the floor right now. This was the final game, or pardon me, the third place game in the Offering National Classic title game coming up. Colorado Prep St. Mary's going against Winston-Salem Christian up next on ClutchSportsIL.com, so keep it right here. Hansel Emmanuel presented with his medal. what a performance at the TOC from Emmanuel. A lot of highlights.
Yeah, a lot. And here you see him getting his picture. He deserves every bit of that. Great performance this week.
It's been a lot of fun. He's been so gracious with his time here. You see him high-fiving some fans. Everyone has wanted an autograph from Emmanuel, native of the Dominican Republic. 13 points against Rabun, gap 9 points in this one, but this one belongs to Western Reserve. A medal for Demarius Owens, who finished with 19 points. Probably the player of the game if we had to name one. It's a good thing we don't have to do that, because it would be tough to choose. We'll take a quick word to thank our sponsors as the Western Reserve Pioneers celebrate this one, a 67-64 comeback triumph.
And how about this for Andro Montes, over 90 points in his 3 games here. Unbelievable.
Hold on the sponsors for Montes there as he gets his medal. He dazzled us. A lot of interest from a lot of very prominent schools for Montes. That guy has a future at the next level. At the highest levels of the next level, that would be. Poses for his picture, and he'll sign some autographs.
Joey, what a great game. Last 2 games.
Really good stuff. And more good stuff coming up on ClutchSportsIL.com. It's Colorado Prep St. Mary's and Winston-Salem Christian up next. We'll kick it down to the studio after a word for some of our sponsors. Glad they're on board with us today and throughout the Tournament of Champions, starting with what a tremendous host for this tournament in the city of Washington. The city of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. Washington's a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during the TOC. By Uftring, how do you buy 100 used cars in 1 month? You pay more and you pay fast. The Uftring Auto Group wants to buy all makes, models, and mileage. Get your free appraisal today at UftingAutoGroup.com. And every Uftring Auto Group dealer. By Country Financial, building relationships, supporting the community and service. These are the things Country Financial stands for. More than just an office you may pass by as you drive through town. Country Financial is a neighbor who lends a helping hand and supports the fabric of our community, including charitable organizations, sports, financial education, and civic organizations. Learn more at countryfinancial.com or call your local Country Financial representative today to talk about the things that are important to you, pardon me, and how they can help protect them. By Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And by the KB Strong Foundation, Kevin Brown made an impact on everybody around him, on and off the court. Today, the KB Strong Foundation does the same in the fight to raise awareness for glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. To learn more about Coach Brown's story and how the KB Strong Foundation is leading efforts to research a cure, visit kbstrong-fightingthefight.com. What a good one that was. More in store. For now, we'll keep it here as we allow them to get set down in Country Financial Tournament Central. Tell you, everyone was in this gym watching the end of that last game. A big win for Western Reserve. Now another team in green out. It's Colorado Prep St. Mary's, far side of your screen. Winston-Salem Christian.
Yeah, this should be a really good game coming up. Langston Reynolds, player to watch for Colorado Prep. Number 6 in the green, warming up.
Excited to see them in just a few minutes. For now, we'll go down to Country Financial Tournament Central for the latest. Guys, take it.
Welcome back to the Country Financial Studio. Colton Kaler here with Pete Hutchins, head coach of Western Reserve Academy. Coach, just coming off a third-place finish for your guys this week, and you came off just a gutty win down the stretch there. Congrats to your guys, and just kind of tell me what you're feeling right now after that game.
Well, I'm just really excited. You know, we've got a long bus ride, and I was really unhappy with how we played through 3 quarters. So, you know, to get a great win like that with a long bus ride ahead of you is pretty exciting. Happy for our kids.
Coming in against a team like Life Academy, a fan favorite here this week, obviously due to Hansel Emmanuel. How do you prepare not only for him, but for also a player like Angel Montas, who quite frankly, was a star in this tournament.
Yeah, we knew going into the game how great of a player Angel was, just from what brief scouting we were able to do, and he proved to be better than I initially thought. So we just really wanted to make it hard for him, which I don't think we did until the end of the game. I felt like our kids played pretty passively, and we were kind of working through some different lineups to try to figure out who was going to be ready to help us win. And I think we found a good group in that last quarter.
Now take me through that last quarter. Was there a certain adjustment that you made to your team, or something that down the stretch that you found success in?
Yeah, we had just played half-court defense the whole game, and so being down 10 going into the fourth quarter, we certainly had to change the tempo and not playing with the shot clock. We knew that certainly if we sat back and were passive, then we wouldn't even have a chance to be in that position to win the game.
Now, 2-1 for the week, third place finish in the National Classic. Kind of give me your thoughts on a broad range of things throughout the week here at the Washington Tournament of Champions.
Well, first of all, we're just so grateful to have the opportunity to be here. Sean and I had started talking about this months and months ago, and just so fortunate to have the opportunity to be here. I've just been completely blown away by the community support, the level of organization, the atmosphere. You just couldn't ask for a better event. We're so happy to be here.
Now, this is your first year, correct, here?
Yes, sir.
So, coming in, had you heard much of the tournament? And, if you have, just what is it that you're able to take away?
I just think they set the bar really high in terms of how they take care of these teams, how welcoming they are. There's just such an incredible staff, all the way down to the ball girls. So, I would advocate that anybody who has an opportunity to play in this tournament do so.
What does it mean? You got a long drive home, but what does it mean for you and for your school to be here?
Yeah, it's a tremendous opportunity. As of 2 years ago, we hadn't really invested in a basketball program, so I think in year two, this is really big for us. Last year we had 2 kids go to the Big Ten, and we're just trying to build it. So again, to play in this scene, a scene like this in this setting is, it's just awesome. These road trips are so great for your kids too, because you get to spend a lot of time with them. We do a lot of team building. Their parents get to be around, which the day-to-day at school, that doesn't happen.
Now, there seemed like there was a couple of parents that had found their way up by us throughout most of the week, and it was great to see them here. What's it like having them here?
Yeah, it's great. So, we're a boarding school, so we've got kids from all over the country and all over the world. 1 kid from Greece and 2 kids from Canada. So, naturally, in a boarding school setting, this is a break. So the rest of our school is at home enjoying Thanksgiving with their families. So it's a huge commitment on behalf of the kids and the families, to not be together, and to be together as a team, is certainly different for them. So it's just great to see everybody come out and see the kids have an opportunity to spend time with their families.
Coach, we appreciate your time. We know you got to get going on the road, but congrats on the great win and the great performance this week.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having us. Great to meet you.
Thank you. That was Pete Hutchins of Western Reserve Academy here after the game of their big win over Life Academy. We're staying here in the studio. Colton Kaler here with you. Western Reserve with the big win over Life Academy. Our third game of the day. We're getting set for our fourth game of the day, the National Classic Championship between Colorado Prep and St. Mary, and Winston-Salem Christian. After that, we get back into the Washington Invitational, leading it off with Kankakee versus Metamora, and then after that, you'll have Tinley Park Urbana, Yorkville Christian, and Springfield Lanphier at 5:30. 7 o'clock, St. Louis Vashon versus Chicago St. Rita in the Washington Invitational Championship. And then to round out the night at 8:30, Washington versus St. John Bosco. Lots of marquee matchups here coming up. Kankakee, last we saw, I was looking for the state championship score. Last I saw they were down 21-0. So, again, as we've mentioned throughout all this week, Kankakee is shorthanded this week. without 4 players due to the state championship being played today. But the K's will be just fine by the end of the year. They'll get everyone back. They'll be healthy, and they'll be ready to go. And they'll be a good team and a tough out come late February here in Illinois. You know, it's been a surreal week, and it seems throughout the interviews that we do, everyone is just, it's especially from the national tournament side, they're just so grateful to be here, and we're so grateful to have them here because they bring in a load of talent. And that game right there that we just had between Western Reserve Academy and Life Christian Academy was just the epitome of great talent, from both sides. Angel Montaz, boy, was he a special player. But Western Reserve was able to get the job done today, and that's a game right there between 2 teams that you could watch all day. And we're just extremely grateful to have both teams, and we wish both teams safe travels on their way home. And thanks of them for coming here this year. Again, Colorado Prep of St. Mary's versus Winston-Salem Christian. We're getting ready for the championship game in the national side, but we're going to send it back up to the booth. About time for that game. So, boys, back up to you.
Thanks, Colton. Good stuff down in Country Financial Tournament Central as we welcome you into the championship game of the Uftring National Classic. A good one in store for us as the Winston-Salem Christian Lions are set to battle the Pirates of Colorado Prep of St. Mary's. Winston-Salem from Winston-Salem, North Carolina, as the name might imply. Colorado Prep of St. Mary's from Colorado Springs, Colorado. Both of these teams rounding out their first appearance here at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, trying to cap it off with a victory in the Uftring National Classic. Both of these teams here for good reason. A lot of star power on these rosters. I'm Joey Wright along with John Camosa. John, let's go to you for what to look for. We've talked a lot today about Priest Asindoko for Winston-Salem Christian, but I won't spoil it for you. I'll let you get to who you're looking for.
Yeah, yesterday Quanton Berry and Camion Snell were huge yesterday for Winston-Salem Christian. So those are going to be 2 guys to watch. And then if you look at Colorado Prep, we talked about Faye Andungo. He's going to be a big player to watch. And a lot of other guys kind of fill out that team. Langston Reynolds, a big name as well. Derek Pronger can get in there and score. Brock Wisney and Hudson Andrews. So there's a lot of different players that can fill out that roster. But it's going to be a good game all around.
Excited to watch and see how it plays out. The Pirates and the Lions keeping an eye, as you said, on Ndongo, who has offers from Penn State, Washington, Colorado, UNLV, TCU, and Oregon, among others. Ndongo, the 6'9" junior power forward. Only a junior. He's got some time to make up his mind as to where he'll play ball at the next level. For the Winston-Salem Christian Lions, Asindoko committed to Providence College, native of Paris, France. Has dazzled thus far at the TOC. Both of these teams ready to play for the title in the National Classic, their 3rd game of the tournament. And being introduced first, the Colorado Prep of St. Mary's Pirates. Unique uniforms, as the TOC has featured a couple of unique uniforms, but especially here for Colorado Prep. A lot of logos on those uniforms. And a couple of numbers we wouldn't see here in Illinois. Number 6, number 9. In Illinois, they don't add a digit above 5 on the uniforms. Colorado Prep St. Mary's doing that. Their starting lineup is as follows. It'll be Dylan Sanders lining up alongside Jake Sow, as well as Langston Reynolds, Derek Pronger, Bay Ndongo, and Brock Wisney.
And going off your point, Joey, Larry and I called that game talking about Colorado Prep's uniforms. Almost reminds me of like an overseas, like a foreign international team, or like an NBA where there almost looks like there's sponsors on there, some logos. It's kind of cool. We haven't seen that around this area.
It is a unique look. I like it. I can't say that I mind. It does have a very international, maybe FIBA, not FIBA, but some of those European international leagues feel to it. Lions being introduced right now. Sintoko comes out.
6'11", 270 pounds, definitely provides some space in the middle there.
He's going to be a guy we're keeping our eye on all game long. The couple of times we've seen the Lions thus far in the tournament, he's not necessarily their primary offensive look, but he may be the loudest look in that offense. Their starting lineup for the Lions is as follows. It'll be Quante Berry, Kamian Shell, Priestess Ndoko, Lewis Walker, and Rayshawn McMiller. The Pirates coached by James Silas. As we get set to get underway, it's time to name a champion in the National Classic. Balls in the air, we're underway. Thanks for making us a part of your Saturday afternoon on ClutchSportsIL.com.
Keep an eye on this matchup right here. Langston Reynolds on Quantum Berry, two talented players.
Berry will also play alongside Ndoko at Providence. Down low, nice find. And starting it off is Ndongo. Okay, Ndongo, the junior. And we're going to see number 11 in green light up the bucket tonight. Down low, no. Rebound corralled by Wisney. Sanders gets it out back to Wisney. He looks to attack, spinning on Ndoko. That's a tough score if you can find it. He can't there. And out in transition, three on the way. In the corner, count it for the Lions. Kamian Shell knocks it in. So the scoring underway in Washington. Staying with it, and a three from Sanders. That's how you keep the possession alive. Pirates did a good job of not abandoning hope too soon, and Sanders was open. That's the reward.
Yeah, they can go bucket for bucket.
Now it's Lewis Walker on the other end for the Lions. Ndoko turns around. How about that? Ndongo nearly got up and blocked it when it was at its apex. But Ndoko able to score it. And down low, a little contact, but finishing strong is Sal, pardon me. Sal the score. 7-5, just underway in Washington. Here's Walker. Walker looking for Ndoko, can't do it. Providence College commit turns it over. Big chance for Sal, who just scored for the Pirates. And stepping back, creating, is Ndongo. Can't do it. Ndongo plays with great length. A little bit slimmer than Ndoko, about the same height frame. Ndoko goes straight up.
Really nice move there. It's that friendly roll off the front.
It's hard to score right under the basket, but these guys make it look easy.
A lot of size on both teams. I think we could see a battle down low tonight.
If you're just joining us, you missed a tremendous finish to the last game for third place. Oh, and you joined us just in time for a two-handed slam for Ndongo. I want to go back and just briefly hit on the third place game of the Offering National Classic. Life Christian going after it with a really good team from, pardon me, I blanked on Western Reserve Academy. Just did the game, you'd think the team would be fresh in my mind. Western Reserve Academy, the big winner in that one, a comeback win. 67-64 final. And in that game, I don't need to go into it too much in depth here, but that game proof that if one of these two teams can build a lead, Winston Salem or Colorado Prep St. Mary's, the talent we see at the TOC, you really don't know how these games are going to wind up until the last 4 minutes of the fourth quarter, because any of these teams can post a comeback on you. So as we start to see the onion of this one unfold, got to remember it's not over until it's over, and maybe an odd time to work that in. We're tied at 9, but I just get the feeling this is going to be another good one.
Well, I mean, Joe, even going back to last night, was that 101 to 89, I believe Yorkville Christian was down with a few minutes left. Ended up finishing with 103, so lighting it up from 3. Like you said, never count anybody out because a lot of teams here can bury those 3-pointers.
Yorkville Christian's problem in that one was that St. Rita finished with 111. That is the highest. 2 records were set in that game. Most points in by a single team from St. Rita, 111, and the most combined points, over 200 points scored by Yorkville Christian and St. Rita. And we'll see both those teams later today. And Dongo at the line for Colorado Prep of St. Mary's. Or no, pardon me, he's guilty for the foul. And the inbound to Shell. Shell pushes ahead. Now he feeds to Barry. Barry.
He could really get down there in a hurry.
He can. Quante Barry has been a great finisher. Maybe the best finisher at the rack other than Essendoko on the roster. They're a formidable duo. Down low, and Dongo wanted to clean it up. Getting out in transition, McMiller. McMiller lays it in and puts the Lions back ahead. So here's Sanders. Sanders goes over, it's Wisney. Down low, and Dongo. And finishing at the rack is Sao.
Sao, another really talented player on this Colorado Prep team. He can get to the basket at will.
A lot of points early on, and that's going to be a goaltending call there, John. You don't see that often at the high school level, but a good call. It looked like that had bounced off the backboard, certainly, and they'll call that every time. So up ahead goes Sanders, senior, for this Pirates squad. It's Ndongo. Ndongo, yes, down low, finishes. Essendoko made it tough, but Ndongo there to make it happen, and we're going to be watching those two all game long. They've already had their fill of battles. Blocked by Ndongo, heating up on both ends.
Yeah, he's usually all over the place with rebounds, but blocking is his specialty. Seen him do a lot of that this week. It's hard to score over that. Long wingspan.
Essendoko foul on his way up. 2 free throws coming up for the Paris, France native. Part of the tournament's Dandy Dozen. As was Ndongo, named among the 12 best players at this tournament. Guys to watch. It's been really fun about this tournament, John, is seeing those guys, those Dandy Dozen players, even the guys outside who come in with a little bit of hype and come in and make some plays. You know, they'll stop and sign autographs, meet with kids, pose for pictures after games. These players are well known. Washington, Illinois, and Central Illinois as a whole. A lot of folks around here love college basketball, and they follow these key guys even before they get to the next level, these highly touted recruits. This is a great place, a great venue for everyone to kind of meet up and area basketball fans to see who's who.
Yeah, it's a really, really well put together tournament.
3 on the way in the corner, falls short. Pushing ahead, Winston-Salem Christian up underscore. Counted for Isaiah Washington. See how the Pirates respond. Down low, and what a finish. Count it for Pranger, Derek Pranger, pardon me. Derek Pranger, big basket. Here's Shell. Shell feeds to Essendoko, goes to work. You see how physical they get. They've almost got to be physical. You've got to come in and stop Essendoko. No foul call, but he gets the finish anyways, and the 3 off. So Shell brings it ahead.
Yeah, Sendoko's got about 2 inches on Bayandongo, but he's got a lot more size, so he's really got to go up and sometimes you can't blame him for some contact.
That's what you got to do. You got to make him call that foul and make him earn them at the stripe sometimes. Esendoko's a terrific finisher. Tries to do that there. Again, you see a little contact, and there is going to be a foul called on that shot. But you see, and a good no call, but, you see Ndongo get the hands up there, and just you try to make, when you've got a big guy that skilled, you just got to make his life as tough as possible. Good look there at the free throw that falls in. Thank our crew real quick. Cameras, Jonathan Michael and Jackson Stewart helping us out. Larry Larson and Alex Calhoun is his name behind our computers. I couldn't think of Alex's last name, I'm sorry. But he's done a terrific job all game long. 3 on the way that won't fall from Colorado Prep of St. Mary's. Josh Schwab helping us out today, as is Colton Kaler. Gavin Russell here as well. Down low, Esendoko, not quite. And Ndongo back. Goes back to Jeremiah Coleman. Or pardon me, Quante Berry. Berry looks to start this one off. Under a minute left as he's fouled. And that foul will go against Langston Reynolds. Now it's interesting, John, to see when Reynolds or Pranger get called on these fouls, because in the high school level you don't usually see numbers 6 or 9 in Illinois. More on that in a moment. Scoring starting to heat up. Here's Reynolds. Reynolds goes after it off the glass. He got it. Everyone's fallen down under the basket, and we'll have a stoppage for an injury, as it got really physical under the basket for a time. Everyone's up and walking around, thankfully, and we'll hope everyone's not too shaken up after that. But, John, usually in Illinois and a lot of states, it's pretty common across high school basketball, you don't see numbers, whether the first or last number digit in a number higher than 5, and that's simply because the officials can use both hands, count to 5, and get the signal up. If you had a 60, a 67, there's no way to signal that with both hands. Yeah. But Colorado Prep of St. Mary's from out of state will play on with a 6 and a 9. A little unique, under 10 seconds here. Wing, 3, number 4, no dice. 10 the rebound for Winston-Salem Christian. That's Raphael Gay, and a half-court heave at the buzzer wide. And that's how the first quarter ends. 23-17, we've got a good one.
Back and forth game. Good start from the Lions.
Thank our sponsors, starting with the City of Washington, who welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check it out while you're here for the TOC. By Uftring, do you have a used car you need to sell? Roll in and cash out at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Used car values are still at record highs, and you'll get paid today. It's fast, easy, safe, and secure. UfteringAutoGroup.com. By Country Financial. Think about all that's important to you, your family, your possessions, your future. This is from Country Financial. All it takes is one phone call, and they'll be there to help with insurance to protect what matters most. For the coverage you need at a price you can afford, visit countryfinancial.com today. By Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, and by KB Strong. The KB Strong Foundation, named in honor of late Washington Panthers head boys basketball coach Kevin Brown, who impacted everybody around him, whether his players, his students, his friends, his assistant coaches, anyone who knew Kevin Brown, he made an impact on. Today, the KB Strong Foundation does the same in the fight to raise awareness for glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. To learn more about Coach Brown's story and how the KB Strong Foundation leads efforts to research a cure, visit kbstrong-fightingthefight.com. Three on the way, in and out, but rebounded by Colorado Prep. And they cross over. A three on the way to respond is in. Count that one for Brock Wisney. And John, what do you think Colorado Prep has to do here? Only a 3-point deficit, cut in half by that three.
Yeah, I was going to say jam that middle right now. Wisney on Crisis and Duco. You gotta contain him. We've seen how easy he can get under the basket. I also like to shoot those threes. Make sure you're closing out on the outside. But right now with the turnover, a chance for them to get right back in it. If not tie, they can trim it to one.
See how they play it. It's Wisney. Three, tied game at 23. And a quick timeout called from Winston-Salem Christian head coach Antonio Lowe. Wisney's fired up, he should be. 6 quick points, ties us up at 23.
And that's exactly what you needed if you're Colorado Prep.
A tick over a minute played in the second quarter. There's Winston-Salem Christian talking it over. In the center of that, I believe that's head coach Antonio Lowe going over the game plan. So we get set to break out of the timeout. Winston-Salem Christian in purple and white. Green and white for Colorado Prep St. Mary's. Don't want to talk too much about the uniforms, John, but I just had this on my mind all game long. Kind of highlight that I'm getting a little Sacramento Kings vibes from Winston-Salem Christian.
Yeah, I do, now that you mention that. Especially with the way the Lions,
the word mark,
the wording,
over
yeah, it looks similar to the Kings. If not present jerseys, they're older jerseys.
Well, and the Kings have changed it up a couple times in recent years. It's a sharp-looking uniform, it really is. New Balance uniform for the Lions. Colorado Prep, a Nike school, so a battle of different brands going after it here on the hardwood in Washington. And a little bit of the design under that number on the back of the uniforms. Trying to make out what that's all about here as we move along. Washington down low, out of bounds. The Pirates will take over. Both these teams making their first appearance in the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. You saw the design there fleeting as we get back to the action. Both these teams have earned the right to play for a championship and earning the lead. The Pirates, A.J. Kula. Three quick threes to start the second quarter for the Pirates. John, we saw the last game really turn on its head when the three ball started falling for Western Reserve.
Yeah, and they get right back into it. Oh, we've seen a lot of threes this week.
Flailing one up as Walker. He's fouled. 2 free throws on the way for Walker. Last timeout for Winston-Salem Christian, a 79-60 win over Life Christian Academy. Barry with 32 points in that one. Kami and Shell with 27 to cruise past a good Life Christian team that's given us a lot of highlights this week.
Yeah, Life Christian, that tough loss just a game ago.
Go back to Thursday for Colorado Prep St. Mary's, a 77-45 win over Quality Education Academy. Bay Ndongo with 18 points, 11 boards. Turnover, and getting out in transition. Look out! Oh, trying to finish it strong was Raphael Gay. Washington ties it up with Colin Hawkins. And that arrow will favor the Pirates. So So it'll stay down home. So will the Pirates attempt what would be their 4th consecutive 3-ball?
See. I think you might be able to see it out of them. It depends on if they can get something in transition here.
Dongo, no. Rebounds, still loose. Look at that fight down low, and 2 free throws for the trouble of Sal, who ripped it away and had his eye on the rim. So Sal at the line. It won't be another 3 for the Pirates this time down, but that's been their bread and butter in the second quarter. High scoring affair so far, 27-25. Don't think we'll reach the benchmark set by Yorkville Christian and St. Rita last night, but if the points keep coming, we'll keep you posted. Zion Collins is into the game for the Lions, a sophomore. Here's Nordum. Nordum over to Gay and then back over to Collins. Now down low to Walker. Loose ball. Walker and Barry in on that one. Out of bounds, right? Last touched by the Lions, by the Lions. It will go to the Pirates.
See which team wants to take control here to end this first half. You know, momentum's going to be huge going into the second half, or going into halftime, I should say, in this championship game.
This is going to be a game of runs, loose under the basket. The Lions looking for a score here. They've been quiet in the second quarter, just one basket so far. And Sanders couldn't hold on for the Pirates. Raphael Gay. Inbounds finds Barry. Barry, 27 points, or rather 32 points against Quality Education. Dishes a 3 in there that time, and Barry is up, or a deep 2 for Barry, pardon me. He's up to 2 points.
Lions doing a really nice job here, getting right back in this one.
There's Zion Collins. And a timeout called by Colorado Prep St. Mary's. Tell you, John, I'm moving through this game, trying to get back into my rhythm. A lot of basketball last couple of days. There you see some fans enjoying the final day of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Looks like a one-day pass for that fan in the middle.
Got a nice plate of nachos.
Yeah, he's having fun. He's enjoying this one day of basketball, the final day.
Sure, he's checking some scores on his phone there.
Probably. He's visited the tournament website. Oh, now he's going to go. He's going nacho. Look at that. It is about lunchtime. Oh, he's back on the phone.
You know, after all these games, I could go for a plate of nachos, too.
I could, too.
Looks good.
Well, John, you ran down to the hospitality room between games. I asked you to bring me some food if you would be so kind, and you were so kind. Didn't have time to get into it before the game started, so I've got a pulled pork sandwich sitting in front of me, perfectly intact. It's calling my name. I think I might have to dig into it in halftime. But those nachos look good. I'm glad to see that fan with his one-day pass is enjoying them. That's a great concession stand.
You know, and putting that sandwich together with about a minute to spare to get up here, I'm surprised it stayed intact with the barbecue sauce and all.
Which barbecue sauce did you choose? They had a couple of options.
I only saw one out there when I was down there, so. But I had some earlier. It's, you know, regular barbecue sauce, nothing spicy.
Okay.
So.
You a guy that likes a lot of spice?
I'm not too big into spice, you know.
I've got a bottle of Louisiana hot sauce at home. With a little mac and cheese. That's the money right there.
That's the way to go.
Go with that all day long. Want to thank the Tournament of Champions for their hospitality all week long. They've been very good to us, and good to everyone who helps with this tournament. It's a great tournament. Everyone here is in a good mood all week long. It's just terrific fun to be out here supporting a good cause in the KB Strong Foundation.
Yeah,
Go
ahead, Joey.
I was going to say they raised $30,000 for the KB Strong Foundation from the time the tournament started through the penultimate game last night, and presented that check to Jody Brown and the KB Strong Foundation at halftime of Washington's win against Urbana. So a great cause, a great tournament to be a part of.
Oh yeah, just as far as everything that this tournament stands for and is about, and going back to your point with the generosity and hospitality. I mean, we're 50 hours of coverage, and just the unbelievable amount of food that they've provided, and the drinks and cookies. It definitely keeps you energized. So.
Keeps you going, absolutely. To everyone involved at this tournament, a sincere thank you on behalf of Clutch Sports Media for having us out here this week. It's Dylan Sanders now in the hands of Langston Reynolds. Reynolds goes down low to Brock Wisney. Kept alive here, and bringing it ahead, Nordham. Nordham back to Barry. Barry shifts, can't finish, and the Pirates will get out and run it. To the wing, 3 on the way, and in. Count that one, a big 3 from Sanders.
And that's one thing about these two teams, Joey, is what we're going to see is they're going to exchange threes with each other. It's just two teams that can really shoot the ball. Could see this for the remainder of the game.
Based on a couple of games we've seen this week, I wouldn't mind if it became a shootout. We've seen some very entertaining offensive displays so far this week.
Be hard to top the shootout we saw with Yorkville Christian and St. Rita.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Look at that. Appreciate that. Just brought us some nachos up here in the booth. There's that generosity.
Yeah.
Another thank you to the Tournament of Champions. Down low, Barry finishes. Nice move.
Well, we got plenty of food at halftime.
Yeah, I'm going to dig in a little Saturday after Thanksgiving feast. Feasting down low on the defensive end. Essendoko, and in transition, an easy finger roll for Walker.
Really nice take there.
Off the back of the iron. Sal called for the Sal to the rim, called for the foul. Here we are, up top. Got our nachos here. There's that sandwich we alluded to. Excited to dig in at halftime. Another thank you to the TOC, everyone here. It's a good plate of nachos. They've got everything down there at the concession stand too. I did big lines all there all week long.
Big line too for Hansel Emmanuel down there when I went down there to get you a plate.
Just signing some autographs. And I'm sure there was also a pretty good line for Angel Montas, his teammate, who was impressed this week as well. Western Reserve, Colorado Prep St. Mary's. Crossing over. Here's Sanders, a 3 short. And a rebound corralled by Colin Hawkins. Ooh, little contact there as Sanders was moving into the paint. There was Kamian Shell right in his way.
Took a tough hit there.
He's up, no worse for wear. Here's Kamian Shell across the timeline. Here's Hawkins down low. Contact and a foul. Not Hawkins, pardon me, but Lewis Walker down low. Hawkins in there on defense for St. Mary's was part of that. Walker at the charity stripe. 4-2 free throws. Could be big here. Lions could make it a 3-point game. Instead, it'll stand at just 1 if the second free throw from Walker falls. Walker.
And Joey, one thing I'll add about the last 2 games, or the 2 previous games before this and this game, it's got the feeling like we're going to get down to another close one, just the way it's been back and forth throughout the first half.
Jostling for position. Walker with 9 points now in the second make.
And, that's something you would expect because getting into the last day, everyone's excited to just close out this great tournament. And especially with the championship game on the line now. You know, you want to go home and have that under your belt.
You want to come home with some hardware. 3 on the way, off the mark. Where else in the country but Washington, Illinois, are you going to have teams from North Carolina and Colorado battling for that trophy? Down low, up and under, not quite. Reynolds.
I've been so impressed by Langston Reynolds this week, though. That's another player to really keep your eye on.
There are some sharp kicks in this one. I'm not sure if that's Rayshawn McMiller or Camion Shell. They both look to me like they've got the same pair of shoes on. Look at some of these kicks. Some sharp New Balances for Colorado, or rather for
yeah, I love the
Colorado
color.
Prep. Yeah,
love the colors. I mean, got your reds, your orange, yellow, light blue.
It's a standout pair for Shell. Shell has the New Balances. That's Winston-Salem Christian. The New Balance, I don't want to get that wrong. Colorado Prep St. Mary's outfitted by Nike, but Winston-Salem Christian breaking out all the latest colorways. As we go under 20 seconds left.
See if they hold for the last shot here.
They could tie it up with a 3. Here's Sanders. No. Out of bounds. Or was there a foul called first? I believe there was.
There was a foul. 5.4 left.
So that will send Sanders to the line.
Not a foul you wanted to have right there. Chance for them to tack on 2 more.
Or pardon me, Shell to the line, Sanders the foul. Still in the 1-1 though, so if Shell misses the first, it's not the end of the world for the Pirates.
And he does.
No, but he gets his own rebound, still loose. Pirates are going to have one more chance, another turnover. That's how the first half ends.
Going full speed ahead, kind of got it tipped away there and kicked it, but you know, nothing hurt on the free throw there for Colorado Prep. But a good half there for Winston-Salem coming out with the lead.
Good half for both squads, going back and forth, blow for blow. Going to be a good one to the very end on ClutchSportsIL.com. There are the Lions making their way into the locker room. An exciting first half. It's going to be an even better second half. And John Camosa, before we can pause for nachos, how about a quick word for our sponsors, starting with the City of Washington, who welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during the TOC, and what a tremendous host of this tournament Washington is. By Oftring, do you have a used car you need to sell? Roll in and cash out at every Oftring Auto Group dealer. Used car values are still at record highs, and you'll get paid today. Fast, easy, safe, and secure at UfteringAutoGroup.com. By Country Financial, think about all that's important to you, your family, your possessions, your future. This is from Country Financial. All it takes is one phone call, and they'll be there to help with insurance to protect what matters most, and financial services that help you prepare for the future. For coverage you need at a price you can afford, visit countryfinancial.com today. By Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, proud to support all of the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And by the KB Strong Foundation, Kevin Brown made an impact on everybody around him, on and off the court. Today, the KB Strong Foundation does the same in the fight to raise awareness for glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. To learn more about Coach Brown's story and how the KB Strong Foundation is leading efforts to research a cure, visit kbstrong-fightingthefight.com. Now down to Country Financial Tournament Central for all the latest. Guys, take it away. Down in Country Financial Tournament Central.
Welcome back to the Country Financial Tournament Central. I'm Gavin Russell. Day 5 of the Washington Kevin Brown Memorial Washington Tournament of Champions. Alongside me is Jody Brown. You joined us here earlier in the week. We appreciate you coming back on again. And there's been some big developments with KB Strong throughout the week. Obviously, if you're watching at home and maybe watching for the first time, you know, KB Strong is the foundation that the Tournament of Champions is supporting. So throughout the week, obviously a lot of support has gone into it. Money's been raised. What can you tell us about that?
Well, of course, we have a booth out there and lots of Pop-A-Shot going on for $1 a time. But I would say we probably brought in about 5,000 through our booth. And, when you think about that, that's just one, one piece of what's going on here at the tournament. And whether it be T-shirt sales, sweatshirt sales, and, the power of that $5,000, that's 2 Warrior Fund grants. So we do, for patients in 4 of our local counties, we do $2,500 Warrior funds for them to spend however they want, and we've seen things where they've taken trips with their family because making memories with this disease is very important. And we've seen, where it's helped to pay for final expenses. And so to know that, just the work we've done these last 5 days and the people who have participated, we're supporting our next 2 Warriors, which is pretty neat.
Very true. And, we obviously, he just told me something yesterday. We're hoping to get him on later, but Matt Dunn, he's the head coach of St. John Bosco. He also lost his father to the same disease that Kevin passed away from. That really shows how much bigger than than basketball it is, and it just really shows how great of a cause it is for so many people.
Absolutely. And, I know what Kevin would be saying, and Kevin would be saying, that's a God thing, right? To put him in our path and put, him having the players to be able to get them to this tournament. And we were sitting at the, I think the story, but we were sitting at the Thanksgiving dinner serving the teams the other day, and he hears what Kevin actually passed from, and 16 years ago on Thanksgiving Day, he lost his dad to glioblastoma. And so I think this has just opened up a platform for he and his family to be able to get involved in the fight against glioblastoma. He's going to connect his mom with me, and it sounds like she's a really special lady. And they're going to even have a KB Strong night that a lot of us have volunteered to fly out for. So they're going to join our fight, and that's pretty cool.
Very cool. And I don't know if you have any specifics. I think you said that out in California they're going to try to do some stuff with KB Strong. Do you know any specifics maybe they'll try to do out there?
No, I don't. I do know that he said he got an email into his principal already and said that they're going to help to raise awareness and join that fight. So I think he's looking at doing a KB Strong night. Gotcha. And we've had some local schools do that as well. Kankakee did that in 2019 just because their athletic director had a special bond with Kevin. And Lincoln, we've had some other schools do that type of thing where it's just more of a awareness that night. And that's the biggest thing, is getting awareness out so that we raise money for research, and that's what's going to help better outcomes and hopefully someday find a cure.
Very true. We talked about you have the booth out here, and obviously people may be watching for the first time, so we want to keep spreading that awareness. Tell our viewers again at home, other ways they can get involved besides even coming out to the games, other ways they can spread that awareness.
Absolutely. KBStrongFightingTheFight.com. If you go there, you can find a way to pay through PayPal. You can donate now. We have a Venmo. You'll be able to connect to that. All of our current events are always on our Facebook page. Okay. So KB Strong Fighting the Fight. And we try to keep everything out there. We're really getting our website up to speed right now, and we would love to have people get involved. And if nothing else, volunteering at some of our events. We have the tournament, but we also have Brown Fest every year and then a golf outing as well. But again, just sharing that awareness and going on and Googling it, Right. We didn't do that when Kevin was sick, and I'm glad we didn't. Right. But for other people, I think it's just going out and learning those stats, because it's, we think of Kevin and we think of Coach Dunn's father, and Coach Greaves from Metamora lost his father to the same thing as well. But it really only affects approximately 13,000 people in the U.S. every single year. And so, it's getting out there and finding out the stats and finding out why it's important. 5 years, I think it's a 5-year less than 5% survival rate. Wow. So, it's important.
Very deadly disease. It's very sad for so many people. And, we know Coach Kevin Brown touched so many people, but with people donating money, or supporting the awareness of it, tell our viewers, how it actually goes into action. I mean, where locally is this being supported, through actual medical research?
Yep. Kevin wanted to be a cancer survivor, and he wanted to help people. And so for us, we are, raising awareness through events. We also raise money for research. And so we have given, so far, $80,000 in 2 years to the University of Illinois College of Medicine, to the Sung Valpula Lab. And that's focused, our money is going directly to research for glioblastoma. And then the helping people side of it, we have, again, the Warrior Grant. So it's a fund where we give $2,500 to patients in McLean, Woodford, Tazewell, and Peoria counties. And then we also have started a group called Heroes, and that's honoring each, remembering ours, and expanding support. And so Charlie's looking for you.
1 minute.
And so the Heroes program is really more about helping people with the emotional side of it.
Right.
And bringing people, I know so many people who have been affected by it because people know Kevin's story. Absolutely. And so they reach out. But yet there's other people who have never met anyone who is in glioblastoma, again, because there has been no progress and because it has a 12 to 18 month prognosis. It's a very frustrating disease. And all cancers are bad, but this one, there has to be progress. There has to be progress made. And so for that, the Heroes is, bringing people together that have lost to that same deadly disease.
Absolutely, very true. And, we appreciate you telling our viewers more about how they get involved. But one last thing for you, we're going to send them back for the second half in just a moment. But how proud would Kevin be? I mean, this tournament has been an absolute success. I mean, we've seen so much good basketball. How proud would he be to just see it continuing on, especially in his name? I don't mean to get you all choked up over there.
I could still see him walking right across here while I work at that Tournament Central table. And he'd be so proud of his boys. He'd be so proud of Charlie Shermahorn.
Charlie's done a great job. Charlie's done a fantastic job this week. Thank you so much, Charlie, by the way.
He would be so proud of all of what's come together and all the people who are being a part of this. He would be amazed by the Coach Dunn story. I mean, that's and we play them tonight. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah. So to see how we're coming together, I mean, he would just be amazed with what we're doing. And I just unfortunately wish he wasn't the cause.
Absolutely. Well, we appreciate your time so much, Jody. Thanks for coming on. Spread that awareness for glioblastoma. Support it. Thank you for supporting KB Strong. We're going to send it back to the booth. Jody Brown. I'm Gavin Russell.
Thanks, Gavin.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Gavin, and a special thanks to Jody Brown for taking some time to join Gavin in our studio. Tremendous to hear that from Jody Brown. You can see the emotion. Kevin Brown meant so much to so many people. As we've been saying all week, John, really can't say it enough. Everyone here has a story about Coach Brown. Everyone who knew Coach Brown has a story about a positive thing he did for them or him going out of his way to help them. As a coach, he was demanding of his players, really wanted a lot from them, but wanted the best for them and did everything in his power to make that happen on a daily basis. Just a rock in the Washington community, the Central Illinois community, and tremendous to see the tournament continuing in his name and raising awareness for such a great cause in KB Strong, raising awareness for glioblastoma.
Yeah, it's a really wonderful thing to see. And, like you said, Coach Brown was a fighter. He was a coach who wanted to see his players succeed in life and succeed on the basketball court. And, he never gave up. Didn't matter if his team was down. They were always going to fight till the end, just like he did in his battle with cancer. And, the foundation that he built here and the stories and memories that he left. And you saw yesterday, $30,000 raised. So much people cared about Coach Brown and the legacy that he left, and it's only going to continue to grow from here, the more his story spreads throughout the world.
Absolutely. A lot of awareness, a lot of money has been raised here this week. As we get back to the action, one more word for the KB Strong Foundation. Check it out online. We've been throwing a QR code up throughout the broadcast. We'll have it up again in this one, along with a link to the website for the KB Strong Foundation. Well underway here in the third quarter now, and it's a good one in the championship game of the 2021 Offspring National Classic. KBM TOC has 3 different brackets. This, the bracket that features teams from all over the country, and Colorado and North Carolina have sent representatives to the title game. Metamora playing next. They are arriving. You see the cheerleaders coming in, bottom of your screen. Go with a great look of a great basket down low, Lewis Walker. And Lewis Walker, the sophomore. I'm glad we took that camera when we did, because you really got a nice look of him twisting his body to drop it through. Winston-Salem Christian trying to keep it going. Out of bounds, it'll stay home. And their lead up to 7. John, I was talking over with a couple people at halftime. This game, as close it is as it has been, you know, we haven't really seen too many highlight reel plays per se. We've seen some really fundamentally strong, fundamentally sound offense. The defenses have not looked bad either, but we've just seen a lot of not highlight reel plays, but just easy makes, nice layups, just strong, fundamental basketball in the early stages. We've seen a couple of nice plays, don't get me wrong, but that's kind of how I think this game has gone. Just kind of back and forth, just a good quality game of round ball.
Yeah, and it goes to show you how well coached both teams are. We've seen some nice blocks, some great defense, some charges, some layups, threes, everything that you'd want to see in a basketball game.
Back we go, and trying to turn it up. Oh, blocked by the rim. Second chance from Sal. Lions get out and run it in transition. Here's Barry. Barry up and under. Turning around. Oh, deflecting off the bottom of the backboard. Took an odd bounce off of Sanders. Sanders gets it back. Sanders goes to Reynolds. Reynolds was looking down low for Ndongo, out of bounds. It'll stay with the Pirates.
And Joey, let's touch on, how about the defense down low right now by Winston-Salem, getting hands on everything, making it really hard on Colorado Prep.
2 tremendous big men in this one. Christ Esendoko and Bay Ndongo going at it. Esendoko for the Lions, Ndongo for the Pirates. And they're going at it. When we mentioned this earlier, when Christ Esendoko was going to work down low, when you've got such skilled big men and guys with such size, you've really got to get physical down there. You've got to work really hard in the low post, and both teams are doing just that.
Yeah, and he does a really good job, even if it's not a block, just contesting those shots, making it hard on Ndongo to get something going. We've seen a lot of, balls that have been kind of hit away and loose, but using his size to just be a factor on defense.
Intercepted. Pirates will run it. They've seen their deficit grow to 10. And a nice putback. No, a goaltend on the offensive end.
Still bouncing around there. Had it not took that extra bounce, might have got away with it. But
Chake Sau came in and tried to clean that one up. He just had a little too much momentum, did everything he could, decided to attack the basket. And you really can't take anything off when you're at that level. That is and John, I hope I'm not confusing this with the last game, but if I've got my games right, that's the second goaltending call we've seen in this game. Rare to see one of those in a game at the high school level. Seen 2 of them today. And a foul and 1 for Barry.
And Barry, we saw him take over yesterday against Life Christian Academy. He's a player that can really do some work offensively.
Barry chose Providence College over Florida, Maryland, a couple other offers, along with fellow Providence College commit and teammate Christ Esendoko, both 3-star recruits. And Barry making a big splash at the TOC. And this is where Colorado Prep finds themselves, John, in a tough spot, because Winston-Salem Christian has played rock-solid basketball as they continue to build this lead now to 13. It just doesn't look like there's going to be a lot of a window for Colorado Prep if they don't turn it around right now.
Yeah, and they did the same against Life Christian Academy yesterday. Once they started getting going offensively, they really put a hammer down. So this is a team that's so talented, you got to be scoring with them. Otherwise, you're going to be in some trouble.
Good news for St. Mary's is they've been effective from three-point land. Easy 2 in transition from Reynolds.
See how quick they get back, though, Joey. I mean, we just saw a layup there from Langston Reynolds, and then in a heartbeat, they're right on the other end. So that's going to be tough to run with them and make sure you're scoring blow for blow there.
For a while, Colorado Prep was really having a lot of success along the perimeter. Now with the free throw line, Rayshawn McMiller for Winston-Salem Christian, WSC. Knocks in first. Second free throw in from McMiller. In transition, Pirates don't have 2 transition buckets in a row. Shell gets out. Calls out an audible. Down low, Walker. Foul. Not a lot of fouls thus far. That's the 4th of the half for the Pirates. Lions don't have any thus far. That is the 3rd foul, though, on Hawkins. He's got to be careful. To trigger it, Walker gets it into Shell. Shell back to Walker, and Dongo almost got up and blocked it. And it's Barry who knocks it out of bounds. Colorado Prep, another opportunity coming.
Clock starting to wind down here in the 3rd quarter.
Under halfway to play, and foul called on the way up for Sal. Brief lull in the action. There's Sal. Quick word there with one of our officials. Jake Sal needs both of these. Sal's had a nice effort so far. He's been in on a lot of the offense for the Pirates, and it reflects in the scoring column. First free throw, not quite to be, but he does have 6 points. Second among all Pirates on the floor right now. There's James Silas, Colorado Prep head coach, and the second free throw falls from Sal.
Really talented player in Sal. Seen a lot of good things out of him today and this week.
He's been one of the more fun players to watch for the Pirates. Headlined by Ndongo, but that's the great thing about a lot of these teams is you get that one guy you kind of zero in on entering the tournament, but you talk to these coaches and they'll tell you, we've got a couple of guys that can step up and make it happen. Shell makes it happen there for Winston-Salem.
Yeah, and that's the nice part about fans getting a taste of these teams for the first time, maybe not being familiar with them. And you think, we look at like a team Yorkville Christian, Jaden Shute, going to Duke, but a lot of people focus in on him, and then you got to think KJ Vassar, Tyler Burrows, James Brown at St. Rita kind of overshadows sometimes more as Johnson going Illinois, so there's a lot of talent on every one of these teams, I should say.
It's led to a lot of great games thus far. Excited to see, Ndongo, a guy we talked about, only a junior, has a lot of offers on the table. Excited to see where he ends up.
And speaking of which, Joey to our left, Jaden Shute signing some autographs.
He's getting ready to play later tonight after a tough loss to St. Rita yesterday. I say tough loss, but the way that game played, John, it almost turned into kind of like an AAU-style game. There were a lot of points afterwards, and nobody seemed to be in all that bad a mood afterwards. It was just a shootout, and St. Rita came out on top.
Yeah, you can't hang your head. I mean, a loss, but Shute still scored 32 points, 103 points for his team. They gave it all they had.
Oh, and all he has, it's Ndongo with one hand. Ndongo doing his part. It's a 9-point game. Yorkville Christian has arrived. Metamora is here too, John, but I assume they're getting ready for their next game, or unless that's them right beneath us.
Yeah, I believe that is them in the tunnel there. It looks like some of them.
Oh, across the way,
across
yes.
the way in the tunnel, yep.
You'll probably see them top of your screen in the striped pants getting ready for their next
game. How about that take by Reynolds? Almost.
Not quite in a finish. A strong finish, and it looks like Ndongo took a shot on the finish. He'll get the basket and the foul. But it looked like, John, I saw a hand flying around.
Might have got poked in the eye.
Yeah, took some kind of shot. He's up and walking off.
It's good to see.
Walking around anyways. It looks like he wants to stay in the game, and he will.
And that's the thing, Joey. I mean, just the physicality of these games, like I said, no malicious intent, but just how physical these games have gotten, teams just going at it. We saw Jaden Shoot yesterday get his eye cut. He was bleeding. Zach Schroeder from Metamora against Lanphier the other night took a big gash behind the neck. So these guys are really leaving it all on the floor, you know. So hands are going to fly sometimes.
It's a court you want to win on. And these teams have such great respect for each other. All these teams at the TOC, you know, anytime you can play a school from thousands of miles away, there's some respect there, and you can really take a lot back to either Colorado or North Carolina after this one, because it's a different style. You know, inevitably you're going to have the teams you play regularly. You're going to play, you know, maybe they play similarly in some way to your opponent, but
yeah.
You know, you learn some things, you take away some things that maybe you can use later down the road. Block.
Ooh, nice block. Man,
Block.
he got up for that one.
Blocked it at its apex. 3 would have been a big swing.
Barry's calling for it on the left.
Instead, Shell says, I'll do it myself, and that decision pays off. Back to 9. What a find, and what a cleanup from Ndongo, who is heating up down low on both ends.
And that's the thing with Ndongo and those second chance points. He will clean them up if he is down there. Could call him Mr. Clean.
Looks like Winston-Salem's going to hold for the last shot. Or what could wind up being the last shot. No, one more chance for the Pirates. 2, 1, it's got to come now, and it doesn't fall. Pirates gave it a shot, had one opportunity off the miss.
Tough roll there for Langston Reynolds. Great effort. Just couldn't get it to go. And they're right here, Joey. I mean, we going into this fourth quarter, started to get a little momentum under their belt for Colorado Prep. We'll see if Winston-Salem can continue their foot on the gas, or if this game's going to be a back-and-forth shootout.
It's going to be interesting to see how it plays out. The City of Washington is a proud sponsor of the Tournament of Champions, proud host of the Tournament of Champions. Washington welcomes you to the tournament. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all that Washington has to offer during the TOC. By Uftring. How do you buy 100 used cars in 1 month? You pay more and you pay fast. The Uftring Auto Group wants to buy all makes, models, and mileage. Get your free appraisal today at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. By Country Financial. Building relationships, supporting the community, and service. These are the things Country Financial stands for. We're more than just an office you may pass by as you drive through town. We're neighbors who lend a helping hand and support the fabric of our community. Visit countryfinancial.com to learn more. By Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, proud supporter of all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. As we get back to the action, might have gone a little slow through those, John, but the offense is picking up the pace. There's Ndongo.
Good job by Sal.
Sal sets him up, and Ndongo finishes. And Ndongo now with 16 points leads the Pirates. It's a 5-point game.
They're spread out on both sides. Winston-Salem and Colorado Prep as far as scoring.
Look at the Pirates side. 16, 8, 7, 2, and nothing. And nothing that time on the 3 from Barry. Still loose as Ndoko goes to work off the glass, high above the square. He's had a couple shots tonight, John, or this afternoon, where he has gone kind of with that Steph Curry high layup, a high arcing finish. Shell, no. Put back, yes, from Barry.
How about Barry? How impressive he's been today.
Back to 9. Lions answer 2 big scores. Sal says, I'll take it myself. Turns around. It's short. Still loose. Tapped around. Lions get out and run. Pirates have the numbers, but finishing anyways is Lewis Walker, the sophomore, impressing. this afternoon. And a timeout called by Colorado Prep.
A couple of great baskets in transition, Joey, and now they got a commanding lead.
6.5 minutes to play. It was a 5-point game just minutes ago, and now it's an 11-point game. The Lions lead looking good. Although we saw last game a lead of this amount, not really safe with this amount of time left on the clock. Look at some fans. No, players. It's Yorkville Christian ready to go. You forgive me for thinking that was a fan on his phone like we saw the fan earlier. A couple players getting some last-second rest in. Looks like the Clutch Sports media team so far today. My goodness, how many players has that taken a little power nap in the bleachers? I counted 4.
I believe that's Zachary Davis, Denmark-Olar, South Carolina commit.
He's had a great tournament. His Vikings are going to be a threat back in South Carolina.
And you look across the way, you talk about naps, it looks like Denmark-Olar's team's taking a power nap up there where Davis just walked to.
I count a lot of blue sprawled out in the bleachers over there. Again, that's 4 or 5 players getting a nap. And I tell you, it's hard to play this many games in this many days. Maybe not from a physical standpoint. You know, that I feel like that's probably oversold when you talk about high schoolers playing, 3 games in 4 days. That's doable. These guys can do it. But it's the mental aspect of it. This tournament, there's a lot of spotlight. There's, staying in a hotel, you're having fun with the team. It's a lot of senses going at you at one time.
It does take a toll on you.
Just a few games away from closing out the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And a foul on the offensive end away from the ball is going to set Colorado Prep up with a chance on offense. Down just 9 points. John, this deficit maybe feels a little bigger than it is, but the Pirates, especially if they can cue that 3 ball up like they were earlier, got to figure this deficit could be erased in no time.
Oh, yeah, it could.
See if they go to the perimeter or otherwise. It's Langston Reynolds. Nice find, and Dongo is starting to pull away with the scoring lead for the Pirates, up to 18 points. That leads all scorers. A pair of 16-point outings in the works for WSC. Christ Essendoko and Lewis Walker both have 20. Or 16, pardon me. Flip to the corner, 3 on the way. Barry wanted in on the fun, couldn't do it. And the Pirates could be on a bit of a roll here. Splitting, kicking, 3 on the way, and scoring. Count it for Brock Wisney.
That was big. Wisney answers the call.
And a big 3 makes it just a 4-point game, just like that, John. I told you the 3 ball could be crucial late in this one. It's Winston Salem calling the timeout.
Colorado Prep not going away.
4-point game, Colorado Prep. Perhaps shades of the last team dressed in green we saw just a moment ago. Western Reserve come back and take down Life Christian Academy. If you were with us for that one, you saw a good one. If you weren't with us for that one, to recap that one briefly, Life Christian Academy led by Angel Montas, Hansel Emanuel, 2 of the best players perhaps in this tournament, built a lead of about 10 points, kind of hung around there all game long. Many runs from Western Reserve stymied repeatedly, and then out of a timeout late in the 4th quarter, they got the 3 ball cooking. That propelled them to eventually take the lead and the win in the 3rd place game of the Uftering National Classic bracket. And it was Carmelo Adkins and Demarius Owens really kind of setting the table for that win. this game perhaps is going to be just as close, just as exciting to watch.
Yeah, it's looking like it's setting up for a great finish once again. We've seen the fight in Colorado Prep throughout this week, so I don't think they're going to go away too easy.
Shell brings it ahead. 4-point lead for the Lions, ball in hand. Nearing the final stages of a dramatic fourth quarter, big turnover.
How about the effort there from Ndungo to get inside and jump that pass?
Sanders in on it as well. Sanders flips it back to Hawkins. Colin Hawkins, the give to Langston Reynolds. Reynolds eyes some space. Kick to the corner, baseline drive, one hand and one for Wisney.
He's really taken over here these last few minutes.
It's as big a play as we've seen all game. You see the intensity, the look in his eye, trying to finish the three-point play. And he got it.
It's a huge spark for Colorado Prep, just what they needed. Cuts it to 1.
If you thought Winston-Salem was going to pull away, Colorado Prep had a different story to tell, and it's a 1-point game. Big possession here for the Lions. It's Shell. Shell steps back, no, still loose. And it's Wisney, the right place at the right time again. Sanders pushes, Sanders steps back, goes over, and down low, and is Langston Reynolds for the lead.
Regain the lead just like that. We saw that similar out of Rabun Gap, I believe, came back.
Reynolds back on defense, crossing the timeline. Shell. And Shell tries to go all the way, no.
Good effort there from Ndungo, almost at the block.
Pirates could open it up a little here. Wisney, 3 in the corner. Yes, from the corner. He's on fire as Wisney.
Been the fourth quarter hero.
And their lead up to 4.
Complete turnaround for the Pirates. See what the Lions can do to answer.
Down low, Essendoko. He's the man they want with the ball, but Ndungo plays better defense, wins that battle. Pardon me, John. Pirates trying to sail away. Lions trying to roar back, but they need a stop on defense. Contact up front, and a score and 1 for Reynolds.
He took a hard hit there. It was number 3, Snail. Took a huge block there from Ndungo.
Oh my goodness, Shell.
Shaken up.
Yeah, Shell got lit up at the top. He's on his feet. He
should say a screen there from Ndungo.
He came at you quick. 3D glasses for that one. He's on his feet. He's okay. He just needed a minute to catch his bearings. And it is just like that, a 7-point game.
That left the door wide open for Langston Reynolds to drive that lane.
Contact behind the shot was Sanders. He'll get called for the foul on Barry. Big foul there as it gives the Lions a chance to settle in for some free throws.
Just like you were saying, Joe, you're never out of a game. Couple baskets here and there, or 3. Just like that, they got a big lead.
And now they're on the other side of the narrative, and we talk about Winston-Salem Christian trying to come back into it. John, how big is that foul before the timeout here? Because it's going to give Winston-Salem Christian a chance to reset a little bit here, get their bearings, and 2 free throws theoretically easier than earning them from the field. Now in practice, late in the game, it's been a physical game. We've seen free throw troubles from a lot of teams this week. Not automatic, but I think this is probably the situation you'd prefer to be in right now, just trying to stop a run.
Yeah, it's all going to start with those free throws. I mean, you want to be able to knock them both down. Every point's crucial at this point. But if he can knock both down, it's going to come down to a big defensive stop there and kind of see what they can do with it from there. Colorado Prep's been scoring at will in this fourth quarter, so defense is going to have to be buckled down and locked in if they want to try to get back into that lead.
Pirates break the huddle. They walk past Chris Essendoko, who's going to need to be a big player down the stretch. for the Lions, as will Barry, and as will Lewis Walker, who has had a tremendous offensive afternoon. Starts with the first one from Barry at Falls. Senior, Division I commit, Providence College. Probably the guy they want at the line. Could make it a 5-point game and still plenty of time. No good, and Ndongo the rebound. Second free throw unsuccessful. Pushing ahead, the Pirates. Flip Ndongo, and Ndongo goes back over. Wisney to the corner, Sanders. Oh, in transition, here's Barry. Look out! Barry, one hand.
Kind of an ill-advised pass there from Wisney. And that's going to get him right back into it.
It's one of the last guys you want to leave out in transition is Quante Barry. And a timeout called by Colorado Prep. And this is an even game. I mean, we can't really talk about it like what do the Lions need to do to get back into it, John? Because 4 points, 2 minutes left. They're there. It's tie. This is going to be who can put together the best 2-minute drill, to borrow from another sport. Two teams meeting in the middle from North Carolina and Colorado. Washington, Illinois providing probably as neutral a venue as these two teams could possibly find, and the way to win over the unbiased bystanders, making plays down the stretch. This crowd's going to love what they're about to see. There's Sanders. Sanders goes over to Reynolds. Reynolds guarded by Shell. Goes back behind him to Hawkins, and now it's in the hands of Wisney.
Good kickoff from Wisney.
Reynolds passed up the three. Hawkins will take it, and he converts. 7-point game again. Lions desperately need a statement on the offensive end. Shell goes down low. Walker blocked.
What a block.
Rejected at the rim, and the Pirates could go a long way towards putting this one away. Nearly an errant pass to Hawkins, but he's able to find Sanders, and Sanders is fouled.
That was a great block. Good recovery there.
(71-64) with 61 seconds left. How do you play the inbound offensively here for the Pirates?
Try to get Wisney open on the corner. Try to maybe get Ndongo. There you go. Swing out.
Off the
Got the roll.
glass, high off the glass from Ndongo. 9-point game. Deep three from Shell, off. Rebound Ndongo. Up the sideline, open lane. Can't finish after the foul. They'll call that foul in all likelihood on the floor, but still in the 1-and-1 bonus.
But what a great comeback from Colorado Prep.
Exactly. They were down 11 not too long ago. Again, kind of like Western Reserve earlier, using the 3-ball late, using a dynamic offense late to come back into this one, and now leading handily by 10 points with 46 seconds left. And this game flipped quick.
It sure did. Just goes to show you that you're never out of a game completely.
Almost a 20-point swing. Ndongo got it. If the Lions have anything left, it's got to come right here. It's Barry. Barry yanking one from deep. No, and the rebound to Ndongo. He'll shovel it over to Sanders, and Sanders and the Pirates will try to dribble this one out. Ndongo, ball in hand, and it looks like Winston-Salem will let this one in. What a game this was. Both these teams fought hard. And assuming this is the last 15 seconds uninterrupted, it's going to be an 11-point win for the Pirates.
Yeah, it looks like they're just going to stall it out. And what a great comeback from Colorado Prep. Winston-Salem, great game, but there's not enough left in the tank in the final quarter.
And that is our final, and your Uftring National Classic champions, the Colorado Prep of St. Mary's Pirates, with an 11-point win over Winston-Salem Christian. These are two terrific teams, but today belongs to the Pirates, and for good reason. What a complete effort, and it took everything down the stretch to get this one done. The leading scorer for the Pirates is going to be Bay Ndongo with 22 points, 17 points from Brock Wisney, including a couple of key baskets down the stretch, and Langston Reynolds finishes with 13 points. Keep it right here for the medal presentation down on the floor. Roger Holzhauer and Sean Powell down there for the presentation. James Silas, head coach of the Pirates. You see the trophy for the Reynolds. We're going to toss it down to the studio quick for an interview. There you see the Pirates celebrate. We'll do ads first here. We'll start with the City of Washington, who welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington's a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check it out during the TOC. By Uftring, it's time to roll in and cash out at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. It doesn't matter if you're selling or trading, the Uftring Auto Group will pay more money for your used car all month long. Roll in and cash out at all 8 Uftring Auto Group locations. By Country Financial, proud sponsor of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions presented by Country Financial. Visit countryfinancial.com today. By Titan Industries, who is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And by the KB Strong Foundation. Visit kbstrong-fightingthefight.com to learn more about Coach Brown's story and how the foundation is fighting to raise awareness for glioblastoma. Now down to Country Financial Tournament Central, where we will talk with Life Christian Academy head coach Moses Mikhail Cruz. Take it away, guys.
Welcome back into the Country Financial Tournament Central. I'm joined by a very special guest right here from Life Christian Academy, Moses Mikhail Cruz. I wanted to make sure I got that right.
Yeah, you got it right.
We talked about it for a minute, but you're here talking a little basketball with us. You guys just finished up your tournament. You guys just get the one win. You took a couple of tough losses, but either way, we were really impressed with how you guys played. So, first of all, thoughts on your team on how you guys played in the tournament, maybe some things to improve on going forward.
Well, thank you for the interview, and then thank you all for the city of Peoria. Like, we are so impressed here. This tournament is amazing.
It is.
I hope we're coming back. Well, we are a small school, only 300 students, but we're working very hard. Been a lot of discipline. We have a couple of good players in my team. And then they understand my philosophy like a coach, and we just try our best.
Absolutely. You've got some really special, talented players. I mean, really, we can highlight all your guys, right? But a lot of the people want to watch Hansel Manuel. Got a couple other guys too. What can you tell us about those guys? I mean, they're hard workers. They're really talented.
Well, if you realize, people always come to see Hansel Manuel, but we got Angel Montes in there too. Angel have 21 offers already. He's not committed already, so he try to decide what's going to be the best for him. But he's tough too. And then I got a lot of kids. The efforts, they put efforts in the game. They listen to me sometimes. But I try my best. We are special. It's the way. And then by the way, it's nothing about basketball and nothing about it. I think it's something about God, because what we have right now is special.
Absolutely, very true. You look at your team though with Hansel. I love the emotion that you show on the court. You guys are talking, you're coaching them up. you know, maybe a little tough love and get him a hug. What's that bond like? Not with just him, but your entire team as well.
Well, like coach, I'm a father too, you know, and then I'm a low father, you know. But when you run, you're gonna be wrong. So in that moment, you know, he was a little bit upset, you know. And I'm telling him, come, you know, hey, play basketball. Don't worry about it. Everything's gonna be good, you know. And I'm give me a hug. And now, you know, he start again. So it's what I try, you know. I gotta be hard, you know. I keep humble all the time, and then I give him my heart to my team.
You guys certainly impressed us here. You guys got a great team now. You were telling me a little bit before we got here on the interview, you guys have a tough schedule coming up. You guys got another tournament in North Carolina in a few weeks. What can you tell us about some of your upcoming games?
Well, first we play against Montverde, Mikey Williams. We play against Calvary, ING. It's tough, right? Yeah. So, but, you know, we prepare for everything. We have, like I say, we keep them humble, you know, but we deserve what we have right now because for 4 years we play, you know, we're working hard. And then my schedule's going to be tough. In North Carolina, I don't know who we're going to play, but everybody in there is going to be tough too.
Very true. Now, this is a good warm-up, I guess you could say, for those games, those tough ones. Maybe some improvements you want to see from your team or just some things maybe grow upon as you go forward in your schedule. Yeah,
definitely. Like, you know, especially when we play against Mikey Williams' team, they were very good. Montverde is, for me, the best high school in the planet right now. They are like seven players in there. They're going to the NBA.
Wow.
So it's tough to compete against them, you know. So it's for us, it's a bless. It's a bless. We blessing right now.
So true. And, you know, switching notes a little bit, you told us, you know, you're obviously very thankful for coming over here to the tournament. We appreciate you guys making the trip over. But just what are your thoughts on the tournament? You know, what's the experience been like to come over to Washington? What's it been like for your guys?
Well, let me tell you something. When we come here, I was in an airplane, and this is my first Thanksgiving without my family in 20 years.
Wow.
So when I come, I say, what am I doing here? But when I first come and see the crowd and see all you guys, like the way that you treating us, it's amazing. I was okay. So now I'm very happy. Thanks God that we are here. I don't really care if I miss my Thanksgiving with my family. You know, I'm a family guy. I got my 3 daughters and my son and my wife. You know, we've been here together for a long time. But this is amazing. You guys doing amazing, and you guys doing a good job here.
Very true. And we want to shout out your family. Appreciate you sharing them with us for the week, sharing the team with us for a week. We really enjoyed watching you guys play. Now, you guys are going to head back, you know, I guess tomorrow. You say tonight, pretty late, but you guys get to go back to Chicago. You said you want to see Chicago a little bit. Yeah,
I want to see Chicago. I heard I've never been in Chicago.
Okay.
So I want to see Chicago, and then we're leaving, I think, at 5 in the morning, and then we take a flight out, I think, at 12 noon. So we're gonna be good. I hope we're coming back here. I hope so.
I hope so too. You guys have been incredible to watch. Now, one more thought on Hansel, because, you know, he's obviously been a guy a lot of people are talking about. He's got a couple of Division I looks. What do you guys see for him going forward? I mean, we obviously saw him in the tournament here, but what's kind of the expectation for you? You know, you're helping him grow as a player, as a leader, but going forward into the next stage of basketball, what can we expect from Hansel Emmanuel? Loaded question.
Well, it's a tough question because, like, when you come to see Hansel play, you definitely, like, going to love him, you know. I hope he's going to D1, but also he got a dream. He believes in the dream, say he's going to play in the NBA. So he worked hard for a guy that only got 1 arm, playing when everybody, like, normal.
Right.
Yeah. So he had, like, 2 turnovers today, 1 arms. He's amazing. If I'm a basketball player, I'm going to help him and love him, and I'm never going to complain about nothing when I see him playing over there.
No, for sure. He's been super special to watch. He's been all over the newspaper. He's been all over the local news here in Peoria, and, of course, here on Clutch Sports Media. But thank you so much for your time. Best of luck in your journey back. Best of luck the rest of the way. That is Moses Michael Cruz coming on with us for a few moments. I'm Gavin Russell. We're going to send back up to the booth now.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for that, Gavin. Great interview. Great to hear all that from Life Christian's head man. We will end this stream now. Stay with us because coverage of the Tournament of Champions is going to continue on our website in just a moment. Refresh the page, and about 30 seconds. If you're watching on YouTube, head over to the Part 2 stream where we're going to start things off with a good one involving Metamora and Kankakee. Stay with us. You're watching ClutchSportsIL.com.